Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Get away with a free first blood. That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now for it, taking the high ground. check. There's no telling. You can feel it happening, right? You can feel it happening. Sander is certain.
Be the tip of the spear. You haul Calamity the touchdown. And multiple angles. He does it again from behind. And
Well, folks, the World Cup is still going on, but we are right here continuing our VALORANT Challengers League North America. Welcome. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Ash and Emily on the desk, who did an incredible casting debut yesterday and also had to run through the gauntlet with a 13-11, 13-11, 12-14. But you're here on our analyst desk with us. How are you doing, my beautiful friend?
Oh, I'm doing great. You know, first day of casting yesterday, you're right. It was a gauntlet. That first best of three seemed to never end, which is good because it shows how competitive these teams want to be and to keep on, I guess, like moving forward. But it was a fun experience for sure. For sure.
I feel like Roy would say the word parody as we go into our bracket. My Roy is just always in my mind, my pro mind, if you will. But we're gonna look at our Swiss stage bracket to see how things are shaping up because we're getting towards the end of our Swiss stage, Ash. And we're being honest, we eliminated a team yesterday. We're gonna eliminate more soon, looking at our round fives.
Yeah, which is so crazy, right? Because when you're talking about elimination here, Liz, it's not just from challengers. It's our last stage. It's that final opportunity for some of these teams who haven't racked up those circuit points to try and land that spot there into plans and win it all into the finals. But to have to say goodbye to Dynamos yesterday was definitely really sad. I think that team is one where we didn't get to see them like at full power with Zanks, but hopefully we'll see them in the open circuit into next year. And then I think now taking a look at more of these elimination matches that we do have on the line, looking at our bracket overall, like it's crazy to think that teams like Division 1 and teams like FlyQuest are in that elimination round of round 5.
Isn't it wild, Emily, when you're looking at this? Like, I feel like we always say like, oh, we expect the unexpected North America, but really looking at this bracket, not to beat a dead horse, but this is quite unexpected the way things are turning out.
Yeah, and I think that's just because a lot of these teams are trying to make a lot of last minute changes to try and secure their spot here, right? They don't want to go out early. They're trying to kind of just pull at straws to figure out what will actually get them further in this tournament. And I think it's still early on, right? We're still seeing teams kind of come up and fix a lot of their initial problems and try and just figure it out from here on out, or from here on forward.
Yeah, I mean, they have to, right? Roy will talk about in his cast. I'm sure it is no longer points. It is just wins. You have to get the wins in order to make it to playoffs and get out of this Swiss stage. Dynamo's already lost. Round 5, folks, 1-3 are on the verge of losing. But let's talk about our round 4, folks, who are 2-1 with our first game of the day. It is Nightblood Gaming versus QOR. And I wish I knew what QOR stood for, but I actually can't think of it right now. I know NBG stands for Nightblood Gaming, at least. But we are here, I think, when we're, Ash, I'm gonna go to you to talk about this. Kind of our stage 2 heavy hitters, don't count them out teams. If I had to kind of put a phrase for them.
Yeah, I think that talking a little bit more about how these teams kind of like looked previously into stage 2 and then into stage 3, I think that QOR is one of those squads that, again, they continue to perform. Nightblood Gaming have been in this situation where it's been some of those like near misses to try and make it into playoffs, and now for them to continue to position forward in a bit of a better position now as well here, being in that 2-1 here within round 4 is definitely good signs. This Nightblood Gaming squad, I feel like with changes that they've made to this roster and then also just like the adjustments that we've seen over time from them, we've seen a lot of growth here from NBG as the season has gone on. And like you were talking about, Liz, if they want to make it into that plans, have even a chance, this is one of those teams that also just has to win it all.
Let's talk about Nightblood Gaming. Let's focus in on them. Production, pull that roster up, please. Thank you. I hate that I do that.
No, I love the drama. I love it.
I hate myself. Anyways, moving into Nightblood Gaming, looking at our folks here. I mean, these are folks, son of Car, right? Stellar with that tier 1 experience, Emily. Folks that I think when you talk about making the impossible possible, these are the players that you look for to make that happen.
And I think that's a really good shout, is the fact that there are a lot of individualistic talent coming in from this roster. And I think it shows in their play style, right? I think a lot of times you see a lot of these players take these hero plays that honestly work out for them more often than not. And the fact that they're able to kind of run away with that kind of sporadic and unpredictable play style and make it work this far in a tourney, it just goes to show like how talented each one of these players are. And you know, when you come together as a team and start trying to put a little bit more depth into your playbook, which I feel like they have been with match to match here on out, you know, it is a roster that's gone through a lot of different variations. I think it took a while for them to kind of find their style and find their footing, but now that we're seeing it come to light, we're seeing a more put together team, which is coming at the perfect time for where they are.
Yes, and part of that, you know, kind of coming together team is Tuzi, dead center right there. Ash pulling up some stats for our focus on him. I mean, Ash, I know you know him very well. You have a very good omen, but coming in to Tuzi, someone you definitely want to keep an eye out for today.
Yeah, he is someone that you definitely want to keep an eye out on. I think that as far as conversations around controllers have gone, we continue to talk about their just general decision making in a lot of moments, like how heavy fraggers they are and how they know those moments where you have to get aggressive, take some of those risks. Tuzi is one of those players. I do think that as opposed to maybe some of the controllers that we do see in the server, he might not be as hyper aggressive as some of like the other controller players that we do see coming out, but we do see him making very measured decisions. He's a consistent backbone of this team, someone that you can always rely on to perform.
Yeah, I think backbone. Oops, so sorry. I was just going to say, I think backbone is a great term because I see Tuzi as kind of like a bridge for this roster. You know, when he's on that omen, on those attacking halves, you see him as like that third entry, kind of picking up the kills that, you know, maybe weren't able to get traded out by that second entry. And then on that Cypher, he is such a good anchor and such a good lurker that always, you know, gives his team backup options or allows his team to kind of buy time for his team. I mean, to get into those rotates happening and kind of go for those flash floods that we're used to seeing NBG have.
And I think it's important we talk about a lot of the kind of the explosive players, especially yesterday. We had so many explosive, aggressive players. Let's talk about the folks that keep the game going. And Nightblade Gaming will have a game today cut out for them because it is QOR, our stage 2 kind of heroes, folks that, I mean, the tier 1 experience here is there's a plethora of it. Only one loss to NRG Academy, one loss also coming from Nightblade Gaming, Emily. But folks, I think a very similar story of kind of we're talking about that bridge that you just mentioned, I believe.
Yeah, no. And honestly, QOR are probably one of my favorite teams to watch because I just feel like they're so creative. They have such a team-oriented playstyle that we've seen come to light, especially recently in this stage, accompanying their unique comps. I feel like in Challengers, you kind of see very similar things from team to team. You know, you see a lot of that hyper aggression. You see a lot of the most basic kind of aggro comps. But with this team, they start using a bunch of different sorts of comps and different styles that you're not used to seeing. And not only does it fit their kind of a little bit of a slower, more passive play style, but it also tends to throw off the enemy. So it's always just a joy and fun to kind of figure out what QOR are bringing into each map.
Yeah, it really is. I think that this squad is also just one of those, you can't even, it's weird because you can't really call them a dark horse because they did win out stage 1. They are champions of stage 1, but then for playoffs, the last stage, they were struggling a little bit in like the meta. They, you know, end off in like that 7th, 8th spot. And this is a squad that I think has consistently had a lot of eyes on them and do hold a lot of pressure on their shoulders because of the fact that they are so experienced. They have that veterancy and that history within the tier 1 space there as well. And it feels like we're finally seeing them really come together like Emily was kind of just describing, which is, I think, hard when you're also throwing in an infiltrator there who has been this player who's been so pop off on other rosters like Winthrop. And it's an adjustment, I think, to learn how to play with a different style of duelist and kind of just working somebody new into the system in general.
You said tier 1 experience. Let's talk about someone who has it in spades, shall we? It is Mr. VALORANT himself, Derek, the Dova, the Derek Sova, if you will, iconic. I mean, Ash, when we're talking about that tier 1 experience, right? I don't think there's hardly a better person we can point to but Derek on this team.
I know, like, Derek is such a veteran within VALORANT. He's such a talented player. And I feel like at the start of this season in general, he had a little bit of a slower start. But you also have to keep in mind, it's an adjustment, right? Like, you're going from playing with a team that you've been with for so long for Derek, and on that big stage of VCT, then going back to kind of like playing at home. You're not getting to like comm in person and like boot camp with each other like all the time. And it's just a bit of a change of like pace and like learning how to play with your teammates. But now, so late into the season, it feels like we've finally seen final form Derek come alive the way that we know him to be.
Yeah, and outside of like his insane individual performance, you know, we saw against Fly, the stats were kind of, the stats were looking really good. I think the way that he plays the initiators and a lot of the utility that he uses, especially on those attacking halves with their weird kind of unique comps, playing a little bit slower, it's always so impactful, and he always finds a way to set his team up for like the best in slot utility, I guess would be the best word, or the most optimal utility to kind of work the maps. And I think one thing that really stood out to me, just stats wise, is the fact that their attack halves, their percentages on those halves, like their win rate, is very competitive and very close to what their defense is. And that's something that I don't really see, especially on those maps where it is a little bit more defense heavy. And I think Derek does play a vital role in all of that.
I think it was Roy who said he would love to see a stat for just how much Derek Sobutil helped the team, got them kills, etc. Because it would be ridiculous numbers. And in talking about that tier 1 experience, he is so seasoned on that agent, which is what makes him so good and such a threat on core. But friends, for Philips Norelco head-to-head today, we have none other than Son of Car, short for, or a play on Carson, if you didn't know. Fun fact about that. Did you guys know that? I'm so smart. Versus Infiltrator Ash, someone that you talked about, kind of that duelist Ash that you talked about, kind of fitting into core, fitting into this new team.
Yeah, I think that the conversation between these two duelists is interesting. Emily and I were talking about it a little bit in the green room before even like heading into today's matches. And Infiltrator, again, these stats, I mean, they're not bad. Like the stats still look pretty good, but they are not what we're used to seeing from Infiltrator, right? Like I feel like we're used to seeing him maybe on a slightly higher range stats wise, but you also, again, have to keep in mind, he's this duelist player that's working into the system here for core, adjusting to a different kind of like play style. And I think that what Emily and I talked about as well was how he doesn't have to be that player that necessarily takes over the entire server, because everyone on core is so good at just like generally fighting together, ensuring those trades are going down, and that style isn't solely focused on him. That's a little bit different story there for NBG, Emily.
No, for sure. Because when you look at Son of Car and the way that he plays around his team, it's mostly just his teammates kind of setting him up with a bunch of utility, especially on those exec rounds. And he's just kind of going in and trying to look for any sort of fight possible. Whereas if you look at Infiltrator, especially on the attack house, if you compare their execs, they're working the map a lot slower. You'll almost never see Infiltrator kind of peeking alone. He's always there, not only with that utility, but with other bodies kind of supporting him. So obviously his stats aren't going to be insane when, you know, a lot of the time, because they're swinging together, he's not going to get those first kills every single time. Instead, they're playing a lot more team oriented and less reliant on the duelist have to be the only person taking space and taking those first fights.
Let's also talk about the year Infiltrator has had, right? Infiltrator has, you know, kind of like you're talking about, right? Like trying to find his footing, find himself on this team, especially. And now we're at that point where your losses are going to be punished in a very big way. Yes, these teams are 2-1. They're looking for that third loss to make that qualification game. But now the field is getting better and better and better. Speaking of field, that's kind of sort of similar to lands and lands maps. Let's talk about our map picks and bans, see where we're going to go for our first best of 3 today. The land of my people, Ascent. Remember, that's in Venice. Everyone picked by core. Then we're going to Lotus, Emily, then if needed, and only if needed, to the beautiful beach of Breeze.
You know, and I really do hope we make it to that Breeze, just because core run a solo harbor, and I would love to see a little bit more of that. We've only seen it once, so I'd love to see what they're kicking up there. But looking at this bans, I was talking a bit about it with Roy, and it's a little odd. You know, NBG, their perma ban is Pearl, so that makes sense, right? But when you look at core, they're a team that tends to ban and pick according to their opponent's best maps, best and worst maps. So for them to kind of come in strong here and pick Ascent, a map that they've only played once, I believe, and NBG have a good record on it. It's a little odd, but I like the fact that they feel confident enough to go into a map that NBG have shown that they are competent on.
I mean, Ash, looking at this map pick and ban, are you leaning any which way? Do you have any thoughts that you'd like to share with us?
As far as leaning a particular way, I think it's kind of tough because this is overall like strong for both of these teams. I will say that I still lean slightly, I think, towards the core side of things for the first two maps that we're heading into. Even though Ascent has historically been good for NBG, they also took those 2-0s up against teams like Dynamo and ADG, which they were pretty like close victories as well, to be completely honest. So I don't think it's like as crazy dominant as it maybe seems compared to a core that felt very comfortable with their 13-4 against Pigeon.
Yeah, and also looking at that second map, Lotus, right? We've seen MVG play on it, and they have 1 win, 1 loss, I believe, and a pretty standard comp. But for the side of Core, they have a loss rate on it. They've only played it once, but it wasn't a great showing, right? You know, when you look at the map Lotus, you think of the attack halves, and normally you're pretty dominant on that. But when they played against NRGA, it's like they couldn't get anything going, and it's not even like they were doing anything special. It's just, it felt like there was a disconnect on the overall game plan. So going into that second map, if they do lose out on that first, I'm really hoping that they come in with a brand new look. It looks like everyone's on the same page. They have the same goal in mind, and you know, hopefully just find answers a lot quicker than they did in that first match.
Find that third win that they are so desperately looking for. And friends, let's get to our predictions. Sorry. I saw them reply on Twitter. They were very they were gulping like that nervous cat emoji. But here we are talking about those comps. Emily, I'm gonna go to you. We have the Haba with Flya on the side of Core Gaming, but both sides have a Phoenix, Emily.
Yeah, and this is an adjustment for Core. I honestly wasn't expecting them to do any big changes, but swapping out their Omen for a Harbor, again, it's something creative. It's something that I like to see. I'm curious to see, you know, if they will have enough stopping power, if the Harbor will be floating a lot more to be able to throw up those smokes and those walls, because as soon as you use that smoke, it's going to be a little bit tough. But the one thing that I do like is the fact that they're starting on attack. They'll be able to use that one smoke to kind of work that space towards mid or have a little bit of early pressure and still have that wall going in for their XX.
I'm not gonna lie, maybe if this was Old Harbor, I'd like it a little better with the Cascade here for Core Gaming, but it's one of those moments where this could be a huge boon for Core Gaming. They might be able to make Nightblood Gaming uncomfortable and not really sure what to do up against the composition that they're cooking with. We've seen that happen before, where a team might just not be able to like adapt and reply in time to something that's really unfamiliar in the server. But it could also be one of those overcooked moments, because depending on how like the utility placement goes and whatnot, I do get a little bit worried about how we are going to be controlling some of that space here. I'm excited to see how this is going to pan out. Regardless, I know Flya has been cooking on that Harbor tech, and it's always fun to see.
Well, folks, it is time for our first best of 3 of the day, Nightblood Gaming versus Core. Whether you're in chat or in a watch party chat, thank you for being here. I'm going to send it over to your casters, Lemon Kiwi and Roy.
Thank you so much, Liz. Yes, we have Core and Nightblood who are clashing to get one step closer to playoffs. And Roy, the pressure is on, and Core are coming up with some curveballs to throw at Nightblood.
Oh, there's a lot more than curveballs. They're surfing the wave as well, Jen. So they have the Harbor, which honestly is an interesting pick, right? Harbor is strong on the attack side. I think that's where you get a lot of the leniency, and you can kind of, you know, play him wherever you want. I'm just curious to see what they're going to be doing on the defensive side, where like cross map smokes are required, and you need to be, you know, positionally intelligent and very precise with the Harbor. So I'm curious to see what they've cooked up. But I mean, Core Gaming, we've seen it before so many times, and they're the ones willing to cook up, you know, formulas. They're willing to change the wheels. They're willing to evolve and grow. So I'm curious. I'm open-minded. They look great in the past on this map, and the sample size is small, of course. But Nightblood Gaming, they're that team, Jen. They're on the come up. Yeah. They're one of the dark horses for the split. They've had some phenomenal wins, and they've been so active in third-party events as well. Their roster has looked phenomenal, and I'm just so excited to get this rolling.
Especially when you have your main IGL of Flya, who's going to be on that Harbor. So he's just going to know how he's sectioning the fights and knows how to lead that team into the charge. So Core, I mean, there's been so much progression. And speaking of that, the opener from Infiltrator, he gets to recall out. And look at that Harbor wall. It does split off Market, the backside as well. This has been practiced by Core for this very moment. And the kills keep coming in, looking like a near flawless pistol, despite maybe this not being the case now. Derek will confirm 3, and Core will get the pistol.
Derek confirming 3. Mr. 3K is already showing up in the first round. That's that's crazy. I love the scaling though from Core. I mean, just instant, right? The walls go up, players immediately flood for sight. There's really no hesitation in their eyes. They knew exactly, very drilled to the absolute details from Core. So nice showing here on the pistol round. Of course, it's going to make things a little bit easier on this attack side. Now, keep in mind, Sin hasn't really been that defense sided or attack sided. It's been kind of balanced. It's most teams are getting 5 rounds or 7 rounds on either side. I think those are comfortable finishes depending on the pistols and the success. But so far looking good and measured here from Core. Looking for a nice little mid default, trying to eye out some information with the drone, a little bit deep smoke to kind of keep NBG guessing. Now there's a bit of a spread here from NBG. Not really much to do. Maybe looking to get a little trap play towards B main, looking to get some kills. But overall, I mean, Core could honestly just go anywhere right here, and it should be nice and comfortable for them as long as they clear their corners.
I like this lurk too from Derek. And like I said, Core have had so much progression. This group of friends that have stayed together. They've worked everything out. They fixed these early issues that they've had. Little skirmish here for Derek. Confirms that with the ghost of all things. NBG would love some upgrades, but Stellar is in more in a one and done, right click classic position. It is kind of a nice insert that's favoring the defense, if anything, and Core giving a lot of respect to it because of that smoke. Derek is just off on his own.
Oh
Derek,
my
Mr.
God.
3K again with another pistol.
I mean, dude, there's so many smokes in B main. There's like layers, the Cypher cages, the Omen smokes, the Harbor walls. They couldn't even know, they didn't know what was going on in there. I love that. But yeah, to kind of touch back on, the sort of the Core identity, right? I feel like there's a bit of a void left in this team identity when Smoke departed from the team, right? But it almost feels like that hole's been kind of filled nicely by Infiltrator, where like their roles look so much more comfortable now, and it feels like everyone's back in their their prime positions, and it kind of feels like the comfort levels are rising. And honestly, I don't want to jump the gun too early, but I wouldn't be surprised to see this Core roster like completely heat up throughout regulations and into playoffs. So I'm kind of keeping an eye out for that. But Core looking to set the pace really early on, putting that pressure into B main, trying to get a lot of that counter util out. But so far it's looking like a double walk up here in middle, and they're just looking for
What? Yo, son of Car, welcome to the game. Just shutting down that lurk there from Core. And this eliminates a very important angle that Core were trying to get through. So slow start there from Core. Now that NBG have a nice buy-up, we got some resistance.
And it's got to be the pivot. I mean, they know the stacks towards the B side. Their odds are not good at all. Son of Car has to be really precise right here. Fight. Okay, he's able to... Oh, he's faking it. But I mean, yeah, this is a fight that they have to force. Unfortunately for Core, the information is there. They're able to maneuver around. The information is also, the drones fully cleared out B main. And overall, it's a slow play from Core, and time is really starting to tick here, Jen. They're gonna start getting desperate. But util, there's still so much of it here in NBG's hands towards A site, and they're all funneled from one direction into tree with 30 seconds left.
I like that Stunna falls back with 2Z. You can play off the paranoia and just be as a stack, because Core walking in as a death ball, but you've given now space for them to get through glass. Son of Car rotates in, gets surprised, and Core, they are not done yet. They'll even get a Vandal upgrade. Here's the Waylay dash, immediately sat down there from Stunna in hell, trying to send Core exactly there. Derek will always give them a chance, but with 5 seconds left, they barely get the plant off. Post-plant positions now as NBG. No, they probably didn't have time to get through that back door. The spam is coming from underneath. The call is coming from inside the house. 2v2 as Core playing at a crossfire. NBG could be dropping right into their grasp. And now just really trying to put the pressure on Derek. But there's so much patience as Core try to stay stoic as the Sonic gets shot. This exposes the Core post plant, and it's an NBG defuse.
A messy bonus. I mean, that could have been so much cleaner, but the kill, the walk up from Core, the contact into tree, that's exactly what they needed. I mean, it was measured, it was perfect, and there was a moment in time where it kind of looked extremely doable for Core. But one alive, I think they're happy with that. Guns up, Sova ult online as well. And this is where things start to get a little tricky, Jen, because if this round is successful for Core, their ults are going to start coming online, and then next thing you know, Infiltrator's got his ult up online as well. So the ult cycle here for Core is really shaping up to be extremely dangerous territory for NBG. This has to... Oh, they're not even forcing around this. They're just going for the hero rifle. That's really tough position to be in, because in this next gun round, Jen, they're going to have all of these ults to work with. Core, let's see if they can pick up on the fact that no guns are available here for NBG. And Zeke a lot of pressure on him to make something happen with this hero rifle.
At what point do you pull the trigger on this Hunter's Fury core, going back to their usual default? Because they want to have the best chance at. After that double kill from Son of Car in mid, that really shook things up. Beautiful kill from Son of Car yet again. The openers consistent with this Jet player. And Core, that eliminates one option. They still have mid control. Now they're going to look to crunch here into tree.
Yeah, they're reacting immediately off the hero rifle. They know it's here. The util gets dumped out, but the defense here is available for NBG, all looking to fight towards the street side.
Wow, the rifles ring true there for Core. And NBG will be right in their shadow, right on their tail. But Core will have a bit of time to set up with the harbor wall still into effect on the high ground. Now expires. Zeke will reveal his position, maybe to be a distraction for Son of Car to activate, but he's already going to be sussed out by Derek. No, he gets caught mid-util. So now NBG, the pressure is on. Another 2 versus 2 situation. The run it back expired. Son of Car with the cape on his back and Flya with too much on his plate. NBG will tie.
Wow. I mean, NBG needed a hero, and he came alive. It's such an amazing round. Perfectly played out, right? The early round pressure with the rifle finds the opening pick, kind of forces Core's hands to react. They don't really want to challenge that rifle, right? They're going to try to pivot around it. Immediate reposition coming out from NBG, trying to chokehold the trade. Yes, the trades don't go their way, but that flank, I mean, this right here, it's just filthy. It's so filthy. And I mean, this is an opportunity to really talk about Son of Car, right? We have highlighted Son of Car before. He has definitely not gone under the radar of the talent on the desk or the analyst, or I mean most people in the scene, to be honest. But I feel like his recent form is a whole different level than what we've seen from him before. Like, he's really leveling up to the potential now, and it feels like he's maybe found the perfect roster to fully enable him to find that value and to become that player that he could be.
He's hoping to become a really important offer for the team for this round, but on the opposite side of the world, and NBG get a 3rd round in a row where they get a first blood, and Core just really have to rely on Derek, it seems, to make the magic happen, but they just don't have really the weapons, especially when you have to gap close, get real close with the stingers. From a thrifty to a flawless, NBG are on a roll.
Oh yeah, I mean the money's looking really nice as well. This is actually I mean, we've flipped complete scripts here, Jen. We went from dangerous territory for NBG and now it's completely dangerous territory for Core. The economy is available for NBG now. Ops are available for multiple rounds in a row. There's so much pressure now. Of course, the ultimates are online for Core. Some a little bit to answer back here for NBG. So I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to be utilizing that. So the Hunter's Fury as well as the Harbor ult, and kind of what they're cooking up with on this attack side with this Harbor specifically. But right now, it's looking like a spread default here for Core, looking to establish a little bit of pressure towards this A main side.
Or Son of Car is too. Oh, and that ping, that does get 2Z away, but will force the NBG regroup. And I like that there's this early presence from NBG to force out as much util and resources out of Core before they make their move.
And I like the proactivity coming in from NBG as well. Like, as soon as they feel like, oh, their core side's challenging towards A main, the immediate response in B main, they're alleviating, they're kind of ping-ponging the pressure really well, which is allowing them to just be so comfortable. Look, immediately the drone comes out, they're starting to move their numbers. Core has no idea that this information is playing out in this manner, right? So they're going to hold the stack, and Core right here, they're going to need to have an insane set piece to break through the defenses for NBG.
There's the flash, the dash. Oh, what a shot from Son of Car, and the knife right through Kumi's heart. But Derek then somehow takes care of both duelists with Hunter's Fury. It's always Derek that gives Core a chance. Moose, though, gets his first kill. Of course, NBG will be slowed down. A lot of this Harbor util is something you don't scrim against every day. Derek will be in the corner, finished off there by Zeke. Numbers back and health for NBG. But Plant gives Core time, but it feels like they are isolated. They're injured, and Zeke gets the last laugh, and now he just has to combine with Stellar. But wait, Flya almost made that a little too difficult. A lot of these rounds have come down to like 1 or 2 people, so Yeah, NBG, 4-round win streak, by the way.
I mean, you just gotta love that kind of Valorant, right? Where the rounds are getting decided by an important fight, right? Like that one fight, that's where you get the best Valorant possible, where like that little fight, you know, wins and losses, not like big macro errors. I think overall though, right now, from our perspective, it feels like NBG's winning the macro. Like they're ping-ponging the pressure extremely well. They're pressuring B main. They're trying to get a lot of that util out from Core's hands in A main as well. And it kind of just feels like the proactivity is so on point right now for NBG. I'm loving that movement around the map, and I'm loving the fact that the op for Son of Car is just moving around consistently as well. So right now, NBG looking great. 4 rounds deserved for sure.
He's accurate with that op already, and you'd love to see your duelist already heating up in the first map. And see just backhand Kumi make it too, and kind of a similar exchange. It always costs Core something to get established, but now they've evicted everyone else from NBG, and this time it's a B plan.
Love that they're all turtling site as well. They have the Cypher util to kind of hold their flank, so it's uncomfortable. It's a little claustrophobic, but it's going to be doable for sure. The only thing to worry about right here is the 2Z paranoia. That's going to be an absolute problem. Drone trying to buy a little bit of time, trying to buy a little pressure, but there's no way out of this, Jen. It's a fight to the death on site, 3v3 retake.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go in blind if you're NBG. Wow, Infiltrator with the early ult. Yeah. NBG also can't really approach with the op. The Stinger gets picked up there from Son of Car, but it has to happen now. When out front is Stunna to try and get all the attention, making a 4K thrifty for Infiltrator to hold it down for Core.
Dude, the desk talked a lot about Infiltrator. I'm glad he's coming online. This is exactly what we need. We need the duelist to wake up. We need Mr. Derek to wake up. I mean, he's already awake. What am I talking about? He's 12-4, but it's going to be exciting. I think everyone leveling up right here is going to make this so much more fun to watch, but you got to give it to Core, right? Despite their, you know, the results of the ends of their rounds, they have been really good at trading out, even in what looks like unfavorable scenarios, right? They hit the stack site towards A, still came out in a 3v3. They hit this site with weak weapons, still came out in a 3v3. Like the trades are on point. The spacing that's being taken by Infiltrator and by Kumi is so good right now, and it's allowing them a lot of these options. But so far, we're on a pretty tame result, Jen. This is not too crazy. 4-3. I think both teams are probably pretty happy with that. Obviously, if you're NBG, you kind of want more. And for Core, they have opportunities to start really poking at NBG's economy in this round.
Luckily for Core, they didn't let NBG get too much momentum, but yeah, you're exactly right. There's been really good groupings allowing for these trades to happen. No one's really being caught isolated, and a lot of these rounds are decided off of 2v2s and what's left of Core to protect this spike, which really limits the tools that they can have. And now, kind of further back trips as well from the Sentinel of NBG, so it's not going to affect Infiltrator, but Son of Car takes care of the ducklings behind the duelist. And there's really no way of getting through this. Son of Car, though, is causing a hemorrhage in the Core camp, as they are just going to still trickle in and feel like they have no other choice and not much time to do anything else. They are just dumping everybody they can at the duelists, and it's a flawless for NBG off the op.
They can't avoid him. It feels like everywhere they go, Son of Car is just such a problem. He's 12-5 now. The shish kebab again in this round with the operator. I mean, it's looking good for Son of Car. He's really heating up now, and it's insane. Like, this is not the player you want to be activated this early on in this series. I think we've seen so many takeover matches from Son of Car before. He's been the standout player for this roster, and he's been one of the hardest hitting players in the league, not just in this lobby. And right now we're seeing that come to life. We're seeing him fully activated. And I think it's also fair to say that he has been mostly a system duelist, right? Like he performs really well within dynamics that allow him to be structured. And then you also have Stellar, who's kind of in that same mindset where he prefers to be a structured caller, where everyone's on the same page. So I feel like in this environment, in this lobby where, you know, Core wants to be structured and also NBG wants to be structured, this is where players like Son of Car really shine. But Core looking for that explode now on this B site. Again, it's a thrifty round, looking to steal another one away from NBG.
All right, Infiltrator had to make the magic happen. He does get that kill and decides to keep committing. He's just wiping the floor with NBG, and there was only one rifle from Core into this round. Now they've upgraded to 2. They're going to hold it down, set up camp. As NBG, got to worry about this op, but Core have done a good job of forcing him to have to swap off that weapon. They're not going to give him a line of sight, and they're not going to let him have an in.
Joke's over.
That flash probably wasn't intended, but now you got to run it back. You see that Kumi wants to get proactive, get some vision, get some info, and off the flash, he finishes off Son of Car, denies the op for a moment,
Yeah, that's
and
the nail.
dwindles NBG down.
Yeah, they have to save. I mean, you want their operator. The money's starting to get chokeholded. It's not that important in this round, but if they lose this one and the next one, I mean, they're going to lose this one, of course, but the next one, that's really when it becomes a problem. So they need these guns, Jen. That's what I'm trying to say. That's the TLDR here. Yeah, and the Phoenix ult is almost coming online for Stunna, who's honestly been a little bit quiet on this roster, but I feel like we've seen a lot of moments of brilliance from him as well. So it's really just a matter of time before he gets activated. For now, though, QOR is sticking true to their style, Jen. They're slow defaulting. They're trying to push back domains. They're trying to deny information to NBG, and they're just grouping up and hitting sites.
And I like that you brought up Son of Car earlier, and we can still hype him up because his story is so incredible, how he's come up. He's one of the, I think, the only now remaining original NBG member who came up through Premier, and look how much growth he's had. I mean, he's opping, getting collats, and it's been incredible to watch him as a duelist for this squad, and now paired with Stunna, we've got a lot of experience on this team, and it's just turned into, I think, a playoff contending team if they can get there.
Oh, absolutely. This is one of the dark horses for sure. It's them and SAD Esports in my eyes. And I think also the thing that goes under the radar for the NBG roster is the vocality on this roster. I feel like we've seen a lot of players talk about, Zeke's, communication and his team play and like his overall intelligence, which probably flies under the radar. And Tuzi is, I mean, okay, he's, he is 1-6 right now, but he's so good mechanically, and the desk highlighted him as well. Yeah, he might not be the guy that's, looking to make hero plays left and right, but it's so obvious to see his skill when you see his clips, when you see his kills, and he's generally just the rock for this roster. And I feel like the system and then the players that NBG's collected is so on point. But to kind of flip the page onto the other side, same things for QOR, right? Like they needed a player like Infiltrator. They have him now, and it's really just a matter of time before everybody's on that same page, before everyone's feeling ultra confident. And once they do, I think QOR is going to be an absolutely dangerous team. But here we go, a fast play coming out here from QOR immediately off the tack timeout.
Oh yeah, just the early dashes. The smoke does not slow down QOR, especially Infiltrator. He's not immediately refracting anymore. Just the last 2 rounds now, he dashes and gets a double kill, and he's just stands on business. And that's what you love. And I think he brings so much structure to this team with his collegiate experience. NBG will be stuck on the other side of a metaphorical and also physical wall, and this flank will catch Stellar by surprise. And for Moose to even find that moment speaks to how much he's starting to read NBG's moves, but they're making moves of their own. 2 versus 2, very deja vu. Same crossfire post plant for QOR. Here's the drop from Zeke, already shaking things up. Both players from NBG try to take their ones, and Zeke is left on an island, just hoping to isolate the one, and QOR just not gonna give it to him. We're tied 5-5.
Oh my god, that's so good. Double entries 2 rounds in a row, Jen, for Infiltrator. That is it. I mean, what more do you want from your duelist at that point? Bro is dashing in, bro is getting double entries back to back, also winning you thrifty rounds on the entry as well, which honestly, Waylay is pretty tricky, dude. It's really not that easy to find opening kills because you need to be so precise with the util. There's no paranoia to set up. It's really just you go in off the dart, maybe a Phoenix flash, and that's all you have to work with. You have no turtle smoke like Jet does. It's really precise. It's really mechanically demanding, and the fact that he's doing it with such ease is so impressive. And now the ultimates are online here for QOR. Double linear ult, the Harbor ult, the Waylay ult as well, and it's looking like an immediate beast play. A lot of positional pressure here coming out from QOR.
QOR have been able to plant quite often. They are able to save these ultimates for post-plane afterwards, but now the Hunter's Fury from the defense sets QOR really far back, and now just one opening. You dealt with the final boss of Son of Car, but there's 4 other members that will cause trouble. This NBG, that was a brick wall of a defense.
Have 4 alive with 2 ults invested for QOR? Like, what? It's so insane. And you're anchoring on site with an op when people are flying at you and still coming out with multiple kills. I mean, that's crazy. I can't lie. That is insane. 6-5 though. Lead, slowly extending here in NBG's favor. A 7-5 finish, honestly, is still overall good. I think both teams will be happy with that. Especially considering the pistol went in QOR's direction. I think NBG would be really happy with a 7-5 finish. But overall, the economy here is fully invested for both teams. No real ultimates in play. Maybe the Soul Vault might come online towards the very end, but overall, it's a nice tame round of Valorant.
Ooh,
Oh.
that's an important pick because that could have given a neural theft opportunity to Stellar, who is playing more towards the site and off the camera. So Hail Mary play from Son of Car, punished by Moose, and Core for feels like the first time in a while get that big opener. Usually it's Infiltrator that can deliver that, and now they're creeping up towards A, and NBG still have no information on mid.
Yeah, no, that kill from Moose completely disrupted NBG. They don't know how to allocate their numbers anymore. They're split in this 2-2 fashion. Typically, this 2-2 split is really unsuccessful for the defenders, right? You want to leverage the fact that not only are you a player down, but the fact that you have no map control to work with. They're trying to go for some cat play, and in that meantime, Core is taking over the site, 5v4, looking for that spray kills, looking for that equalizer for NBG, but it's not coming just yet. Spike going down now, 5v4.
The spam was kind of crazy. I'm surprised Infiltrator's still alive. He shouldn't be welcoming those bullets, but welcomes the final one from Zeke, who always has been a reliable anchor for NBG, being always alive at the end of these rounds, but still needing to get a successful retake. Core holding on just barely. Injuries on their side. Still have a neural theft available and still needing the bodies to use it. But Moose, hide and seek is done. Defuse about to go through, and Moose is just too late to the party to deny it. And it is a 7-5 half.
Every time NBG's in these, what seemingly looks like an unfavorable post plant, their retake is just immaculate. The timing on the door swings, the timing on all the peaks, the crunches on site is so on point for NBG. And that's kind of what we've been talking about, right? Is that structure, the everyone kind of being on the same page. That's where these players shine, and it seems like it's working so well for them. And despite the pistol round win for Core, they still managed the 7-5 finish right here. Again, I think both teams are happy with that. Maybe Core would have liked a couple more rounds here. There was definitely some winnable scenarios for them, but 7-5, a tame finish here, Jen, in this first half.
It's a lot of clutch power from the NBG side. Like, they pull off a thrifty, multiple flawlesses. So NBG, you know, they can really gather momentum, but Core made them cost a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. So NBG on the offense this time with how good Son of Car has looked. Now he has to be the one that makes the space, not just deny Core theirs.
Look at this aggression,
and it's
4 people.
presence. Yeah. Oh, goodbye, Stellar. He's been robbed, and this gives the go sign for NBG to find their way around, and if not B, somewhere else.
Oh, look at this reaction. It's a completely isolated Moose on site. He's surrounded. He has no support at all, and immediately checked by Son of Car. A huge opening frag. Son of Car maybe looking to overheat here, maybe looking to equalize. Nah, he hears the stampede. He's going to fall back. It's a 3v4 now.
Trying to get a cutoff, see if he can have a better angle to isolate the 1v1, just deciding to now play off of his Omen, now that Tuesday slows the paranoia, but a lot of low HP people. Core took the first pistol. Can they do it again? Infiltrator can't make a lot of space. What a paranoia, what a blind, and Core, they react appropriately. The Son of Car has 2 targets. Nice to work. Ellie pops out of the smoke, trades out. That's all Core need to do. Just work together. And they pull off the pistol.
Everyone is getting so good at these A retakes, huh? Like, the timing through the door is so on point. The patience, waiting for the players to show themselves. Like, you know that NBG is feeling that pressure on site. They have to look heaven. They have to look switch. They have to look in so many different directions. And your low HP and the discipline and the composure in that moment from Core, insane. But yeah, I mean, I think we're already kind of seeing the picture as well for the style that Core wants to go through, right? The harbor walls of mid to make the mid control awkward. The cipher on the opposing end of the aggression, trying to force people into the reaction into Moose's hands, at least from the first round. Let's see if that trend continues, but so far it's kind of looking like it. Moose solo A site. Heavy plays towards mid and towards the B side of the map. And Core, nice and comfortable right here in this anti-eco.
Good calling from NBG to just adapt and react so fast as they have. Core have 2 pistols under the belt. See how the anti-eco goes. It was the first rifle round for NBG to start swinging the lead back in their favor when this map started. There's been a whole lot of barking on the other side of the smoke and not too much damage, only stunner.
Yep. I mean, they're happy with that. They just want the Phoenix ult, honestly. 6 points still, by the way. OP. But yeah, I think another thing that maybe flies under the radar that's worth mentioning in this matchup, Jen, is the fact that I think this is a very safe take, I think. But Fly and Stellar are the most experienced IGLs in this league. Like the mind games, the adaptations between these 2 players is only going to get more severe throughout this first map, throughout this entire series. So far, we're already seeing those reactions. We're already seeing really good macro coming out from both teams. Oh, missed opportunity for Infiltrator. Not a big deal, but the movement around the map is starting to look a little obvious. And there it is. That's the first. Oh, okay.
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 Well, he doesn't miss those. Apparently, he won't miss again at least. And just that Marshall buy is so great for Core to have that extra leverage in mid. You know NBG's going to work the map. You get a ping through the smoke. Moose gets a heads up, and now he can anchor safely until his Harbor rotates in. And just denying so much space, NBG are just crawling through the smoke, and they crawl to their graves, all thanks to Infiltrator.
Yeah, he's really heating up now. And you see that hyper wall as well on the A side. I feel like that's going to be relevant in throughout this half. It's going to make it so awkward for them to scale sight. It's like it's really like an evolved Omen smoke, turtle sight smoke, except it covers the entire site and slows you. So I think that's going to be a massive factor and probably a huge piece of the defensive layers for Core, which I think will play. Of course, this was the equal round, so nothing to rave about, but I think worth mentioning for the future rounds. Now, 7-7, things tied up. Bonus round here for Core, looking to leverage the fact that they have worse guns for the immediate aggression coming out from Infiltrator, looking for headshots with the Marshall.
You love that the confidence is blooming in Infiltrator after that 4K.
Yeah,
He
right? You
wants
can see
another
it.
no-scope, okay. But hey, just knowing keeping NBG in their place has some value.
I think it's also worth... Oh, okay. Good night. I was about to say, I think it's worth continuing this pressure from Core, right? Like, you want NBG to feel kind of on edge, you know, feel a little antsy, feel a little shifty, try to run into Moose's setups. Kumi looking for a little bit of stall, but a lot of players on the other side of that wall.
You're right, though. Core are not letting them rest at all. There's fights after fights after fights. NBG can't take mid safely.
Yeah, I think that's the only real way to deal with this comp, right? Like, you want them to dump flashes around every corner. You want them to dump their util around every whenever they want to take mains or A main or even cat. You want that util out before the site hit comes. Otherwise, you can easily get overrun. Right now, it's pretty much Mr. 3K solo. A little bit of support coming out from Flya, but overall, it's going to be a straight 5-man here from NBG.
Flya's gonna try and carve out the site and relieve that and just spam through. NBG had no idea. Now they're scrambling. Do we fight this? How do we take this site? Stepping into the arena is Tuzi. Confirms it onto Flya, and the army marches forward, but the Spectre is beautiful at this close range. Mr. 3K is all he can give you, but the cherry on top is Moose always.
Man, these Harbor util is getting so awkward for them, and then the Spectre backside is so hard to clear if it's not completely proper. It was a little bit of poor spacing from NBG, punished immediately by Derek. I mean, the hide the desk highlighted him. Honestly, he's definitely had an ebb of flow in his career, but I feel like the form that he's in right now is top notch. I mean, maybe I'm crazy. It's possible I am. It always is, but I feel like he's just so locked in. He's feeling so much more confident than he looked in the beginning of the year, or beginning of his VCL venture. Now it looks like he's really leveled up. But yeah, it's becoming very clear, Jen, that the NBG is really going to start struggling against this Harbor util. They're not quite sure how to brute force it together, and it's causing them to look really uncomfortable. Whoa. Oh, nice little cheeky play.
Nice ping too from Derek. Oh, and the shot confirms it. Infiltrator, 2 bullets, 2 kills. The math is simple. And NBG, well, let's talk about the next round, because now that Core are convert their bonus, they do also really well on rounds where they have a lower buy or just lesser guns. Both teams really have. NBG have converted some thrifties, but Core getting that bonus changes things.
It changes so much. Yeah, not only in terms of like the economy, in terms of strategy, but just the confidence right now. And it's going to allow them to continue taking risks, right? And be like very... I mean, they're stonewalling every part of the map, Jen. They're not letting go of anything. Whether it's B main, there's traps. And at some point, NBG is going to start overthinking, right? They'll be like, oh, well, this could be a trap, so they have to slow play everything, and it's going to kill more and more time. But as soon as you slow down too much on this map, that's kind of when it gets easy for the defenders, right? You get a lot of value from the op. You get to punish so many of the positions. That's the Phoenix ult online for Kumi, a 2-piece and a flawless here for Core as they extend their lead to 9-7. Things are looking awkward, Jen, and so far I've not seen a good solution to the Harbor problem. And maybe, just maybe, Core is chefing it up with this Harbor pick.
And at what point do they figure it out to how to navigate around the Harbor wall? NBG still have 1 timeout left. They used it in round 10, so they were able to pick up some rounds to kind of close out the half. 7-5, but now this attack hasn't produced anything yet. We'll see now that they have some ultimates, they have a good buy, what they can create as QOR already throwing nades their way to make every step very difficult.
Yeah, you can see NBG's being very cautious right now. Well, okay, actually Infiltrator just showed himself, but there's a lot of silent pressure from the Waylay ult, right? They don't want to overstep into the lane. So easy to get overrun. And right now, NBG looking to potentially do a little silent split on this A site. Jet walking up. And it's looking, wait, they've overthought this. Oh, they're pressuring mid instead. Okay, I see what's happening here. Yeah, they've gave up the A main, but they're challenging towards the mids. And here it is, NBG now reacting into the spray of Flya.
And QOR just gave up this site on purpose, knowing that, well, you don't want to just get overwhelmed with ultimates. The run it back expires, it gets information, but now here's a run it back from the defense. QOR showing face, already sectioning the map, which NBG at least stay on one side of so they can play together. You're not going to have that hell post play from NBG. They're going to just lurk amongst the smoke and make QOR have to figure it out. Convergent pass will draw NBG, give the advantage to QOR, but it's 2Z with 2. The defuse is already going through, now denied by Stunna, and QOR, they just can't retake.
Wow, the only gap, Jen, literally the only gap that was available in that retake, 2Z gets a 3-piece from the artist position, right opposite of Switch. It's such a strong position, and it feels like they kind of overlooked it low-key. Like, they all had the perfect util. The flood was on point, but 2Z, I mean, this is the 2Z effect, okay? He's not the one hunting for kills, but when you need a mechanical player to resolve these situations, to hold their ground, it's 2Z you're looking at. He's so mechanically strong. It really cannot be understated. I also think his stats don't really do him justice in that regard, where like you look at his stats, they don't look that impressive, but then you see his clips and you're like, holy, this player is insane. And that's literally a prime example of that.
And the mind games continue with the fake TP, and yeah, there's so much talent in this lobby. It's insane. And NBG winning that round so important to deny QOR from getting into the double digits just based off of economy alone. And there's just not this overheat. NBG really are taking their time. They have a good buddy system right now. They prioritize mid, just pushing a back top mid too gives them a chance to cross safely if needed. QOR bought another op into this round. This has been an important tool for Infiltrator. He does not see anything mid. Now NBG start to overwhelm. They want to take care of this harbor, so they do. The caller is down, and Kumi now has to answer. And he's already on watch, and NBG are leaving.
Yeah, they're going right into the hands of Infiltrator. This could actually be a huge problem. They're overthinking it now. That's what happens when you have a lot of moving pieces. Infiltrator to punish, looking to slow things down severely. The Omen ult's now causing chaos. Derek getting activated, and it's an absolute brawl here in mid.
30 seconds left.
Really great support from Derek, and Save just getting behind that corner just in time. That's another problem on NBG's list. Hunter's Fury on top, so it just delays their approach. But removing Moose now gives a chance for NBG. 13 seconds, they'll be able to get a plant. Derek and Kumi on the approach, but now smoked off, and Derek already taking damage. So QOR, this is going to be a really difficult retake, especially with 2Z being the tip of the spear.
That kill from Zeke from Moose really settled this entire scenario. He made it look so easy. Moose trying to find timing with the footsteps, trying to find timing with the noise and the Hunter's Fury, and immediately put down by Zeke and 2Z in the 2K to close out the round. I mean, there were moments, right? The pivot back into Infiltrator's hands were very possible. The crossfire peek in towards mid, it looked good for QOR, but they immediately shut down in that pulse plant. Another potentially winnable scenario for QOR, stolen away from NBG's pulse plants in late rounding. Incredible work coming out of them.
Familiar situation for QOR, where they give the hero rifle to Infiltrator, and what does he do? He'll dash in, he'll make the space, he'll get a double kill. But this is now on a defensive front, where you're most likely dashing into some kind of stack of the attacking side, but we'll see how lucky or just how measured Infiltrator is going to be as he's smoked off, and that's a good adjustment for NBG.
Yeah, and so far he doesn't really have any macro triggers to go off of. They haven't really, NBG hasn't shown themselves heavily in any parts of the map. Peeks out mid, sees nothing, looking for that deep pick. Oh, this is... Oh, yeah, there's a lot of pressure now. He's got to cancel. There it is. They know where the hero rifle's at, though, and they kind of understand the spread. But NBG, are they going to act, or are they going to reset the map state? No, they just walk out.
Looking like they're going unhindered. Son of Car, he's ready to floor the competition. Already with 3, and he flicks out to the 3rd. That is insane. NBG, it's consistency that we love. And that what might get them to those double digits. Core only have sheriffs too, and those kills happen to market. They don't seem to want to go grab that Vandal. So tough situation for them to be in.
Oh my god, I can't get over that. That's so insane. This is, I think, a formality at this point. The crossfire is too strong, but Jen, he dashed out on the B site dry against a full-on anti-eco and absolutely destroyed Core 3-piece, having to flick over 90 degrees for every single kill. If you're Core, your mental is, yeah, okay, I'm not surprised to see the timeout. I'm not gonna lie. Jen, do you understand? This is insanity. There's so much mind games to it. The mental warfare is crazy. They know that's a bad play. They know that's not the high IQ, high intelligence play, but for him to make it and 3-piece them with ease, that's tough. That's tough mentally.
And Core have been doing the work even behind the scenes or outside of challengers to get the official match reps to be able to put on a performance like this. I mean, talk about how they just won a Fun Haver tournament, Nightblood over EG Academy, which is no slouch. And there's so many improvements that NBG have been making, and now it's crunch time. It's not an elimination match, it's not a qualification match, but it's just that much closer to playoffs. And yeah, exactly.
It's literally fuel for this, what is going to be a really long journey in playoffs, right? Because the top teams in the league are in such good shape, right? M80's in a really good shape. SAD Esports is also in good shape. NRG Academy's heating up. Like all these SRBs heating up. Like all these rosters are, it's just cutthroat. There's really not a lot of room for error. That you need to evolve, and you need to evolve now. And what we're seeing from NBG and also from Core looks so good. But for Core right now, this is pretty much their all in right here. They lose this round, NBG could find themselves at the first map point. 12 rounds on the board. So far, it's looking good. Ults in play here on both sides. The Phoenix ult, that's really what I'm eyeing out here, Jen.
And also this first pick from Infiltrator. Run it back. There is a disturbance. There's something in the air. And this is the Core map pick, so they need to win this. Stunna, though, is already running it through all the way to A and recalls out. Core are left to pick up the pieces and still have the camera up. They still have the trip, but not having Fly and not having that ult really hurts Core.
Yeah, I wonder what the comms were like, because, I mean, Moose was passive on the site. He was just anchoring it down. He had really not a ton of pressure. He had the camera up. The traps are still up. So I wonder what the comms were like to force Flya to make that play into the Phoenix ult. Feels like a free pick has been found here by NBG. And now they're immediately pivoting, slow walking around the map, looking to probably regain a little bit of that B space, you know, reset the map state and force Core into that 2-2 that we talked about. That is generally kind of weak for the defenders in these kind of scenarios. You want some leverage here. You don't want to get stuck on sites. And Infiltrator, you can tell he's kind of hunting for it. But overall, NBG's in a really good spot to close up this round and put themselves in a really good spot for a finish.
Would have liked if that op stayed mid though, but they seem to feel like with time running out, they've last spotted NBG at A.
What's going on
so
here?
They feel like they have to stack towards A. The Core gotta work with the information they do have, but it's all a ruse. The spike is heading to the other side of the map, but it's completely open at B for them.
It's a goose chase. They're so far removed from this scenario. The spike's going to be going down here shortly. Time is not too pressured. 4v3 though. Son of Car does have the operator. Does have the market space, and there's just so much space to work with. There's rats in literally every corner right here that Core has to pluck out. And that's the first.
That's a good start. And BG are going to be waiting on the front lines, though, this time, as Infiltrator dashes in to make the space. Many eyes on him. Zeke with 3! Just annihilates that entire lane by himself.
And look at the economy difference now, Jen. There's so much pressure coming out from NBG. Not only do they have a comfortable 2-round lead, and also the economy here for Core is it's all in. Yeah, this is literally all in. This is the deciding round right here. And for NBG, there's not a ton of economic pressure. Even if they lose this, they're still going to have buys back to back to back. So Core, if they want a chance to close off this map, it needs to start right here. It needs to be this round right now, Jen. And they only have the Harbor all to work with, and it's looking like a mid play coming out here from Core, looking to bring things back into their hands.
You're testing the patience out of Core. Core post timeout haven't converted that round that they've talked about. Maybe this has got to be the one. Already a different trip set up from Moose. He's going to just solo hold it. A lot of mid presence from Core to just help support Infiltrator even more. As Derek is going to get eyes on the whole stack here of NBG. Now Infiltrator is already making moves in mid. NBG are going to have their hand forced. Dashing in, of course, is Son of Car with the Outlaw. It's not the best. Tuzi also just teleports Esports into a mess. Stunna bails him out, and NBG, they fight tooth and nail. It's up to Derek to stop the flood, and he does so. He's doing his best to do so with Infiltrators coming down to a 1v2, and now nothing left as Core stay in the shadow.
Absolute chaos. It felt like there's 8 players in that scenario, but everyone was in like their weird 1v1 because there's so much util isolating both teams. Son of Car really trying to find the player on site. They're just jumping around. The Harbor ult made things so awkward for everyone, and an important round has been secured from Core. An absolute, disaster averted. That's really all the only way to put it. An Infiltrator with another 3K. I mean, he started slow in this map, Jen. Now he's 22 and 15. I mean, I think heating up is maybe not even adequate enough to explain what's happening here. He's really turning up for his team and saving them from complete disaster. Now it looks like things are evened up. Still, though, a lot of pressure on this round, Jen. They didn't have a lot of players alive, and the economy for NBG still is really good.
I think it's key that Infiltrators deep into these rounds. It feels like a lot of these Core wins have come off of 3 or 4Ks. Huge heroics from Core, and if it's not him, it's Derek. They never give up. They never surrender. They keep themselves within 1. Son of Car, what a swing. As accurate, as deadly as ever. And NBG now have Zeke stepping up a lot, too, in these last couple rounds.
Yep, it's got to be Moose here.
This is a really well-rounded NBG squad, and Moose has to be in the spotlight this time. Here's the cross, and only had a small window to punish Son of Car. And what a turn and what a burn on Core. They may just fizzle out if NBG get to match point.
Yeah, and the awkward thing here for Core, and that's honestly a huge red flag, is the fact that the ult are online for NBG. They have all of these. They have the Phoenix ult as well. It is just so much to work with. The Spike guaranteed the Phoenix ult, and now they have all of that to work with on top of the fact that the economy is fully invested here for Core. It's really just going to be a hero rifle, maybe a second rifle for Moose. Maybe Derek could drop a rifle. They could scavenge 3 rifles in the next round. That could be the key, but they only have the Phoenix ult to work with, though, to kind of answer back. And so far, it feels like NBG, a team that was struggling to find answers to the Harbor util, seems like they're really locked in now. They kind of understand the formula.
Core invested so much, if they even get this rifle, actually. So this is the focus right now, as Derek wants to do as much damage, but won't bring that gun in. That's going to be a huge hurdle. But yeah, Core also invested a lot into this op that has shifted positions, not able to hold down mid as long as, at least in the moments where NBG are actually crossing through. And this is also an NBG that picked themselves up. They lost to the bonus. They lost the first 4 rounds of this half, and look where they are now.
And I mean, they've lost both pistols too.
True.
So this is 2 pistols and a bonus loss, and I mean, this is what, 80% gun round success more?
Yes, this should do.
Insane. That's so good from MBG. And we've seen this before from Stellar too, where like sometimes it feels like he's a couple rounds slow to find the adaptations, but once he does, like it's lights out. He really has a grip on the macro once that happens. And then we're seeing it here again. Took a few rounds to kind of get into the swing of things, to see what the gimmicks were like with the Harbor, and it feels like he knows what all the tricks are. But a slow round here coming out from MBG. This is just pressure. Still players and the Spike towards the A side of the map, so I don't think any commitments will be happening right here. Looking just to flush out the Core players, looking for information so they can make a finalized decision.
This could be the finalized round. Stunna, run it back, resets Kumi, and he's not even done yet. Now both run it backs out of the picture. Hunter's Fury, NBG have so much in their arsenal.
Look at the A side too.
Stay out of the way though. Does just kind of reset the picture. 3 versus 3. It's a very different picture despite the numbers. You still have a stinger, but now you have Zeke on top. This opens up B, but if anything, it's just a fake, and this may allow this Spike to creep up into A solo. All depends if Flya, no, can't stop Son of Car. I don't think anyone can at this point. And it's up to Kumi to save the day, 1v3.
The style that NBG is playing right now is so hard for Core to deal with. They're getting players everywhere, Jen. And there it is. Now it's the information as well. The Cypher hat's out, and now they know exactly where he is. It's going to be so much harder here for Kumi. A lot of ground to retake 1v3.
A lot of pressure on him, and the moment to strike. Son of Car ending probably, what, close to 30 kills in the very first map on Core's map pick of all things. I mean, you chose to go to the Nightblood Gaming playground, and, well, there's blood on the floor after.
This is where things get really interesting, though, right? Because this is the map steal, and also we're going into a map that I mean, Nightblood, frankly speaking, Nightblood Gaming is really good on, and they have a lot of reps on, and their stats look phenomenal on that map. So dangerous territory for sure for Core. A really good showing for NBG, despite losing bolt pistols and a bonus in the second half, coming out with a huge gun round win and playing a style that was very hard for Core to deal with. So impressive showing, great calling from Stellar, and of course the pop-offs from the duelist players for Core, or for NBG, excuse me.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is also consistency out of that Jet. I mean, he dropped 50 kills in the last series that he had. And, you know, you could tell how badly they want to go to playoffs, and they would be one step closer. Our next map is going to be Lotus, which is that Nightblood Gaming pick. We'll see if they can close it out in 2 after this.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds, and now Foray taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Welcome Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Ash and Emily on the desk. If you're just joining us, we have a stolen map pick, my favorite kind of map pick. I love a stolen map pick. NBG take QOR's pick of Ascent brilliantly as well, Ash. I feel like, you know, it's like they, you know, crossed their T's, dotted their I's, like they're having a NATO alphabet, like Alpha, Bravo, Charlie kind of level calling with what they were doing there, especially on the side of Stellar, but brilliant from NBG.
Yeah, it really was. It's such a close game here between NBG and QOR, and I think that starting things off on the defense there for NBG, they looked really solid. I feel like there were like good reactions from QOR as well. It ends up being a pretty close first half. Overall, it felt like with QOR, there was a lot of different looks I feel like we could see from how they were trying to play this harbor composition, right? You had some of those more bursty executions where they're just going straight into these side execs, using that high tide to take that space. When they were exploring over towards mid, you'd have to see QOR slow things down a lot. And I feel like NBG were so good at just maneuvering around the map and like forcing QOR's hands in those moments, even though it was a closer first half. I think Roy was the one who was calling it on the cast. It felt like the macro control of this map overall, though, was very comfortable for NBG, even when QOR were trying to starve them of information and go for some of those more defaulty routes.
Yeah, and I mean, they were super proactive, so it always worked out for them. Anytime there was pressure on one side of the map, you know, you see NBG taking space or control of one of the mains so that they can rotate over or even flank. And, you know, I gotta say, I did see the vision with the harbor wall. I know you were talking about the utility there a bit. Like, I didn't mind the pick. And in that first half, you saw them struggle a little bit, but I don't think it was necessarily due to the harbor. And then we swapped to the next half when they're on that defense side. You see them using that orb towards that main to kind of keep a similar control that you would have with that Omen. And because the orb lasts about 20 seconds if you don't pop the shield, and it takes a 30 or 40-second recharge, you'll have it there for a retake, or oftentimes they use it to help anchor towards that B site. So really, it didn't feel bad, but I just felt like on both sides, you and Roy were right, Ash. They were great at controlling the map. You know, on attack, or when they were attacking, you saw them not just like straight up running it down, even with the comp and firepower that they had. You saw them kind of working the map, taking space, making QOR kind of sweat a little bit and not really know where they're wanting to end, and it worked out in their favor.
You look at that line, timeline, excuse me, and you see just how close that was, right? It was back and forth, obviously, with moving NBG toward moving the needle at the end. And we would even say if half those first kills you're about to see, or you would see, is Carson. He had 7 first kills, son of Car. And I mean, Roy just said it in our production chat, QOR won 2 pistols, 1 bonus, 2 threes, and they still were unable to win their map pick of Ascent. I think when you talk about, when we pull up the KDs moving forward, I mean, we have to give props to everyone, but especially son of Car, who will be showing highlights later. But it's, I think, Ash, we talked about this yesterday a little bit about kind of about the mental of teams, but this seems like a bit of a tougher one to come back from with just how much QOR did, but still lost the map.
You say that, but I
do
feel
say
like every single time we say something like that, we talk to the players after and they're like, yeah, it is what it is. Like,
yeah,
it's actually like a lot more like chill, and they're a lot more nonchalant than you necessarily expect. And I feel like a team like QOR, from what we've heard from them, this is a squad that should be able to kind of brush that off. Derek had talked about how kind of relaxed this team is as a whole in general, how it's a little bit of a different vibe from what he is used to. And I think that the mental honestly really shouldn't be a problem for this squad heading into map 2.
Yeah, I feel like they were able to recognize almost every single round during that match where they made their minor mistakes. I felt like it kind of clicked instantly for them that hopefully those small mistakes won't be carried onto that second map. But I do think a big part of that, what Roy was kind of saying during the cast, is how they got away with taking this map, winning or losing both of those pistols and securing that many gun rounds. And I think it just goes to show what we talked about a little bit in the pre-show, how individually talented everyone on NBG is when they have a gun in hand. Like Carson was popping off on defense, on attack, everything. But I think every single player had their moments. Like even Stellar, he's 4-13, but I swear he had some sick lurk on that attacking half that, you know, I just, you can't count any of these players out at any moment, especially when they have a full buy coming in.
we're talking about Carson. Let's send it, because we talked about him earlier in the pre-show in our Phillips Norelco head-to-head, and Lordy Ash, this I laugh because like he did Son of Car things, but also they're so not surprising. It's literally just another day in the office for this player.
I know, it's just one of those days where if Carson's starting off hot, it is so hard to shut him down in those moments. And he was doing it on the rifle, he was doing it on the op. It was honestly just like generally insane. Like he goes 30 and 17 while also going 7 and 6 when it comes down to those first engagements or the first kills, first deaths ratio. And it's crazy how good he was when it came down to these openers. I think the reason why we opted for the off package in particular was something that Emily had been shouting at when we were watching in the green room. Just his micro decision making in those moments, Emily, is so pristine.
Yeah, it felt like Core didn't have an answer to it. You see that wall going up, but you see him taking such perfect time. He's getting past that wall, getting past any molly or waylay stun that was coming his way, and he still found an op shot or a collat or anything. And I want to note real quick that any round that Core won on that attacking half, past like the pistol and the anti-eco, was when they did not go to Carson's site, when he was kind of forced into a retake, or when they got a full site just completely to themselves. Anytime you saw them go into Carson would peek through, get an op kill, go again, get another op kill, and then the site anchors would just kind of clean up the rest, and the rest of the team flooding in. Like, it was unreal.
Back in my day, we called that the CNET strat that 100 Thieves used.
Yeah, the avoid CNET strat.
Yeah, back in my day, those were the days. But friends, we are moving on from Ascent, stealing the map pick. NBG are going to their map pick of Lotus. Emily, Roy said this on the cast after the game. This is a map they're very good at. So I know technically, Ash is right. We do talk to the players, and the mental is usually like, oh, like we don't care, ha ha ha, whatever it may be. I personally, if I'm like core Liz, I would be a little nervous right now.
Yeah, I mean, you really do got to just try and brush it off and focus on what's ahead, and that is Lotus. But I mean, even for Core, we saw them play it, I think, in round 1 or 2 of this stage, and they lost to NRG Academy, and they lost pretty hard. Lotus is favored towards the attacking half, and they were only able to secure 2 rounds there. So that, going into Ascent, they did make a little bit of a comp switch. So I'm wondering if that's what they're going to do again. They're going to try and offer something that fits their play style a little bit more, that isn't the norm, and something that they can kind of use to gain up a little bit of leverage going against NBG here and kind of catch them off guard like they tried to do on Ascent with the Harbor.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the mentality that you've got to follow for when you're thinking about the fact that Core lets Lotus through the map pick veto. It's the expectation of them having either something different prepared or feeling a lot more confident, even with the composition they were running previously. Maybe it's a little bit like uncomfortable for them. And I think that, you know what, losing 2-10 on the attacking side, for a team like Core, you know that they're going to go back. They're going to be able to learn from those mistakes and be able to fix them. So I don't think anything is lost here, and I'm expecting that bounce back here from Core. We are going to see, as we head into Agent Select, it won't be the mirror matchup that people would have necessarily been expecting. It will be the double controller on the side of Core Gaming. They've got Flya back onto this Harbor as well. This is going to be really annoying, I think, for Nightblood Gaming to try and fight through.
Bro, I was literally talking about this in the green room with you guys and Roy. I almost called you Troy. I wanted them to bring out a Harbor on this map, something similar to what we've seen when YFT played Lotus against D1, because it is so annoying to play against. Having that Harbor wall floating and being able to cut off and split sites completely, it just adds a whole new level to the map, especially since NBG are starting on that attacking half.
You know what? Flya on the harbor, as they would say in Boston. I'm for it. Can Core force a map 3 or Nebula Gaming get their 3rd Swiss stage win? I'm sending over to your casters, Lemon Kiwi and Troy.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm here with Troy, and we're here for absolute cinema. Because, man, so many of these rounds were so close. We had a handful of thrifties. We had Son of Car drop 30. I'm just here for it.
Yeah, I think we've been a little harsh towards Core Gaming, right? Yes, they won both pistols. Yes, they won the bonus and several thrifties. But thinking back on that first map, there were so many like 50-50 scenarios that just didn't go Core's way, right? Like that. And in any other world, that map's even more competitive. We probably go OT. There's only so many 50-50s you can lose in a series. So if the first map, the second map is as close as the first one, And I'm expecting an absolute battle right here, despite this on paper not being the most played and most experienced map for Core. I'm happy to see them have a vision and kind of come in with a new game plan to kind of throw off Nightblood Gaming. So curious to see what the Harbor is up to and what we're cooking with the Harbor play and the Viper as well. Lots of util, lots of sectionality, to say the least. And yep, NBG on the attack side after coming off a first map win.
And it was a slow start for NBG's attack when they did swap over there because they lost that bonus, like we pointed out. But NBG, it's not always how you start, it's how you finish. And they ended out on top. Kumi, though, is going to have to get around this corner and does manage to tap Stunna, get him down to 18, flash re-hit, and Core were able to shake things up just a little bit. NBG, though, trying to get ahead of the game, proactive as ever, is Son of Car now on the raise. And next taking the mantle is Stunna, but he was already injured, so Derek takes care of both. And then the Core retake already begins, but the spike never got planted.
Yeah, I mean, they just literally got bullied by Derek off the site. Look at that. The train has not stopped. The full-on press here from Core on the retake. A fast flood. Now, the positioning here for Stellar is still unknown, I think. That's why there's still a Moose holding spawn. But they do have Spike within control, and the switch unfortunately makes noise when you open it, so that only really leaves either the flank or the forward presence to come in. But either way, seems like Stellar is contained, and the only way out of this one, Jen, is just a good old nice clean taps.
Perfect.
Well, that's one. More around the corner. And Infiltrator will just make him really work for it. So Infiltrator gets ready to swing. Stellar is going to find an alternate angle, but now that he's getting crunched, this is a little bit awkward. But nonetheless, 10 seconds left. NBG, they're going to... Stellar's just going to have to kill out here if he wants to win. And Infiltrator's playing with his food. Come on, man.
Oh my god, they're really stressing him out. I love that. I mean, yeah, Core still good on the pistols, that's for sure. Looking good, nice and confident as well. I was starting to think, like, okay, NBG's coming off a pretty decisive map win. You know, it's 13-10, yes, but I would consider that decisive considering the context. I was thinking they're already starting to get really aggressive. Like, they're making plays through smokes in heaven. They're getting it in Core's faces. And then immediately by Mr. Valorant, we just get... my thoughts get shut up immediately. He just runs it down on site, gets a two-piece, forces them off the site. So, nice clean start here for Core. And we want to see a nice clean second round here as well. Keep the start to get the economy rolling on what is still considered a difficult half, and all things considered in the Valorant map pool.
And Core have a really safe style of anchoring. It's mainly Infiltrator that kind of likes to go for these plays, but still knows when to fall back. But now he knows Son of Kara at least needs to make that space around the corner, though. Moose is already putting up a wall, and now NBG are just... It doesn't get easier getting through this orb, but now the spike's down at the worst spot, so looking like a flawless anti-eco potentially for Core, and it's certainly going that way.
And right now in this round, I feel like that defense is impenetrable. You have the Vice and the Viper there. Like, dude, how do you even get past all that util? There's so much to work with. I feel like it's going to be really hard on the C side of the map, which is kind of curious, right? Because now you're going to start wondering, okay, well, if the win con is not towards the C side of the map, how does NBG get into this, right? Are they going to be going a lot of, you know, A control? Are they going to be pushing and pulling towards A, towards C mount, trying to like flush out the players, try to catch picks? I do wonder if at some point we'll see the attack op, because it will be actually a good answer to that. But there is a bit of a con to the style that Core is going for, Jen. It's the lack of proactivity that's available. A forced play here by Infiltrator going up solo, gets shut down immediately, and NBG heavily towards this A side of the map.
And Derek maybe trying to support Infiltrator, and NBG were just quicker to the trigger. You have Derek on the other side who just has to make do, and hey, this is where NBG stepped up last time. It's that first rifle round that really gets the confidence going. They wait for this moment, although NBG could help all of our hearts by just winning a pistol and, you know, starting off the right way, but we're gonna go elsewhere.
Yeah, this is cooked. There's so much pressure on Moose to make a play, and it's only a Spectre, Jen. He has to push, or he has to try to find like a long-range fight, but he's an SMG. Oh, here he's going for it anyway, getting onto mound. That's the Prowler. That's a lot of pressure. Yeah, he's off. There's still a lot of time left on the clock, though. Not a ton of pressure here on for NBG. Looking to flush the map out, but, you know, they are running the clock down, actually. Kind of uncomfortably so. I think they're finally deciding on the B side of the map. Vipers towards C, they know that. And yes, it's a B walk-in site, completely open, a 5v3.
Derek is just confirming that the stack is all together, but he only has so many bullets in the chamber, so NBG's death ball continues. And there is some trade backs. I was hoping to get his one, but kind of distracted by the util there.
Yeah. Bro is going for the Hail Mary spray. I respect it. But yeah, 2-1 NBG. Now this is the same narrative, right? In the first map, like they were having a hard time figuring out Core's defenses, but they started going for the little slow play, work the map, go silent, make Core overthink, force him to have to be proactive on the map, force him to fight for forward control. And that's kind of when the comp starts to work against them, right? Because you have such good, valuable defensive util. You don't really want to get into these scenarios where you're getting pushed and pulled and feeling like you have to go forward on the map space, because that's exactly what NBG wants you to do. So curious to see how Core adjusts and if they're going to continue trying this ultra passive style, or if they're going to start getting active on the map. And right now, looking like activity is part of it.
Well, it's not just Infiltrator and Derek, it's the whole squad pretty much. 4-1, and NBG, just off that paranoia alone from Stunna, just pushed Core so far back, and if anything, that whole engagement favored NBG. So of course they're going to be confident to commit, if anything, maybe cross into B, because that's what's been cleared from Stellar. So they'll follow in those footsteps. Core around the corner. Derek and Kumi there just in time. Now they're ready to show face. Immediate double just lines up. Just the stars for Derek. Now it's a 1v1 show match to determine who takes this round. Kumi, Stunna, and Stunna at half health. Kumi got a heads up, and he's got the defuse.
2v4 is so beautiful. Derek follows up with the 2K immediately. Kumi trades out back to the 1v1. Low HP on Stunna. I mean, it's disaster averted. It's a huge round here for Core to pick up. The momentum is going to stay in their hands despite the failure on the A control. That late rounding from them is nice. Nice and ice cold here from Kumi as well. I love that. No, not a ton of pressure. There it is, Core. I mean, that's the power of Core, right? Is they have the individual... I mean, dude, they have the skill ceiling in every single player on that roster. Like, you can never discount. Honestly, I think it's safe to say that kind of applies to both teams, honestly, now that I think about it. Like, you can't discount anyone in any scenario in this entire 10 players that you see in front of you. So, Core, once again, going for the A main pressure. Not fully committed to it. NBG recognizing that there's not really a lot of proactivity happening on the C side of the map. They're comfortable behind the Viper util and the Vice util.
Core are comfortable behind this util. That's all they have to play behind, and they've already, pulled back Infiltrator's aggression, and at least are gonna give him more support when they want to go for early fights. But we'll see how Core's defense holds up here. I mean, NBG didn't even take a step into this site last time they tried. It was, and I don't think you will when there's a judge bodyguarding the front. So NBG will work every section of this map.
This is so slow from NBG, and it's making Core awkward. Look at their spacing. They have 2 players on B, 2 players on C. And this is kind of the power of the slow play, right? It gets really hard to allocate your numbers. And okay, a deep showstopper coming out right here, going immediately for the A play, looking to punish. If they can get this kill, Jen, that's an open sight. Does he see the gun? He sees it. Yep. There it is.
It's barely the splash. Derek really regretting opening that door yet again. NBG, though, got something off the ult. But still being ever so careful, especially with how much time it took them to get here. 20 seconds left, and the B suppression begins. NBG won't be able to cut through that. And the ult from Flya already makes things so perilous for NBG. It's just a brick wall. It doesn't get any easier. Just almost no time. That's what I'm wondering. Son of Car just started the plant now.
Oh, it's going to be real close. They got it.
0.2. Oh my God. 2Z just going to go out and bait with 11 HP, but still gets the hit out on Flya. 1v2. If there's anyone that can do it, it's Son of Car. Oh, the one tap. The 2 and the wave. Goodbye. That was nasty.
Ew. Oh my God. They had no chance, Jen. Just executed. Oh my God, they were checkmated, Jen. They had nowhere to go. They're getting corralled by the util on both ends, from the B side and on the baby door. I mean, this is just he's literally smurfing. You're not even lying. He's actually smurfing in VCL. I've never seen that before. That's crazy.
And double positive again, just like he started the previous map. And that even just the showstopper, like I don't even think he saw the barrel, or at least He's got crazy eyes if he does.
I have to do my research. Is he the #1 statted player in the league or not? I need to see this with my own eyes right now immediately.
Well, you crunch the math. Tuzi's got to crunch this 3-man push coming his way and just had so much to look at. So Core get a nice upgrade. Flya's going to pick up the Vandal. NBG trying to make quick work before the flank does activate. Son of Car, he's activating as well off the C's, and the Steel Garden from Kumi to try to deny these rifles, but it was too little too late. NBG already set up.
I would have liked to see that maybe 5 seconds sooner, to be honest. Now the pressure's coming out from Core. It is a 3v3. They are corralled, and I mean, it's forcing a lot of ultimates to come out here from NBG, but they're all stuck here. The spike is down. It's planted. They have a clear line of spray on it, but the Harbor is making it so awkward for them, Jen.
Oh, Nightfall just got Core so low, and NBG were relying on the spam. Core adjusted well, and the defuse does not go through. NBG, I mean, how do you fight what you can't see? Core just keep trying to pick up the spike, and NBG are just on the other side spamming it. Surely someone has to approach and make it a 4K for Son of Car.
And to follow up right here on my research quest, yeah, he's pretty much in a tie, honestly, a little bit below Vita and Bonnie. So it's Vita, Bonnie, and Son of Car in the top 3 duelists of the league. They're far ahead of anyone else, to be honest. Derek's actually super close to that as well. So yeah, I think that pretty much hammers the point that the talent in the server, it cannot be overstated enough. It's so much talent. The aura is oozing out of the skins of every player in here. But a close round here, what was ultimately a thrifty round for Core. What came down to the wire, but NBG coming back on top. And the Son of Car, the car itself continues, Jen. He's 10-3 now. He's feeling more and more confident with every round, and a lot of ults available here for NBG to make something happen.
One ping off that info too from Derek. And they're just ever so careful, speaking of Core, of how they open this door. Because, I mean, it was a showstopper where the sun don't shine as soon as they did last time. Speaking of that, Son of Car is 1 away already. Again? Getting his second one. Yeah, that's crazy. Insane.
This is, yeah, I mean, Core is doing a really good job at keeping NBG in a measured pace, but the walk-ups are still so dangerous. Nice timing from that. An immediate push and an absolute brawl in tree coming out. 3v3 still. Ethan Stevens and Moose forced back by the Vice ult. The Steel Garden, and now NBG, it's in their hands whether they want to commit here or not.
I like that Steel Garden just for the stalemate, just in case there was just more going to be thrown at NBG. They were already caught so off guard by the Harbor. They needed a moment to breathe. But now, will this be enough security to try and plant? Looking to fall back behind tree as the showstopper does not land where Infiltrator would have wanted. And that means NBG trade out. More ults coming out. The post-plant Viper's Pit while Tuzi's 5 HP. A bad breeze will end it. Stellar falls. Tuzi against the world, and now nothing left.
And you do not want Kumi to heat up. You do not want Kumi to heat up right now. That's not the win con you're looking for if you're NBG. He's been a little bit quiet in the first map, but we've seen it time and time again. Once he gets going, it's an unstoppable force. But yeah, that was crazy. I am also thinking if Tuzi had a little bit more HP, he would have been able to play that scenario very differently. But the cookie crumbled in that way, unfortunately, and Core extending their lead on what is still a very uncomfortable half overall, Jen. This is, so far, if you're Core, you're happy with this. If you win this round as well, you're going to be able to rack up even more rounds. You're going to stabilize your economy. So a lot on the table right here for this round specifically. And NBG, they're starting to pick up that Core is not really challenging. A lot of their pressure is kind of fake. And it seems like they're going again for that early A control to flush out the map.
And the defensive bought so early for Infiltrator where the economy is. Son of Car just throws a blind showstopper, and Core managed to evade it. Nair is securing this whole right side of the map. What I'm looking forward to seeing is if Stellar can open up B. That's kind of been the name of the game for NBG, to try and cross into there, and Core are picking up the strats.
There are opportunities for Core to find picks, that's for sure. And now I think seeing Viper there, they should have an idea of what the map state looks like. It's going to be Vice solo on the C side, and a lot of the players have taken the bait towards B and A. So it's really just in NBG's hands right here. It looks like they're eyeing out the C side, but again, there's still so much to get through here. The Viper util, the Vice util, it has been a problem for them. Let's see how they're able to get past it this time.
while Moose juggles over at B, we'll see how Kumi handles this upcoming push. He's got Thorns. He doesn't want to play off his flash, and the immediate Moose Viper's Pit coming in through B to kind of protect, but there is still some open space for this defense to try and retake through. They already start the spams. Now Son of Car goes hunting. Moose reacts so well, but the Viper's Pit, all the walls come crashing down around Core. As NBG, they have the numbers, they have the firepower, and Infiltrator is still trying to fight through with the knob. He'll switch that up. And this was an important investment, and it's not going to be useful for this time around. The Boombot may lead that charge, and this is the surprise. NBG are not able to stop this, and it all comes down to one player left.
Tuzi, the rock of this team, he's so dependable in these scenarios. It's so consistent as well. Again, he's not the type of player that's gonna, superstar open up the rounds, but when you need that clutcher, when you need someone to close up these rounds, when you need the anchor, that's really when Tuzi activates. Again, 8 and 6. He's having a phenomenal series so far. He's right up there with Son of Car. 4-4, and momentum slowed down for Core here for sure as their economies come to an absolute end. An eco round coming out right here. A gamble stack for Core on the A side of the map, and NBG once again in the potential driving seat, Jen. It's looking good. I'm liking the pivots. I'm liking the measured and controlled pace of NBG, not panicking on the reactions, not not overstepping their execs, not skipping steps either. Just taking their time, making things correct, clean, surgical.
Well, Core are really good with pistols. They've won every pistol at that, and Derek claims one with the Bandit, but NBG held towards spawn for this very moment. Core were gonna get desperate, and NBG, they adapted. They knew what was on the menu. And
So
Zeke
close.
opens up C for now a plan to get another ult orb going. This will be NBG getting back in the lead.
What do you even do if you're Moose? You just go spawn, look for a gun? I think that has to be the play. Maybe he's looking for the lurker. Oh.
Planted.
A gun? A kill? Off angle? Nah, yeah, he's got him. There it is. Stellar with 3. The IGL. Okay, nice and clean overall. Could have gone a little messy had the C fight gone differently, I think. But hey, it's just the nature of the game. 5-4 now, lead extended for NBG. But this is where things start to get a little tricky, right? Because the ult cycles are starting to come back online for NBG. They have the Fade ult to work with. They have the Omen ult to work with, which honestly isn't a huge threat, but it does add that layer of pressure where like they could ult behind you on A. They could ult behind you on C. So they have to be aware of it at some point in the round. And after this one, Jen, for the next gun round, it should be the Vice ult coming back online as well as the Viper's Pit. So a lot at play here for NBG to continue extending their lead here in this attack half. So pressure for Core. And again, the defensive style, the passive style for Core continues.
Oh, the Nightfall, the Viper util, NBG. They got, well, a lot off the table for Core. And Stunna makes his way into the backlines. Core, this is something they have to address here and now. And there's so much rain on their parade. There's multiple lurks being activated here from NBG, and the spike hasn't left spawn. So we'll see if NBG can take advantage. Will Core solve this? At least Core have read where this is going to.
It has to be Moose here, I think. He's got to get this kill. Unable to capitalize, and that's Stellar. Pretty much securing the round first team. The 4v1 now looking kind of impossible for Kumi. Although he is a mechanical demon, I can't lie. It still seems like so much. And there's a lot of lurking pressure as well on him. And Jen, we're seeing a repeat of what we saw in the first map, right? This is the exact style that worked and dismantled Core on that second half of Ascent. The slow play, getting people up into your territory, forcing players to have to give up space, re-clear territory, take force 1v1s. It's exactly what you want when you're up against a util heavy defensive comp. You want those you want to devolve the rounds, and oh, it's a goose chase.
Well, Tom and Jerry,
it's an op too.
He has
they
the
want
op,
this so bad.
Oh,
he is an opper. He is a. Yeah. It's a reminder.
Steel Garden wouldn't hurt either. Oh, well, not having the op hurts probably a little bit more, but make this a 3-round win streak for NBG, and the last couple very much more decisively in NBG's favor. Because before I was going to start saying both these teams almost have the same amount of kills. Like all these rounds have been decided on 1v1s, like so close. And it's that type of chaos where NBG, they just trade out just a little bit better, but they only have a 2-round lead, so it's not over. I
think NBG's they found the frequency that is really hard for Core to deal with. It's like devolving the rounds, right? Core is such a structured team. We've seen it so many times. Their execs are drilled, their retakes are drilled. Everything is just so on point. An immediate shutdown here on the aggression, recognizing there's no armors in play. And the Outlaws obviously so strong in these scenarios. But yeah, it's really the forcing these players, right, to have to worry about people in their faces, having to clear lurks like that. That's really what dismantles a lot of these teams with these really util heavy comps. It has to be stressed again. And it seems like NBG is back to playing that style, and they're so good at executing it, because to be honest, to be frank, it is a really hard style to pull off, and they're making it look really easy right now.
And from what I remember, I don't think Core are taking timeouts in the first half. They didn't on the last map. I don't think they've taken a timeout yet.
True.
So if I'm not sure if it's worth doing it for the last round of the half. But
What?
No, that's an aura killer for sure. And
That's mental warfare is what that is.
psychological damage.
Oh my god, man, it's actually savage. I'm loving the confidence from NBG, and honestly, kind of feel bad. This is just the cat. This is the talent curse.
You know what? I was about
Unanimous
to say
vote?
that
The
prediction.
unanimous vote for Core? Are we serious?
Last round in the half.
We have to be investigated. There's no way.
No, we
There's got to be
actually-
stats on us on how much we messed that up.
We need like the paranormal activity, like the investigators to come in and investigate the caster's curse, dude.
Really is true.
Oh
but...
man.
All right. Well,
I mean, lead extended.
timeout for NBG.
Wait,
After-
okay, what? Yo, pause. What?
Did someone freak out and like disconnect their mouse, or is this like a okay? Calm down, everybody. Like we're a little too hyped. Like
This is like the BM bathroom break. We just take a we take a tack and we all hit the bathroom real quick.
before the half. That's crazy. Well, what's not
Yeah.
to love about NBG? Welcome to my TED Talk.
I mean, they literally found the most underrated players in every role. I feel like it's just so
Yeah.
crazy. Like Son of Car has been on a tier for a while. Tuzi's been slept on. He's been a really good player mechanically. It's so obvious to see. Zeke has been a phenomenal flex / initiator player for a while now. And of course, Stunna. I mean, Stunna's kind of gone to recognition with the whole EG Academy stint, obviously. But yeah, overall, I mean, Stellar, I mean, his name speaks for itself. I don't think he's underrated in any capacity, but yeah, it's impressive to see them all like playing on this frequency and being able to operate on this style, which honestly is really hard to pull off. I can't lie. Like the split defaulting is such an art form, and they make it look so easy. And now they're switching up the pace.
Oh my god, speak
Okay.
of pace, Son of Carter just gets welcomed with open arms. Too many targets in front of them. NBG aren't able to follow through on that despite the Steel Garden, so Stellar will lurk around and just kind of hang out while NBG will work towards A. And we talked about Core just having this, what looked like an untouchable defense at the beginning, in NBG. They have to now dance through the Steel Garden this time, and Stunna wins it with the pistol. He says, I can beat you with anything. It's a really tough position. Core get around it, though, and do salvage the situation.
Nice.
And it all goes Core's way.
I'm just glad to see that Core hasn't really crumbled under the pressure, right? Like they're still getting active. They're still taking their fights. They're still running their game plan despite the results. A 5-7 finish. Honestly, all things considered, I think they're happy with that. Like you got 5 rounds on the defending side of Lotus, which is so awkward. And NBG, I think deep down maybe they could have thought they could have gone a few more rounds, but overall, I think both teams are satisfied. A lot of pressure on this pistol, though, Jen. If NBG gets this, I mean, they're getting closer and closer to that match of series point. So Core, they've gotten what, 3 out of 3 pistols. They're looking for their 4th right here to kind of keep things even as early as possible in the second half. But I am curious to see what the cook is going to look like here on this attack side, right? Because you have the harbor. Util's pretty strong towards the C side of the map. It's good at taking B side as well. So there's definitely a lot to work with in terms of executes, map control, and stuff like that. So curious to see what the meal is going to look like here for Core on this attack.
Core have gotten every pistol and every anti-eco, and ideally they'd love to get the bonus. And Son of Car, a bit of an aim trainer here on Mount. Who will be the king of the hill? Infiltrator just dashes right into the heat of the action. Interesting play there. Leaves Core with only 3, and NBG with still a secure C site.
Okay, honestly, going through the one way was not in my bingo card, but Infiltrator just runs at them. I love that. They have not lost confidence. That's painfully obvious. Love that. But unfortunately, it is the 4v3 now for NBG. A ton of the Vice Util is still here, and the space for Core is shrinking by the second with this double flank coming in. And all NBG has to really do is just stall as long as possible and get that collapse onto A lobby as a unit, and it should be comfortable unless Core goes for the pivot. Nah, they're committing. Oh, the timing.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, Son of Car. He's at 13 HP, by the way. Confirms 2 with 2 bullets. And Core, their window has now closed. And they really started calling, securing it with the Harbor. We have a knife kill from Tuzi. Nah, NBG are having a little too much fun.
Oh my god. No, that's emotional damage. That's actually emotional damage. I mean, okay, this was out of whack a little bit for Core. They've been so good at not making these kind of errors, but forcing it through the one way and then having Infiltrator just sacrificing himself is a little out of character for Core. We don't typically see those kind of mistakes from them, but NBG capitalizing extremely well and securing the first pistol out of 4, Gen. Insane. And now the scopes are out, and NBG looking to extend their lead on that 9th here. Information gathered. It's just a straight up C hit.
There's good pressure for Core to displace the Outlaw and Infiltrator. At least the double satchel works out this time. He'll steal a weapon, maybe not the one he wanted, and by the time he gets up on his feet, NBG bury him 6 feet under. Stellar with the 3K.
Immediate fast fall, no hesitation coming out from the IGL. You love to see that, and I think that speaks volumes on the confidence they're feeling, Gen. They're feeling really good right now about the results. Despite them losing pistols, I mean, they've lost so many pistols, and they're able to finish, 1, the first map clean, 2, that second half was phenomenal, or the first half was phenomenal. Now they have that pistol under their belt, and the economy looks decent. I mean, maybe not decent. Decent is a little, yeah, a little overzealous, I think, but they have guns to work with. The Guardian, and they're going for the immediate fight in the front beat. Pretty much their only risk, to be honest. There's really no other win condition unless they want to brute force Stellar on the C site.
I'm wondering how Stellar is going to handle this, because he's got a really good setup going. Flashes, walls, you name it. In the Harbor smoke, and Core will have to check that first corner. Kumi stays around spawn. Nice shot into Son of Car.
Yeah.
NBG really want to poke and prod towards spawn to see if they can go for any heroic play, and Kumi is untouchable as the anchor, and Core are just left with now having to go towards C and finish off what Kumi has started.
Oh, he is. That timing. That's 1. And shut down. They know the C site's completely open now. There it is, cleaned up. I mean, nice, slow and measured right from Core. That's more in line with what we expect from them. Is that control? It's the discipline. Punishing aggression, forcing the teammates, or sorry, excuse me, forcing the enemy to play passive and kind of, you know, slow, nervous to push things. Yeah, literally not a single shot was missed this round, I think. Oh, okay, we saw a tiny little whiff right there, but it's still clean afterwards.
We kept an eye on it.
yeah. I had to, you know, I gotta get a vibe check with the Core mechanics real quick, and vibe test passed. So yeah, Core looking decent.
So no bonus for NBG, but double digits still in sight. Yep. 2 orbs away from Son of Car to get the showstopper, and would have been nice for Derek. Well, he'd get a plan. Maybe if he had the orb, the Nightfall would have been nice, but Core now having to deal with all this util, and we're able to draw all of this out from NBG.
Yeah.
This will get him nervous.
No, they're doing a really good job at pressuring the Vice util. The barrier orb is allowing them, the Cove is allowing them to just like go up, reinforce it, and not get spammed through when they try to pop the wall, and it's working so well. And it's going to force NBG to have to move the wall back eventually. And I think once that starts happening, that's when they can start doing the walk-ups and explodes, because just like Core was, most of the aggression is like slow and controlled towards the A side. They're not really clashing early for map control. So there's a lot of information missing in the beginning of the rounds for NBG. So this round is a little different because they've walked up on the A side of the map, but eventually those pops are going to be lethal coming out from Core. Now it's just a straight up C exec. Unless, you know, they might pivot B.
The Harbor wall set up though, it's Core you would think they'd want to be committed here. And this is a crazy fake as they flood into B and into Son of Car. Like Emily said, any site that you hit that Son of Car is at, you lose. And the showstopper enough to put Core into submission and to help
15
them
seconds.
recommit into C.
They
Paranoia,
have to go.
small little fight here at B. The satchel now red. Infiltrator stopped, and so is the rest of Core. As NBG
Good
are
time.
about to get to double digits.
No, I
3
don't think they have
seconds
it.
left. Moves. Oh, he does not get it. I have to make sure, but wow. Still, Son of Car is on top.
Oh my, the push and pull from both of these teams right now. I mean, we highlighted that in the first map as well, right? The mind games kind of mounting, the evolutions of the IGL and the calling. Like, it's so obvious to see that there's layers to this. It's not just Valorant. It's not just shoot gun. It's there's mental warfare. There's the chess pieces moving. Players looking to get every inch possible against the enemy team. And in this round, it's the util stoppage coming out from NBG was so on point, right? The early util towards C, the pressure on front B, the pivot into the A main to kind of make the defense comfortable. Now we go into this next round where the economy is really starting to get pressured here for Core and NBG, starting to get closer and closer to that finish line, Jen.
Nightfall could be what's used here for Derek, but you know, the usual chores of dealing with the Vise wall, the Thorns, everything else. Core have been able to work the map as slowly as they want. And BG, the only way they can be proactive is through this A lobby fight, which no one is present for. So NBG could work towards spawn. Core are going to work on a plant. They have their flash set up. They have Thorns. They have almost everything for the post plant. NBG, see how they handle it with only a steel garden. This will be their way to retake in. Moose is going to build the fortress with the pit right on top of the spike. Living on the edge of it, doesn't want to get spammed out.
Yeah, they've given a lot of space to Stellar's steel garden. Like, they're going to be able to cover the entire site and mound with this. And there's also a flank coming in from Omen, a little bit off tempo for Stunna, just a bit too soon. And now it's just an absolute brawl on the seaside retake.
The Prowler gets through, you know, one's within the corner. Someone has to dislodge them. Son of Car traded out. NBG not left with much, but the pit comes down. And so will the dominoes of NBG's Diva retake, I should say. As now there's no time left. Infiltrator ends it. And Core get their second round of the half, but still a little bit to catch up.
And I mean, Core's game plan is starting to come to fruition, Jen. The Vice util is getting shoved back further and further back on the C side of the map because they've done such a phenomenal job at punishing it early. The choke point util is just not working anymore for the Vice, so they're forcing it to be moved back. And as soon as that happens, they're just overwhelming the C side early while there's an info gap happening on the map with the Viper util and all the other kind of info denial util that they're dumping. So really great calling coming out from Core. And of course, they've in a crisis averted, and this is an opportunity for them to close the gap a little bit and get an 8th here on the board. No weapons available for NBG, and just slow, nice and measured, kind of what we've been expecting and seeing from Core coming out.
And Core have been a lot more careful on how they control Rubble, and especially with how much NBG like to be aggressive with Son of Car over there, but knowing the weapon difference, Core should be going into this as confident as they can and really needing to convert this. I want to give some respect to NBG's pistol after winning it in this half already. Well, depends on where the stack's going to be.
I want to see Core farming orbs here, actually. Like, just try to get that alt wave coming up for the next gun round, and it will make things a little bit more comfortable, and maybe you can kind of close things up. But this is a typical 1-4 coming out here from Core. I guess a 3-1-1. Infiltrator will scout the site. If he sees many people, they will just accelerate on the C site. And if he sees no one, which, yeah, there it is. He knows it's a trap. Oh, he commits forward. That's crazy. Well, there it is. That's the trigger. Now they have the C site for free.
Yeah, Infiltrator really puts it on himself to, you know, go for those multi-kills that I swear were just happening so smoothly back on Ascent. What made all of these rounds so close. But that has fizzled out. NBG, they're around the corner. Moose, though, I love these small lurk plays that he goes for. It's rare, but when it hits, it hits. NBG are not going to be left with any upgrades.
I mean, Core's just giving them a taste of their own medicine, right? That lurky play, getting people deposited, getting people walking up on space for free. I mean, that's been what NBG's been doing to Core this entire series. Now they're doing it right back to them. It really is hard to deal with. Look at that. You have to slow check everything. Walk into crosshairs, makes it so easy for the lurkers. And now the util chokehold here on this. Oh yeah, get active. Let's get there. Let's get in there, man.
Don't do it all.
All right, nice and clean. 4 alive, 8 on the board for Core, 8 to 10 overall. And we're back onto the gun round. Some ults are available for play. I think the Harbor All is still far, unfortunately, but all it takes is... What? That wasn't even a wall bang, by the way.
Yeah, I swear
he shot his hand off.
Yeah. Very fragile, very fragile. I'm
It's the
thinking
mouse
if
hand. He got the
Core-
mouse hand.
Yeah, right. And if Core win this round, I'm wondering if NBG start to take a timeout. Like they were kind of having the BM timeout, kind of messing around, but Core are taking this very seriously, and they may just catch up if NBG let go of the steering wheel.
Yeah, and you never want to get comfortable against a team like Core. There's always opportunities for them to bounce back. We've seen the resiliency from them. We've seen them come back from worse losses before, or I guess deficits, not losses. But yeah, this round seems like it's a slow walk up. They've been punishing the C side of the map often, and now they're going for this A hit.
Kumi has the steel guard and gonna get as much real estate out of it, and Stellar wanted to disrupt that before it happened. There's all these small peaks from NBG, but so well addressed from Core. Satcheling in, Infiltrator says it's safe-ish to plant. But it's a 3 versus 3. Son of Cars still has a nade. You have a paranoia from Stunna. Infiltrator checks everything, and now he'll be at the top of his game, hoping to stop NBG, but Zeke will throw a Prowler his way, and the Son of Card and immediately satchel after. Easy double for a guy like Infiltrator. And Stunna is behind on the action. Will decide to keep the weapon.
Yeah, this chokehold and this pulse plants is going to be so dangerous for NBG. The retakes are just not really even an option, to be honest. The immediate shutdown on Stellar, trying to get a little too active by himself, and immediately followed up on by Core, taking over the site, reinforcing all the chokes instantly. Not a moment, a single gap available for NBG, and trying to brute force the one way. I mean, that's just unfavorable overall. So, you know, Core, mentally, strategically, mechanically, they're still in this, Jen.
And is this the point of a timeout for NBG? Got some ults to work with. It be a good chance, but maybe in the next one, and maybe it's just okay, guys, let's lock in, or let's do it over a timeout.
Yes, yeah, no, this is a much needed timeout. You've lost what, four out of the last 5 rounds, 3 in a row. You need a timeout. We need to change the game plan right here. I think from my POV, it seems like they're adjusting to the C stuff. So they tried to go aggressive. They try to be a little bit more proactive on the C mound. Flya was one step ahead. He immediately called a pivot to A off the round start, and they just walked up. They saw the util towards C. They saw the one way. They recognized, okay, they've shifted their setup. PK lobby, see nothing. Cards are pretty much all in their hands at that point. So NBG, mind games are required now. They do have ults to play with, obviously, but not enough weapons to follow up with, unless, I guess they could if they find themselves in a winnable scenario to invest some of these ults, but really just a hero rifle here for Stunna to work with.
Yeah, if Core can have their util set up and have NBG have to work through theirs, like that's prime position. And that's finally we got to see Infiltrator be in a position where he gets to shoot first. He doesn't have to swing into someone else or feel like you have to double satchel in. Infiltrator gets to be comfortable. And that gives Core a chance to have really a good chance in these fights. NBG may just have to work off of a more buddy system, more grouped up. The random peaks, they get punished by Core. They're more deathbally now. And NBG only lead by 1. We'll see if the timeout was worth it. With Stinger and a Vandal, it's gonna be a little awkward.
Okay, the immediate walk up here from Core, walking up behind the Viper util. That Fade Prowler will let them know the space is at least open, at least the first part of the space. But to kind of go back on a bit of the score that we saw, it seems like the differences in team results right now are... Wait, pause that thought.
Oh.
That's aggressive. Punished. That's another weapon available now for NBG. I mean, there's information at hand, but it has to be a fast reaction here. It has to be either a fake reaction on the C side or a pop and take over insta.
And the util hasn't been triggered at C. NBG have
so
already cleared through B, so they know where this is at, and they may even go for a B-Link door play. And I think NBG should be inspired to even pull out an ultimate to try and fight through this, but they're going to go for the long flank towards spawn. This will be caught by Kumi's wall. Speaking of walls, they're all coming down. NBG, they are just going to completely leave. This is good. NBG want to keep their full 5 in tow. This is the kind of chaos that NBG have been so good at trading against. Now the
it's
steel
chaos
garden
now.
from the attack. Showstopper right through, splashes onto Flya. NBG have the numbers. 4 versus 2 on the retake. Derek and Kumi addressing different problems, but not together and not unified. It's Kumi having to put everything on himself to clutch for Core.
They needed a hero. Kumi steps up massively. 4K. Was it 1v4? 1v3?
Basically.
Oh my god, I need to see the replay of that. Yeah, it's the 1v3. No, actually, it's yeah, he trades out. Oh my god, it's Jen. They lose that round. I lose faith, honestly. Like it puts NBG so close to the finish line, but the hero stepping up for Core. We talked so heavily on the fact that you can never discount any of the players on the Core side. That is a prime example. Put that in the Urban Dictionary definition of Core. And that puts them 10-10, all things evened up. The attack opposite online as well for Infiltrator. That's going to switch up the pace for them. It's going to allow them to work slow and try to punish the device jiggles. And if no one's peeking, then they know they have the map space. So a change of pace here for Core.
And NBG are not like getting crazy multi-kills. Like Son of Car's getting immediately traded out 1-for-1. So you're not having NBG heat up and cause too many errors on the Core side. That was after Showstopper, Nightfall. NBG wanted that round, and I mean that was a thrifty opportunity as well. They came in with like 1 Vandal, a bunch of Sheriffs, so
yeah,
that was already an uphill battle. And Core, they've had their own hill to climb, a mountain to climb even. Now they've really slowed down after that.
Yeah, and I feel like that clutch from Kumi probably like re-energized and kind of locked in the rest of these Core players. I mean, they knew the importance of that. Like they must have known the importance of that round. Now immediately they're going to pivot up. Yep, Showstopper in. Free sight available. Not quite the kill, but the space is definitely established. And now the operator is nice, up close, personal, looking to shut down a lane here on this B retake.
The Showstopper not deep enough into that back room. NBG going to start to surround, hoping to divide and conquer Core and break this 4-round win streak. It starts with the Harbor ult from Flya to press Core out so they can get space and not be so trapped. Kumi almost has 2 lined up. Tuzi won't allow it. Now's the final swing. Tuzi is huge. And now begins the retake for NBG in a 3 versus 3. But Core, they bail each other out. But on the other side of the smoke, there needs to be a reaction. Flya does that. And Core has stolen back the lead.
It's in such a chaotic manner too. It felt like it was a little too forced. The ult comes out, they go so deep into space, and then their number just slowly gets spread out. They're unable to capitalize off of anything. But when the dominoes have unfolded, when the smokes are available, the Core players choose their timing so well and close up the round. 11-10 now. Economy and shambles for NBG and Core, looking to get themselves up to map point and potentially take us to that 3rd map. But for now, we've seen them lose these before, Jen, so I'm not going to sleep on this round for NBG.
Yeah, they had more ults and more in the back pocket, and now not having your ace player in the fight is going to be so rough. But hey, Stunna with the Sheriff, that was a nice shot. He'll get an upgrade. He'll have a Vandal and even an ult to kind of go anywhere on the map if his team needs him. So this is nice.
The question is, do they leave Stunna? No, they're gonna. Oh, he's grabbing orb. Okay, they're orb farming. I respected the min-max. A reaction coming out here from Core towards the C side of the map. Flya still doing the good old Flya things, trying to bait the wall. Oh, is Suzy trying to punish? Nah, he's just chilling around the smoke. Okay. But yep, it's gonna be a C hit. All the Vice util and the Viper utils here. It's gonna be hard despite the weapon differences.
And if Derek gets a kill, you get the Nightfall for the post plan. If you really feel like you need to invest it. Here's Infiltrator, the satchel play, but all combined with some kind of blind. NBG completely caught off. Tuzi makes it expensive at least. And Core still not safe enough to plant. This wraparound could be huge. Zeke goes from behind. Infiltrator can't punish because he goes back into the smoke. And now Stunna has him exactly where he wants him. NBG, 1 Vandal and Sheriffs pull off the thrifty. Backs
against the wall. They secure that. Oh my god, 11-11 now. This is I mean, this is it. This is the all in for both teams. I think winning this round pretty much secures the economy, secures an advantage. Obviously, we cannot discount Thrifties as we just witnessed, but statistically speaking, mathematically speaking, still is favorable for whoever wins this team. And this is such a nice play from NBG, and you can tell the comms are still flowing for them despite the pressure getting higher and higher with every round that passes. The team play, the synergy in these chaotic moments in these late rounds just looks on point right now for NBG and for QOR too. Now it's a straight up Hail Mary on this A side for QOR, all in right here. Vice looking to regain a little space towards B, open up their options at the very least, but QOR seems like they're eyeing out either this A hit or this A to B.
Stunna winning that one, I think,
yeah,
really inspires NBG. That can really be hit or miss, and Nightfall does miss NBG. So now Son of Car will be able to hold the op line.
Hesitated.
And I don't think QOR, are really feeling this.
It's really unfortunate because that's the Fate all completely invested, and now they're forced on a pivot. This is where things start to get a little dicey going through the choke against the Vipers. Yep, this is where it gets a little weird. Now it's a straight up team fight on the B site.
And especially against Tuzi. I mean, what a jiggle, but he gets traded out eventually. Son of Car is still opping A, so no site is safe. QOR, though, will just have to use the power of friendship and the op. I mean, would have been nice. Would have collided, actually. But Son of Car put this down. He'll be put down. 2 versus 1. QOR trying to get to match point. Now it's Stellar's moment in the sun. And Derek and Moose aren't at full health, but now Stellar probably hurt there.
Yeah, there's a world where if he gets a kill, he gets the Steel Guard, and that might change things. But yeah, this is tough.
Oh,
wait.
There it is. Steel Garden leveling up the playing field. And Moose gets the Viper's Pit as it covered the spike just barely. And now QOR are just spamming through. Kumi has to step up to check, and QOR confirm it, although it was expensive.
I don't think expensive matters anymore, Jen. We're getting to, this is late round, round 24 on the board. Op still online for QOR. And they're looking, at least staring at the face of taking us to this third map. Economy here for NBG, a little ragtag. They got 3 rifles up, 4th if you count the Bulldog, and of course the SMG on Tuzi's hands, but they do have ults to play around. So I would say all things considered, NBG, this is a little more comfortable than I thought it was going to be. So still a hard round here for QOR, a bit of a natural advantage, yes. Steel Garden available, yes. And there's also a world where they get the showstopper, but still a grindy round ahead here for QOR. They're going to continue their slow play. They're going to continue working that operator and trying to find that first pick.
Having Moose's Pit could have been the nail in the coffin. QOR have been good at getting plants going.
Oh.
Look at this read. But the punish, Son of Car and Tuzi. Get the spike down. This is terrible for QOR. The Nightfall as well. What a read from Zeke. QOR have no safe space. An Infiltrator is already in the midst of the action. And we go to overtime.
Oh my God. The perfect gift to give them. The brawl front B into the spike drop, into the Viper's Pit. It literally could not have unfolded any better for NBG. And now we're in OT, Jen. This is where things get really interesting. The plate, it's cleaned. Meals, fresh ones are required now. Game plans are, it's just, we're entering the part of the series where we're so late into this game, into the series, that it's just, we're in a vacuum now. Every call is its own little vacuum. There's no more tendencies. There's no more patterns. You have to exhaust your entire shot book right here if you're QOR. And if you're NBG, it's hard. You have to figure out a lot of these conditions.
Gonna come down to who wins their defense, because NBG, this was their stronger side, and Son of Car at the top of his hill, and even more the support. There's still no punish into Son of Car, who sits at 16 HP. But stepping up, Moose hoping to get the perfect moment, and just couldn't lock onto the second fast enough. Damage done, but too much for Kumi. 1v4 though, he's gotten a 1v3 before. Son of Car just playing as safe as possible.
Yeah, he has 1 HP, by the way. He does not care. OT still solo peeking. Respect it. I mean, yeah, they know exactly where he is. There's a lot of mind games played now. That starts right here. That Son of Car down, a little bit easier to manage. At least he's got the opening to the site, but still so much ground to gain, so many positions to clear. It's going to kill a lot of this time left on the spike. NBG looking to pretty much close up the first round of OT, unless... No, unless Tuzi. Okay. We're all lost on A. That's going to make Core overthink things if it comes down to this a second round of OT. But for now, it's going to be Core on this attack side. Now, Jen, reminder, they've been doing a lot of the C side stuff. They've been trying to walk up C. They've been trying to punish the Vice setup. I wonder if NBG's picked up or if they're switching up the game plan or if they're just going to keep hammering this Vice solo C over here. It seems like they're still hammering it down. Yeah, he's moved the wall back a lot. Yeah, this is exactly what Core wants because they want the walk-ups. If they don't hear the wall, they're just going to overtake the site, especially if there's no info on the A side. But it seems like NBG's looking to challenge at the very least.
And Core, I mean, ended the second half with so much wind in their sails on their attack. So despite being at a deficit here in overtime, they should be confident on this side. NBG grab the orb, clear through B. No spawn push from NBG, being as safe as they can. Core haven't been able to draw out that Vise wall yet. If anything, there's a flash. There's a lot that NBG could pull. Infiltrator, 12 HP. How is he going to want to satchel in? And he didn't even get the Vise wall down. This is beautifully placed, like you said, from Stellar.
He got nothing out of that. They got headshotted and called it a day. It's 50 seconds left on the clock. They don't have a lot of space towards A. They don't have front B either. It's going to have to be a lot of reclears and pretty much a desperate take either on this B site or the C site. But that's where the majority of NBG is. So an uphill battle up ahead here coming up for Core. What could be the match and series point for NBG taking us to the finish, or Core extending us into OT.
On the mind games to try and re-hit. Thorns triggered. Maybe satcheling is what it would take from Infiltrator, but at least they're gonna cross together, rallied, unified for one last swing. Infiltrator floored, and Tuzi looking for the one that crept through. It's the spike here, it's Flya, it's the caller, it's Son of Car running them over. And Derek in a 1v2 has already punched back. 5 seconds, he has to go for the kill, and he just can't. He's been trapped, and he's been got. NBG clear the series in 2.
After all of us sleeping on them, that we've done it, we've cursed them. Core had never had a chance in this series. Nightblood Gaming's been on top from the get-go, despite them losing pistols, despite them getting thrifty, despite the bonus losses in the first map. They came out on top with the gun round success. In the second map, an absolute battle to the absolute end of the series between both of these teams, and Nightblood Gaming now extends their record to 3-1 and 1 match away from potential playoffs, looking to be that unlikely hero, looking to be that dark horse of this split alongside of Sad Esports. What a showing coming out here from Nightblood Gaming.
And this was some good Valorant. This was an absolute cinema. I mean, Flya bringing out the Harbor on both maps, showing us different looks, showed us what Core were cooking behind the scenes. But Nightblood Gaming, man, they just have some next level firepower that they brought onto this team. And they're, like you said, hoping to make that playoff run. And we have even more great Valorant around the corner, because up next is a qualification match between M80 and Sad Esports, both sitting at 3-0, and we're gonna be excited to show you that right after this.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foreign taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Well, folks, some things change. My hair, my nails, but some things do change. And that is what Elizabeth, what I'm talking about is Nightflight Gaming defeat Core. I had a whole thing there and I completely forgot it. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers North America. I'm Rose Elizabeth, joined with a very disappointed Ash and me and Emily on the desk. And if you're just joining us, we have officially done our first broadcast curse of in a bit, actually, because we all went for Core and we were wrong with our predictions. With Nightflight Gaming, Ash taking this in a clean 2-0.
They did take it in a clean 2-0. Also, bold of you to say our first one. I'm pretty sure we jinxed everything yesterday.
In a while. No, we didn't, because we were in a complete jinx yesterday. We were not like other girls yesterday. We were different.
Okay, sure. I don't know about that one. I might be getting gaslit on the desk right now, but locking in on this matchup here, Nightblood Gaming securing this 2-0 over Core. I think that the second map of Lotus ended up being a lot closer, a bit more of like kind of what we expected, and we saw the peaks and valleys, I think, for Core and the Harbor, that they're trying to work into a lot of these compositions. I think that overall, what NBG were doing was really nicely done. I feel like they were playing that push and pull really nicely, trying to ensure that they were constantly, forcing the hand out of Core in the early rounds, forcing them to use some of those smokes a bit earlier on before looking to kind of like react to whatever space that Core were looking to take or contest into those early rounds. Very similar almost to what we saw on Ascent on the attacking side from NBG, where they were just so good at getting the read, and the calling from Stellar was great as far as understanding what Core were trying to accomplish on this map.
Yeah, I gotta say it was a great fight from Core there, especially on that second half. They looked a lot more fluid in the comp that they were running. They looked a lot more comfortable on that on the attacking half, and did a great job at like their exacs, for example. The utility was all there every single time, just overwhelming those side anchors. Were on that first half, which is what I was mostly excited for, seeing this Harbor come into like picked on this map, because when I'm comparing it to a team that recently ran a similar comp was YFT, and they used the Harbor wall so well. It just felt like for Core, I don't know if it was a last minute swap, but it just felt like the ideas weren't fully fleshed out, because with that Harbor wall, you really want to kind of split up the site in a favorable way for your site anchors, but they were mostly using it as a replacement for what you would normally see like an Omen smoke for, and just kind of the basic choke ones, which kind of takes the gimmick out of the Harbor comp itself, especially when you are defending and starting off at the defensive side. But it was really, so sorry. I was just gonna say, it was really funny seeing Infiltrator bring out that defensive off, and even the attacking off, and kind of giving Son of Car a little taste of his own medicine there, and finding a lot of success there. So props to Core for making it as close as it was, but NBG, they really turned up to close it out there.
I mean, yes, if you're just joining us, there was a good chunk of time where we were looking at this being like, okay, looks like we are going to a third map. You could try NBG, just couldn't close it out, and that's fine. And then a thrifty here and there, something, one share of kill to open up the round. I mean, also shout out to Cord, loud aggressiveness. I think we didn't really quite highlight with 15 first kills, 6 out of 7. Emily's laughing at that. I know, post plans on the side. Girl, I know you're laughing. But
just
Ash, I mean,
the youngest.
looking at this timeline, I think props for Core for sticking it out, making it as competitive, but huge props to NBG, Ash, for bringing it back.
Yeah, for sure. I think being able to shut down that, just the momentum that Core was looking to build in that second half, it's a hard thing to do, especially when it feels like that game starts to get away from you and whatnot. And you also have Kumi putting up like insane clutch moments there from Core, like really trying to snuff out any kind of momentum that NBG were able to find. But you talk a bit about that aggression, you talk about that first bloods, and I think that NBG, they were just so good when it came down to that clutch factor. You have 3 different 1vx's that end up being won between Stunna, Tuzi, and Son of Car to be able to actually close this map out. And it's so impressive. I feel like those moments that we're able to see again from these players individually, and how those mechanics were really able to save a couple of those rounds for them to really take it over the line.
Yes, super exciting. And for our Phillips Norelco game face interview today is none other than the descendant of the vehicle, son of car, Carson himself. Sir, come to the front, take a seat, get comfortable, because I don't know how you do it. I genuinely don't know how you do it, but you get more and more impressive every time we see you play. And I wonder how you feel about your mechanics. Do you think you're just getting better and better, or is it just more of a, yeah, I've always been this good, Liz, you need to open your eyes?
I'm definitely getting more consistent and better, and definitely comfier as time goes. But yeah, I had a good day today.
You had sir, a good day. If that is a good day, then what does your best day look like? Because absolutely, you were hitting every single shot. You were not only that, we were talking about how good your decision making is as well. You know, sometimes you have either or with players, good mechanics, but you know, kind of like brain off go. But you are so good at the decisions and making those moments happen. I'm gonna go back to something you just said about feeling more comfortable. Talk to me about that. What have you had to get more comfortable to, and what has helped you kind of find that comfortable zone?
I mean, just the extra reps of the team definitely helps. Me and Stunna, we didn't have much practice when we first started out, but we're getting like used to playing around each other now. And I think I have a lot more room to just play how I want to play.
How do you think, when you say how you want to play, can you be a little bit more specific about that?
I just like going for like picks, entries, whatever like I see is like a gap. I like taking it, like having the freedom to do that too.
Do you think teams leave you gaps often?
I mean,
or was that just a
gap.
consequence?
There's always gonna be a gap, and if I'm on a character like Jet, like it's pretty much free to take it. And if they like push me off the line, I have my dash. It's like pretty hard to punish, I would say.
Okay. I mean, you guys look so good today, taking down a team like QOR and Nightblood Gaming. I think we're put in a pretty tough position right away, right? Coming in, but now you are one match away from qualifying to playoffs. How is a team as a whole feeling after this 2-0? Because it absolutely could have gone to a map 3. There was a world where you lose Lotus, right? But what was the emotions and the feeling after this win today? Now that you are one match away from playoffs,
it feels good, but we still need to get ready for the matches next week. Have like
right back to business right away.
3 matches, maybe 1. Yeah.
Yeah. It's because now the field is narrowing, if you will, right? We're starting to eliminate teams. We're starting to move closer and closer to qualification elimination. Is looking at the field of teams that you will be competing against, is there any anxiety that comes with kind of like the best of the best being that you'll have to face? Or is there kind of, again, we'll just have to prep for it as business as usual?
We'll just prep for it. It's fun.
Okay.
I love playing against all the good teams.
Is there anyone you like to play against particularly?
I think we're playing against SRB, so I love Derek. Excited to play against him. Smoke too. It'll be fun.
Okay. And that'll be a very, very good game. I'm excited to watch that. I have an interesting question for you. I'm not sure if I asked you this. I think I asked you if you have the best op in the league. Did I ask you that?
I think you did last week.
You did. In what?
Or 2 weeks ago.
What did you say?
I think so.
You think so?
It's between like probably me or Smoke.
Your smoke. I think, you know, you're saying you're getting better and better and better, right? And it's something that we verifiably can tell you that. Is there a world where you will be the best by, let's say, next week when you have to play against SRB?
Maybe. We'll see who shows up on the day.
Carson, you are so humble. For someone who is so good, you never take anything for granted. You always say, you always have to, you seem like somebody you believe in yourself earning your laudits rather than, being given them. How do you see yourself as a player? You say you say you like, I like to go for picks, etc. But how do you see your own skill level? You say you're getting more consistent. I understand that, but like, how good do you think you are?
I think I started out as an overhyped player, like when I first came around.
Really?
And then now I'm like a little bit underhyped because people talk about me so much. It kind of like is just a thing. Okay.
I think that's really overhyped. I mean, as someone who's maybe part of that overhyped train, I would have to disagree with my hype, the way I hyped you up, because you are so talented, Carson. I'm going to let you go. Prep for your win already, but I hope you get some celebrations and congratulations.
Thank you.
Of course. I remember back a few years ago, there was a bit with VCT Americas where Sideshow starts yelling, son of car, as a joke with I think it was a conspiracy theorist thing. And I haven't forgotten that because I think it's a matter of time before Carson is on that stage. But friends, put the Canada Cutter game on the side. I'm waving the Selenite wand because we have a qualification game match. It is SAT Esports versus M80 next.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Welcome back to Valorant Challenge League North America. Raccoon, thank you so much for correcting me. We all had D1 yesterday, but today we don't have a crash curse for this match. It is M80 versus SAD Esports. And my friends, it is our first qualification match, and I am so excited, Ash. It has been a long time coming. M80 kind of, our champions coming in here, but SAD Esports being the absolute heavyweights that they are, it is going to be so good.
It really is going to be so good. I think that you're looking at, the M80 that won the last stage that we were talking about, right? Who have only continued to level up as time has gone on, being in this 3-0 position. I think the ones that everyone's mostly looking at to probably take the clean sweep during Swiss stage into the playoffs. But you're talking about the SAD Esports that's been this heavy hitting team that has shown in so many improvements, I think, in their results, like over time. Sure, they fell short in stage 2, but they're looking to reclaim some of the glory they found in the first stage when they did manage to get that 3rd place spot. Things didn't really work out previously, but it's a SAD Esports that's looking like they're back and better than ever.
Yeah, and I feel like when you're looking at this matchup, M80 is a very well-structured team ever since they got the player Caillou and Kaplan, kind of leveling up M80 from what they used to be and turning them into the winners that we saw last stage. But then on the other side, you have SAD that is kind of like a great example at a team that can kind of dismantle that, disrupt a lot of their structure that they have. So I'm very excited going into it. And M80 just as a whole, they just look so insane ever since stage 2.
It is literally only dropping one map, right? Like you're looking at this timeline down here and they look nearly unstoppable. I think we've had some questions about, changes and how things will go, especially, with coming in like with such an abrupt change with stage 2 and Nismos going from coach to player. And it kind of seems like everything has just perfectly fit. Like Kaplan and the folks at M80 just had the pieces together, all put down and ready to work. But for a highlight, it is Alvin himself. He was an Alvin boy, now he's an Alvin man, and now he's just Alvin. But it's a player that, if you talk about your Challengers days, right, you talk about the folks that have come through and really proven themselves over and over and over again from Ascension to now on M80. Alvin is someone, Emily, that I think you would immediately think about.
Yeah, he's always been a standout player for me when I'm looking at M80 ever since the start of this season. I think individually, he's such a good anchor when he's on that sentinel role and just being able to get multi-kill after multi-kill and not really give up sight for free. And even on his lurks, I always felt like he was super impactful. But then coming in from stage 2 and even now, you see that he's leveled up a little bit in just how he plays and how decisive he is, right? Because before, you would see him taking a lot more risks that weren't exactly necessary, but now you see him playing around his team a lot more. You see him ping-ponging with his team when he's on those lurks, and his times overall just have improved a lot.
It's really cool to see that growth from Alvin as a player. And I think especially Emily's talking about, the help that he has in the mid-roundings, the impact within his lurks and whatnot. And it's not just what he's able to do as an individual, but again, something that we consistently have heard from his teammates is just the general communication, how he interacts with his team. And so that was highlighted with the synergy that Emily was talking about, how they're playing off of each other a little bit more. But I also have to just shout out, if you have a lurker who's so impactful with their timings, like Emily was just mentioning, you also have to consider the way that Alvin's going to be conveying that information to his team. You can see it with how M80 looked to adjust the mid-rounding on that map. And it's so palpable with how this team has just grown over time. And I really love seeing how good M80 have been. And Alvin finally getting, I think, a lot of the recognition that he's been deserving for the last couple of years, because I feel like pretty early on, like last year, beginning of BCL, Alvin was getting a little bit of like, not necessarily hate, I would say, but he was kind of slept on as a player, not really seen as like one of like those best like Sentinel players. And it feels like he's really starting to find his like footing here within this team and getting the highlights that he deserves.
And the public loving him more and more. I see everyone in chat always going, like just going crazy for his plays, and that's for good reason. But Alvin will have his work cut out for him, because it is sad esports, my friend. We're not happy, we are sad. We have supply and demand here. And these are folks who I think, you know, sad esports once called us out in the chat saying, you know, it's a team that we have low-key slept on as a broadcast, right? Sometimes we've said, you know, they're good, but we don't expect them to, you know, do the great things. But I mean, Emily, looking at this team, you look at these individual players, Vita, Pain, Welly, Pain, like all of these folks who are so individually good and created magic together.
Yeah, and also have a pretty good amount of experience. You know, when I'm looking at Payne when he was back on SRB, and Payne, I believe when he was on the TSM roster way back when, they have a lot, like they're not just mechanically gifted, but they're also really smart. And I feel like that's what people tend to overlook when it comes to SAD. They're not just like a bunch of aimers and a bunch of rankers. They have the brains to be able to kind of, like I said, dismantle teams like M80. They know exactly how a structured team wants to play. And I feel like they're probably the team in Challengers right now that are the most capable at kind of breaking that up and finding those gaps, and not even just finding them, but creating them within teams that have these set game plans going into it.
Well, we're going to certainly feel the pain today, because let's focus on pain oh, good one, Liz. I'm so smart. Let's focus on the pain for a little bit. I mean, we're talking about those controller players, Ash, right? I think you talked about it a bit yesterday with our highlights, that we don't tend to highlight them because of just kind of the nature of the role, but we really want to do this today and yesterday because of just how important the role is, and as Pain demonstrates.
Yeah, Pain, I think, is, again, one of those players that is able to balance that like playmaking with being supportive for the team super well. Like, you constantly see him playing very well around his smokes, the paranoias, to be able to ensure that his team is going to be able to have that follow-up, especially for a duelist like Vita. It's a dynamic that you have to definitely keep your eyes on when he is on that Omen, because he is a part of that playmaking kind of setup, but then he's also that player that you can rely on. Again, in those clutch scenarios, we saw some of the multi-kills in those clips there as well. He's able to rescue some of these rounds here, and honestly, I love seeing the controller players getting a little bit of extra love.
Period, point blank. And for Philips Norelco head-to-head today, it is Bonnie versus Vita. Folks who, oh man, is this going to be like a battle of all time, Emily? Because these are two folks that, like, if I wanted this like the best sort of like anime style battle matchup, you know, exactly these two folks I would pick out and say, go fight.
Yes, it is going to be an insane head-to-head if both of these players are showing up ready to perform, because on the side of M80, you have Bonnie, this star player that, you know, pretty consistently shows up. And I think early on in the early versions of M80, of this new kind of roster, when they were finding that identity, a lot of it was on Bonnie's shoulder to kind of be set up and take space and get a bunch of those first kills and even multi-kills to set up the rest of the round. But M80 have leveled up. It's not all reliant on Bonnie now. They have a little bit more backup plans. And on the side of SAD, you have Vita, who's in a similar spot as I would say Bonnie was a little bit earlier on in M80. Another star player that is capable of just taking a round that they shouldn't be winning and completely turn it around. We saw that in their last best of 3 on Split. I believe it was against NRGA. They were down 2-10. Vita in that map was able to turn it around, get, I think, 2 aces just in that single map to kind of build up a lot more confidence for his team and end up winning it out 16-14.
Yes, and they are such a treat to watch, and I'm genuinely so excited for this match. It is going to be so exciting. My friends, let's see who we're going to go to for this match, for our map picks and bans. And sometimes the Vito wins and loses games. Ashton, go to you for this, starting with M80 picking Lotus, then SAD picking Fracture, and then going to the land of my people, if necessary, Ascent.
This is interesting because for M80 picking into Lotus, it does make sense when you're looking at, you know, the results for, or the lack of results, I guess, from SAD Esports. They haven't played anything. Maybe M80 just feel really confident, really practiced on it. It wasn't a strong map for the SAD roster during stage 2 either. And I think you go further along throughout this Vito pick. And overall, I feel like it is pretty comfortably M80 sided. They're good maps here for the side of SAD Esports as well. Their Fracture has looked relatively clean, especially that win up against YSP. But, you know, overall, I think it gets interesting, especially with Ascent being a little bit of an unknown factor here. But you do have the KO goat on the side of M80, which is why I'm kind of leaning that way.
The best KO in, I would argue, the world. Nismo is so good. It is signature for a reason. And we believe we have some predictions that we have made on the side of the broadcast. And I believe I'm the odd one out. Yes. The only American on the desk today, and all the Canadians stuck together. We're like, it's World Cup Day. Our team's playing. Went for M80. I will say M80, Stage 2 champions. Great team. But SAD Esports have proven us wrong time and time again, to borrow a favorite casting phrase. And they are so good. And I would not be surprised. If anyone's going to take down M80, I would believe it to be SAD Esports. I'm going to go to you, Emily. I think I mean, you know M80 very, very well. It is cut and dried. I think, you know, M80, the Stage 2 champions, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah, but I will say, based on this map pool, we got a lot of switch ups from both of these teams. So I'm a little more in the middle now. I still think M80 has the potential to kind of close it out here, and especially starting on this Lotus, but you never know because it's so different from what we've seen from both of these teams in the past.
We're looking here at the agent select. I'm checking into the SAD Esports watch party. I see people begging for a welly fade. Well, friends, first map in. We get it. Congratulations. Well, he'll be going against the mirror matchup of a Caillou fade. But Emily, looking at this, I mean, we see the Cypher Proceed. Nismo on the Omen again. What do you think?
I mean, I don't mind it. I feel like M80 in the past, they've had a really good streak on Lotus, and running this kind of more standard comp, they feel very comfortable in it. They have great protocols, especially that they're starting on this defensive half. But when I'm looking at SAD and that they're missing a Viper here, that kind of opens the door for M80 to take a lot of that space early on. They don't have that lurk potential towards that A main, which I feel like is a key part, especially since you're running that Neon on Raze and you're gonna be want to kind of brawling that. And then when you switch over to that defensive half, you just have to count on your duels to constantly take space, constantly have info, because you're not going to have that delay that you'd like to see with a Viper.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because I feel like for that A main fight, then it puts that additional pressure on Paint to have really good positioning with the fast lane to try and cross over to Rebel, not being able to put that pressure on. But the double duelist also does work really nicely here for SAD Esports, going up against that Vice composition where Vita's nades are going to be able to deal with those thorns when they're able to find the vines, as well as looking to have, you know, Paint or somebody look to trigger that wall early on so M80 don't have that passive info onto them.
Folks, we have set it up as best as we can on the desk. We are looking for our first qualified team. Is it going to be M80 or SAD Esports? I'm going to send it over to your casters, Loving Kiwi and Roy.
Thank you so much, Desk. And I mean, we can't hype up this match enough. These are the only two undefeated teams that we have left in Challengers. A win here cements one of them into playoffs.
It's a beautiful story, a tale as old as time, right? The overdog versus the underdog. I mean, SAD Esports was the dark horse. Not many people highlighted them coming into the split. They've looked phenomenal so far. And of course, M80, a team that has been built to win. Their recent form has looked terrifying if you're against it. So there's going to be a lot of potential in the server, a lot of IGLing, and a lot of mind gaming, and so much mechanics at play. But I kind of want to resonate with something that Emily said on the desk as well, which is SAD Esports' IQ is so underrated, right? It flies under the radar very easily, but there actually is a lot of competitive experience. There's actually a lot of, you know, potential on this roster, and they're really smart, and they're not just like a mechanic flashy team. There's a lot of intuition as well. So I'm expecting to see a lot of that in play right here to try to dismantle M80's structure, and that's exactly what they're known for. It's that synergy, it's that structure that Kaplan brings that everyone else is comfortable playing with, that has leveled up M80.
And this is the M80 map pick, the one that won 13-4 against ADG in this stage, and what got them, I think, their second or third win. So, and for them to start on the defense, which perfectly suits this comp for M80. Really excited to see what kind of splash they can make. SAD, though, have some really talented duelists on their side. Why they've been running so much of this double duelist, and the firepower does ring true. You already floor Bonnie with the statistical top duelist in Challengers, and that just sets the tone for the whole map.
Yeah, I love the IQ and awareness here from Pate to check that, despite the bait being there for M80. Now it's a slow play coming out from them. They don't really want to overstep too early on, but it seems like, yep, they actually want to. An entrance, an attempt here for SAD Esports to take over this B site on what is a 5v4 and a brawl happening here towards C-Link.
Sentinel Util is great to slow it down, but you can't stop the power of this grouping of SAD just supporting Paint and going in with confidence and really not caring what Thorns or really what Util is present and who is present. Because SAD have not dropped a body yet. They're still warming up. And M80 have a 3v5 ahead of them, and at least they are double swinging. Alvin and Spaz do make this more difficult than it should have been. And SAD still confirmed the pistol.
Yeah, nice and controlled. Beautiful start here for SAD Esports. And there's like something I'm scratching my beard about here, Jen, okay? Hear me out.
Okay.
This veto was interesting because M80 let Breeze float, which has been their permaban. SAD Esports let Lotus float, which is their permaban. And now our first map is Lotus and the second map is Fracture, which is a really good map for both of these teams. But this map is, I mean, up until now has been SAD Esports' map that they first banned in every single series they played in VCL. So either they've been cooking up this game plan for this exact moment, or they've overthought this veto and have set themselves up for absolute failure. It's really hard to say, but I feel like M80 on paper has won the veto, but winning the veto is one thing, but winning the game, and it's an entirely different task. And now an absolute brawl here in the C lobby, which, well, Better Guns reign supreme, and SAD Esports clean round 2-0.
Better guns, better pizza. But Nismo also had a really nice paranoia.
Who says that?
Well, okay. No one's heard of Mr. John, but that's fine. But I did. Hey, that was a nice fight, though, for M80 to try and start it, okay? Like,
Absolutely.
Nismo set it up, but yeah, Better Guns went out at the end of the day, but it's the bonus that I'm really curious about because, hey, SAD have a really good start going.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how M80 is going to approach this against the double duelist, right? Because, I mean, at some point, you're going to need to challenge them. You can't just give them space. You don't want the explosiveness and the mobility to overrun you constantly, keep you in the dark, and make mid-rounding really easy for SAD Esports. But so far, they've been forced to submit this A control, and SAD Esports owns the entire map within the first 15 seconds of the round.
This is where now we'll get to see how these strategies develop over time and who's going to be the duelist to reign on top of others. And Vita and Pain have just shown us over all of this Challenger season how strong they can be and how they're justifying a lot of this double duelist strat that they bring out.
Yeah, I mean, the identity is so good for them, I think, and the style works. And of course, Paint is, oh, wait, whoa. Spaz, I think he just sprayed 2 of them out. Yeah, it's 2 free kills. Now they're forced to pivot into the Vice setup with Omen here as well. I mean, this is a checkmate. I really do not see SAD Esports coming out on top right here. They'd have to be extremely surgical with these entries.
And M80 are not putting themselves in positions to, I would say, lose fights. And what a tap from Zaj. And now SAD have something to work with here. Bit of a dance between the Sentinels. Alvin. A lot of pins to try and knock down. There's so much zoning too, from the snake bites to the cages, and Welly's kind of trying to bait out an action here from M80. Bonnie's and everyone have just really nice angles on SAD, and there's some initial work here from SAD, but ultimately without their duelists, it was gonna feel impossible.
Okay. It looked a little scary for a sec though. If Alvin had gone down there a little bit quicker, it might have been could have been hope there for SAD Esports, but M80 reigns supreme. Nice team play, nice spacing on the retake as well. Well timed, well structured, as expected. 1-2 though. M80 still in a bit of a deficit, and SAD Esports looking to claim their first gun round of this half. Now, these first 4 rounds, obviously they're a little bit more, I don't want to say RNG, but they're a little bit more random in terms of, you know, you don't really know what people expect. But I think the mind game starts to get settled right here in this first gun round and the next gun round. That's where the layers begin to form. And SAD Esports. Oh. Okay.
Read like a book. Holy, Bonnie's heating up. This is another kind of big stacked M80 fight. They did this against SAD's anti-eco. And, well, now SAD are going to have to mark that and be a little extra careful at the beginning.
Yeah, M80 is, I'm really liking this new M80 because it feels like they're evolving out of the really high IQ style. Like, yeah, they're still really structured, but feels like a lot of their team play is becoming more well-rounded over time, where they have those aggressive plays. They know how to put players in really good positions, like we just saw on the EC control. Now you're forcing SAD Esports to have to pivot after losing 2 players. They're getting isolated as well. And I mean, look at the entire M80 force. I mean, they're all here. This is just lights out macro right now from M80.
Like that smoke from Pain too, so you can't even react off the Vice wall being triggered. M80 though, they just stand on business and hold their ground. Too ready to swing. Moment for Zash to try and clutch, and it doesn't work out. M80, we're ready to greet.
It's perfect. This is exactly what they need to do, right? Against a double duelist, force people to overthink the beginning of the rounds, force them to slow down, make them over. I mean, that's just so nasty. I think for me, the crazy thing with this M80 roster is like, you look at every one of these players, right? You look at Bonnie, you look at Spaz, Alvin, Caillou, Nismo, like every one of these players is obviously incredibly talented, but the form that Bonnie has found himself in within this lineup, and don't get me wrong, Bonnie has always been a standout player in some regards, right? But I think this version of Bonnie is so far superior than what we've seen before. I mean, the form that he's found within this team, the confidence that he's found within this lineup is honestly immaculate. And it's just, it seems to continuously be a force that's constantly growing in the M80 power bank. So keep an eye out on that throughout the series.
He's a type of duelist that can play solo, that can be supported, and
right?
It's a lot
So
that rides
versatile.
on. Yeah. A lot that rides on that, and hey, he holds it down with the Outlaw shutting down A, so Sad will have their hand forced, and it's feeling like checkmate when you have someone like Nismo at the tip of the spear, getting 2 down and leaving Sad in the dust. And even though a 1v2 on paper seems nice, Vita at 9 HP, not so nice.
Yeah, I mean, he also needs to get the spike from spawn, by the way. He'll settle for the orb. He's probably going to try to rush C as well, but I mean, if Vice is down, that might be a key, but I mean, it has to be so clean. So I'm just going to yap about the fact that M80 right now, they're looking nice. The team play hasn't been a single unsupported fight being taken by an M80. Everything has been on point. Everything has been a double or a triple peak or a crossfire. And I feel like if you're SAD Esports, these things are going to start weighing on you, right? Like you're not winning the macro, and you're also not winning the team fights, and you can't even find comfortable team fights. So then the brain's going to start turning. How do we find those fights? How do we get them to break the synergy that they have? Like what is the solution here for SAD Esports? And there it is again.
I like
okay,
that.
clean.
Yeah, get rid of the gun. But hey, that also gets the showstopper going for the next round, and so many ults for SAD side to try and steal back the lead. But this is feeling like another battle, kind of like in our last series, that is going to go this distance, and just feeling like how the C-mount fights have really been back and forth. M80, they have put up quite a resistance on that side, and that's just the beginning of how to get into C.
Yeah, it's the proactivity that's getting me. It's like they're just constantly re-walking on angles, like they're never letting go of their crossfires. Like the front B reaction right there from the Viper from Spaz was just so on point. And like, see, now you've kind of gotten SAD to overthink the early pressure. At first they were like running it down for map space, right? Now look at them. They're having to use a lot of util from deep. They're making the signs even easier for M80 to read. Look at the space towards A. The core has been moving every single round. They started at C, then they were B. Now they're towards the A side of the map. So M80's the proactivity is never ending. And right now it's full map control. Like they know exactly where SAD Esports is, especially after clearing out front B. So there's really no unknown cards for M80. It's really just comes down to the site holds.
M80 are very confident on. Gotten a lot of the first bloods going, and as soon as there's a stack through this choke point, this is where Bonnie could really activate just the showstopper. And speaking of that, it's Vita. Gonna pull his out first, looking for any targets, but hey, space created. But M80 are not gonna take this laying down. They are a bit smoked off though, thanks to the boom bot from Vita.
They have their own
Stop anyone from
showstopper.
Waterfall. Yeah, M80 have their own showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and SAD just makes the most of it. Bonnie confirms and trades, but it feels like the damage is done. Now time is ticking by, and M80 don't have a paranoia. They don't have any util. They just have to scrap this out, and SAD sit on the other side. You have to go in blind, and it's an ace from Bonnie. Are you serious?
No. No, that was it. That has to be the best clip I've seen this year, I think. That,
So
no, I'm
insane.
not even joking. That was so crazy.
Even
I
broke the
need to
replay.
see the replay. We broke the replay. Dude, he didn't miss a single shot or flick. Look at this.
What?
Yo, that is so crazy. Oh No, I'm actually losing my mind. That was disgusting.
He is feeling
Holy-
bonita after that one. I think that'll rally M80 and really get Sad in a difficult position. Now they gotta just get composed. And I think with 2 stingers and really what they've bought, Sad are the lead is I think gonna grow larger here for M80.
Wow. I'm sorry, I'm still not over that. I might need another replay production. Holy, that was so sick. What do you even say if you're Sad Esports, dude? You're in the 3v2, it looks winnable for the first round, and then Bonnie does that? No, that's so crazy. He's put Sad Esports on the back foot. He's got them shaking, and now it's going to be Sad Esports looking to regain a little dominance here towards the B side of the map. Paint looking to make a lot of space.
Yeah, some investment here for Sad. They want to have a fighting chance. Along with the boom bot, M80 pushed to the edge of this, and Sad are coming out on top. They have a Vandal upgrade, and Sad Paint has to paint the walls with this bow, but just can't. Make it a 3K for the controller.
Yeah, and they're finding themselves in these winnable scenarios. This is a second one where they're up a player in the pulse plan and they just can't seem to converge together or make it winnable for themselves. They're like shifting around a lot. Obviously, the last round, I mean, what can you do? I mean, Bonnie hit that. Literally, there's nothing you can do. But this round, it feels winnable, right? Where they have the crossfires, they have the space, they're fighting together, and then immediately dropping the ball in the 3v2 again. It's got to be frustrating if you're Sad Esports, knowing how close and how winnable this game could be. But it feels like it's slowly slipping out of their control, at least in this first half.
Especially when Sad can't win the rounds where they're using ults on, which already is kind of an uphill battle. Like this one was Paint. They already had kind of didn't have the best weapons for this round, so that was a tough one. Welly at the Nightfall against what a showstopper that came in, and Bonnie aced that round. So like you said, there's only so much Sad can do, but they are undefeated for a reason. This has also been a really great season for Sad. They have wins over YFP, FlyQuest, NRG Academy. M80 have won over Rose, SRB, and ADG. So this is going to be the ultimate test for both these teams.
Agreed. I mean, yeah, Sad Esports' resume is just so nice, right? You've taken down NRG Academy, who's definitely on the come up. You've taken down FlyQuest, some of the hottest prospects in the league. I mean, it's nice. You've taken down YFP as well, who are looking to make a name for themselves. And same thing for M80. You're absolutely right. This is such a test. And so far, M80 looks really good on this map. And Sad Esports on the back foot. Now look at the pivot immediately from M80. 4 players here looking to brawl it out together. And it's going to be the 4v4. And M80 slowly getting shoved back. They're not liking their odds right here. They're just going to reset.
I like that Sad are disrespecting the smoke, and M80 not confident enough with what they had marked earlier until now they're set up. Now they want to fight through with the Nightfall, and all the walls come down, and Sad hold their positions all at these corners. They're about to be exposed, and Sad just can't sit there, and they just are now laying down. M80 hunted all of them down and now have the spike in sight, have the round win in sight as well. And post timeout, it's not going to get any easier here for Sad.
It's just so tough. Can't even cross without them knowing. Yeah, it's just they have the triple peak now as well. Hey, it's just unless okay. He tried. That was a good try. He had a good go at it. But Caillou trading out, and M80 keeps their lead 6-2 now. And Jen is starting to really slip now. It's 6 in a row for M80. And Bonnie's starting to look a little unstoppable. I mean, he runs it down, gets a 2-piece. Everyone else follows up. From there, it's a 3v1. Sad Esports, their economy broken here once again. M80 looking to extend their lead in what is an obvious advantage here, economically speaking. And the altar, I mean, they're all online too, Jen. This next gun round is going to be incredibly difficult. I think the goal for this round is obviously for Sad Esports is to win if possible, but mainly is to get at least a couple of these ults out here if possible. Try to find yourself in some winnable scenario to force some of these out of M80's hand, because this next gun round pretty much dictates whether this is a absolute sweep or if there's a comeback potential here for Sad Esports.
Sad are ever so careful how they approach Rubble, which haven't been super successful at. And hey, it's a good chance you got to stack up, and could neural theft. I think just 1 kill, anything for Sad would proc an investment here.
I have the spike.
Love there's like the slow play coming out from M80 right here. I think they're expecting. I mean, SAD Esports has been trying to really hammer these 5 hits on these types of rounds. Do they take the bait? Ah, look at this. Look at this composure from M80. They don't even react to that A attempt at all.
There.
Just so confident that this is not just a straight up A hit.
Bring them down.
They have given up the B site though.
Someone needs to shoot that door, but
Yeah.
all good. Sad. Hoping to clean this up, and the spike gets dropped as soon as Vita goes in. Not fully cleared, not fully secured. A gap left in M80, though. They get traded out. The Sheriff, though, no upgrades for Sad. There's just no space to work with, all thanks to the Steel Garden from Alvin. Just wanting to really confirm this round. And M80 continuing to streak, barring a Welly 4K with the Sheriff. They're all lining
Seen
up.
crazier things, but nah, I think this one is shut out. They're even min-maxing the orbs. That's how confident they are in this situation. They're literally swapping diffusers to maximize orbs, dude. That's savage. Absolute composure coming out from M80.
30 seconds left.
I mean, yeah, it's just like it literally feels like no matter what SAD Esports do right now, they're losing like 1 player or 2 players off. But the objective was successful though. They got at least a couple of the ults out. This is looking a lot more manageable now for SAD Esports. And again, the comeback for this half needs to start right here if they want this to be a 7-5, which is still a respectable finish, all things considered. But reminder, this still is a bit of an attack-sided map, right? It's a lot more comfortable on the attack than the defense side. So right now, M80 is chilling.
Really are. But now, hey, SAD have already begun motions after what looked like to be such slow starts. Are kind of really starting to tempo up, and that's what you need to do to change things up against M80. 7-round win streak. Will this be the one? Now Vita gets across all this util, but they just are walking into a trap from M80. Amongst the smoke is Caillou. Could throw a prowler out, play his life. He's an important role to try and help this retake happen here for M80. You've dwindled SAD down, but they still have 4. It's equal numbers.
If they can get on site, that Viper's pick could definitely be a problem. Whether they can get past this one way, it's brute force. That's job well done. That's the first step. Now it's just an absolute brawl right here. And what is a 4v4 and an important round here for SAD Esports.
Oh, Spain is just holding down the lane, but Bonnie confirms 2 on the other side. This is going to come down to the last seconds that the spike has left, and Bonnie 1v2. I mean, he's already been a laser. Quick check. And Welly just played his life so well there.
Okay.
As SAD are finally on the board, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, this is a perfect opportunity to start pivoting this half. I mean, to rack up a couple more. Your ults are online right here as well. You have the showstopper and potentially the nightfall coming up to make the things even easier for yourself. So, I mean, if things go well here, if they're able to alternate and not overinvest every single ult, they might still have one to potentially get that 7-5 finish. So things are looking up for SAD Esports. Hope is not lost, and I mean, the confidence is still there for SAD Esports. They haven't really skipped a beat. Yes, things haven't been going their way, but the brawls and the comms still feel like they're there. They're not out of this one mentally just yet.
Another aggressive mound approach here for M80. But now you're starting to see the setup of SAD of how they're going to try and angle around this power position. And still the backup from M80 is stronger, especially off of this one-way. SAD disrespected it, but now they fall back to spawn with more numbers. And
nice.
Payne's always good for his ones, man.
Yeah,
so reliable.
Yeah, and I love the fact that they're winning these like fights on the walk-ups, right? Because this is gonna make M80 start to question their decisions, make them overthink things. Shows that it's a bit of a show of force as well from SAD Esports. Like you don't want to seem like you're out of it mentally and losing all these important fights on the walk-ups. So SAD Esports doing exactly what needs to be done to regain confidence, regain momentum in this half. And now to 1v3. Surely there's only so many of those we can lose, right?
Surely, right? Hey, the desk hyped up Alvin a lot, though, of just how much growth he's had, and especially just how underrated he used to be, and definitely in that conversation. And
move faster.
Spike tapped. Payne gonna go for another one.
Okay, there we go.
Make it 3.
Okay. The other highlighted player on the desk, Payne. He's a quiet player in terms of like you press tab and you don't realize it, but he's like, oh, it's like that meme where it's like, oh, I press tab, it's a boring player, press tab, see 30 kills. That's Payne, literally. It's like it's just I don't know how or when, but every time you check the scoreboard, he's either at the top, second, or third place. It's kind of impressive. Can't lie. I think that speaks to the kind of the consistency of this player and how just in every one of these late rounds, every time they need a clutcher, he's kind of always there and very consistent in that capacity as well. And we've seen a lot of pain takeovers too, but nonetheless, this is a fast play coming out here from Vita. The Delita looking for that opening kill, but it missed just barely. But the A assault does not stop.
And the Nismo, the teleporter after that. I mean, that was so scary. Sad are becoming scary now that they know how they can actually start taking some rounds. And better late than never. 5 versus 4. The last round of the half. Prowler already marking the stack. Paint just stares in the face of danger after getting blinded there. And Nismo can't teleport past it. M80 have to rely on Bonnie. And he's pulled out some fun kills before, but not this time.
Okay.
Pain is pretty consistent in these duels, though. I gotta say, it's always Pain.
Yeah, it's not only just the mechanics, but the counter util was just like perfect for timing as well. Like they have the complete chokehold on the Heaven, forcing M80 to be so unfavorable in those engagements. But I almost feel like SAD Esports has made the god bleed, right? Like they know that M80 can bleed now. They know they can rack up rounds. 3 in a row is huge for the confidence. You've recovered what could have been a terrifying first half, frankly speaking. But 7-5, I mean, you press tab, you forget the context. That's not a bad half, right? Yes, they won pistol. Maybe it could have been, you know, several more rounds had they won some of those advantageous scenarios, but the cookie crumbled in the way it did. And SAD Esports, they stayed in the game, especially towards the very end. So half reset, mental should be back in check here for SAD Esports if they were frustrated. And we're back to a clean slate. Win this pistol, and it's even Stevens.
And Dusk talked about that lack of Viper and how is SAD going to want to slow down the game without that presence, especially doing it in a solo manner. So it's Welly off on his own, and SAD are just kind of hoping to defend by attacking, if you will.
Look at this standoff. It's a 3v3 right here. That's so crazy. How are they so ready for it? How are they so ready for that?
And they did their homework for sure. And this is why M80, I mean, what, Nismo, the player, then coach, now back to player. Like, you have so many smart players on the M80 side. So the fact that they read this was really well done.
No, this is the crazy thing, though, is SAD has never played this map. There's no homework to be done. This is just in-the-moment reads. It's just so crazy. It's just high IQ play. They understand the game, and now it's an absolute brawl and overwhelm coming out here from M80. What is looking like a potential flawless finish here for M80. Looking to extend their lead, bring momentum back into their hands, and Vita forced to make. Ooh, that's good timing. Traded out though. And Welly, position known now. It's gone a lot harder with this. You want the element of surprise jump on at least one player, but now it's looking a bit cooked, as they say.
That was a really fun standoff, I guess. Isn't
that crazy?
Yeah. And the bandits too. Like, man, that does so much damage for Bonnie and Alvin there.
They didn't even think about moving forward. Like, they 100% knew it was coming. It was just a matter of time. I think it's the lack of noise maybe towards A side or the C side of the map. Wow, insane. Actually insane read. Welly looking to die to spike here at the very least. And M80, second pistol, and actually this is the first pistol. An extended lead, 8-5. Now looking for the 9-5 as well, and things are starting to get dangerous here in this first map. But it's still far away.
Still feeling like you're in the danger zone for not converting this pistol if you're SAD, because you had what a second wind at the end of the first half.
A little 3B.
Yeah. 3 in a row, but after a 7-round win streak from M80, it took a while, but it still has me worried if SAD have really truly downloaded this, and it's probably going to come down to that first rifle round after this one.
Yeah, and I think actually, hold that thought. I was about to say something, but this looked like a C trap coming out right here off the camera, perhaps. There it is, a swing out wide, and M80 is so ready for it. Yeah, a little Roomba helping him out.
And the Stinger fight too, like. It just seemed to be able to read SAD's aggression of just, that's what's crazy. It's like they were almost ready for this close range pop-out surprise from SAD.
Yeah, I feel like you don't see that very often actually now. The full Stinger purchase. That's pretty interesting. There's like the bonus potential is literally like he dies and still rebuys the stinger. They don't even care. They actually just stick into it. Like they could have easily forced a rifle here if they really wanted to. Like they could have had their hero rifle, but they like their odds. Actually, he's going for even a cheaper of a weapon, the Marshall. I don't blame him. Actually, he's been looking kind of clean, but I'm curious to know what the win condition here for M80. And a part of me is hoping to not see SAD Esports fall into this ultra passive style, right? Like you have the double duelist, you want to be challenging things. This time it is towards the C side of the map. Raise fade towards the A side. They do have the wombo combo util synergy. And information, actually there's a little bit of double up happening on the info there towards A side, but not a big deal. Small detail. And M80 flushing out the map or trying to. I think they're starting to get the read though that this is a C hold, especially with the re-smoke.
It's a solid defense. I mean, you have camera trips one way on C, you have a trip and paint on the front lines with a rifle for B, and a lot of potential on the SAD side for A.
Smoke stairs in time and overrun this. They can, if they can. Oh, there's the counter util coming out from Feed. Actually, he's making it a little bit awkward for them, but there is a world where this Fade is completely isolated on this A side. There is a timing. But I think they're eyeing out the B split, especially with the front B player.
Oh, Bonnie wants to go and break into B. I thought he's going to want to hunt down Welly, but wow, Paint already has a cutoff towards spawn, and now SAD are going to converge on all sides. And maybe we're hoping for a better chance at brawling with the Stingers, but just never encountered anyone close enough. And M80 will regroup towards A, get their spike in a safe position, leave Spaz behind. But the hopes are really starting to dwindle here for M80, only having 2 left now. Oh, caught with a knife. Oh, that's awkward. But
moved on.
Gets moved on.
I mean, this one's over. He's got nowhere to hide. Poor man. Yeah, he's just give him a chance to play the game, man. Paint heated up, 4K for him. And the Showstopper did get invested though, Jen, for M80. That's a bit steep of a bonus round attempt. Hearing some cheering in the crowd in Toronto, by the way. So I think maybe Canada's gone to their other goal. Spoiler.
Nice. Spoiler.
Spoiler.
on the whatever minute delay that we have. Delayed spoiler,
True.
but
True.
spoiler alert. SAD got their first round of this half off of the rifles, so we are not done yet.
This is where the fun begins, though. So far, SAD Esports has been trying to regain momentum. They're trying to regain their confidence. They're not submitting just yet to M80. They're still challenging things. They're still trying to play their own game on what has been pretty much their permaban this entire split. Forced util out here from the A players. M80. I think they're starting to get a read on this, though. And Caillou's not the type of IGL that you want to have a read against you. Like, he will absolutely abuse your setup, too. So, I feel like SAD Esports needs to start to shake things up a little bit at some point. For now, though, they're chilling.
Wait for this one way to expire, and then maybe M80 take a chance at that. But yeah, I was gonna say, his Pain just getting really excited over there. He's got the paranoia out if needed. Pain activates the speed and just greets the entirety of M80. And Pain's gonna leave him, abandon ship, and go back to working off of Zaj here for a C hold.
Yeah, these types of micro errors cannot be happening this late into this game. Like, M80 is not the type of team you want to give these free rounds to. A bit of a mess up there from Paint and Paint. Let's say that many times very fast. But now it's just all in M80's hands. The utility available for them. This is all a ruse, trying to bait the remaining players here to take over this, to rotate over to the C side. But the real hit is happening towards the A side of the map. Omen ult switches open, and a solo defense attempt here from Welly. Ew.
Okay. A little extra shots. What's up with that? Oh, what's up over at A is Welly gets a 2-for-1. So this is going to be a weaker hold. 10 HP, 33 HP. M80 are not in the healthiest position, but they do have a better shot, all thanks to Alvin. No surprise from Vita. And Pain will be on his way, last marked at C. So M80 know they have a bit of time. Nismo is going to go and bait. We'll call where Pain is coming from. Bonnie and Alvin just need to play their lives, and now with this door opening, Pain has more to think about.
Cover going out.
Quick check on the spike. Pain is going to get their attention. Swing out. Oh, he thought at a perfect time they were going to check it, but man, M80 are stoic.
There was a world if Vida gets out of that heaven on that timing and kills Alvin. There actually was a world, and it would have all been on Welly's efforts on that site. The double kill plus the dink as well, and he really set up his team for that success. But unfortunately, M80 still hold strong. They're so good in these late rounds. They so rarely make like macro and mistakes in these kind of late rounds. It's so rare to see from them, and that trend continues here. 10-6 though. Economy all in here for SAD Esports. M80 on the other hand, no ults in play. And another attempt here for M80. Again, the narrative is kind of still the same, right? In terms of the macro ideas for SAD Esports. They want to shut down the C side of the map. They're playing a lot for the B door opens. They want to punish the C attempts. They want to punish the B attempts. And just kind of have an island. This time it's Cypher towards the A side of the map, which honestly just looks a lot more comfortable.
Just so much punish out of M80. Because it was what the B walk down from SAD punish over at A, and now this time at C. But the patience may be paying off for SAD. Now you got Paint ulting, but with no way for M80, or no way to reach M80, so they don't want to go towards spawn.
Kill.
Now Spaz opens up A. It's a real chance for M80 to get to 11. SAD still have Paint exploring the map. Welly's got vision. Could be catching Welly. Check to not be exposed, but still locks in when it matters. So you're waiting for this player to wrap. Yeah, look at this player that's gonna wrap and go up the hill. Spaz. Oh, Vida wins that, like mid-satchel and everything. Really good composure from the duelist. 2 versus 2. Time is running out for SAD. Running out in the open. Now you see the duo there. Vida claims his. Alvin gets the stack together. That just can't happen.
That was his last bullet, Jen. That's it. He was all in on that last bullet. Oh my God. The stars are aligning for M80 now. Despite the effort, despite the work that they put in on that retake, it was so intuitive. Look, yeah, look at the bullets. Look at the bullets. 5. Oh my God. That's insane, dude. Wow. I mean, that's got to be frustrating if you're SAD Esports.
Yeah, it looked so winnable too. It's
I mean, this is literally just the classic textbook FPS tack, right? Where like your team pressures a part of the map. You know you have a 1v1 on the other side. You walk up, you take the 1v1, you win the 1v1. I mean, it's not a normal 50-50. Like you win that, you get so much reward. You lose that, well, it's not really that crazy because you know you still have the open space. So I think M80 is really setting themselves up for success, and they're also capitalizing off of it, which is an entirely different thing.
SAD have to capitalize off this timeout. They have to basically double their score to win this in regulation, and really tough. And well, at least there's a silver lining. M80 are doing really well on their best map, one of their best maps on their map pick, and SAD coming up next have one of their best choices of Fracture. So this could be still a series that goes all the way to Ascent, all depending on how SAD kind of clean up just their fundamentals. And we'll see how M80 clean up this rubble battlefield, it seems, but okay, just a bit of a bait and switch.
Yeah, this is the first time that they've shown this A control stuff. So M80's alarms are already ringing in terms of how they want to approach this. Seems like they want to go for the re-clear. Welly up. Whoa, hello, sir. That's unlucky. Dink through the wall, gets destroyed, and yeah, now all these players are kind of scattered on this A side. It's going to be very awkward for them to get active.
Yeah, kind of that awkward timing, and now you don't have the Nightfall, although you were on a pistol save, so whatever, but still want to have your best swing at things. SAD are gonna try and stack together as much as possible, but Zaj is left all on his own with a bandit.
Yep, noise is made. No more mind games. The ending here is very clear. Players are on the rotate. The timing for M80 is now if they want it for free, and there they are, moving forward. That's gonna be a really hard one though with the pistols and weapons for SAD Esports, but now the flood's coming in.
What? Off the nade? It just stops the plant like that, and hopefully the structure being shaken a little bit, but really not dismantled. No, it's really not been flawless rounds, but feeling like a flawless Lotus, at least for M80, nearly with a scoreline like this. Bonnie confirms the third, and M80 get to match point.
I want to see Bonnie score. I kind of lost track of how many kills he's at. Oh, just a casual 25. Not literally double the next person's kills, by the way. Some slight. Showstopper's already back online. The Nightfall's available for M80 as well, and what is potentially the final round attempt here for SAD Esports. Otherwise, we could be staring in the opening of Fracture. Now, they do have a Showstopper and a Nightfall of their own. I want to see what they do with these ults. It seems like the Showstopper's towards the C side of the map. The B ult for Fade, for Welly, is front B. And we see again the Cypher solo on the A side of the map. Now, M80 read it last time. Do they read it again? Oh, they're just going for it. They're sending it.
Yeah, spacing really important here for SAD. Okay, the Showstoppers get exchanged. They both kill each other. Okay. Now there's still a lot of trips and hoops for M80 to jump through, but if you don't have to trigger them, you just shoot through it. It works out. Nightfall. Try and pressure back against M80. Does make them hesitate on the plant. Spaz is finding his timing. Oh, no.
Left-hand V model, I think.
Oh, that's really tough. Good adjustment for Paint. How sad. Definitely have a stronger chance to retake, but Alvin, the ultimate anchor around Tree, is going to relocate. Going to be difficult for SAD to try and track him. Alvin gets away with 2, and it's a 1v1 to decide if M80 take the map or not, but Nismo injured, hasn't planted yet, and has time, plenty of time, actually.
He's made for these moments. He's got so many years of experience at this point. Look how calm he's playing it. He's not over panicking, just waiting to see if Paint gets a little, a little anxious, a little overzealous. If he sees no reaction here on the C link, or on the A link, excuse me, then it's likely going to be in the other 2 options. Spike gets planted. Paint. I love this rewalk, actually. Does he expect it? Oh, this mind games. I think might be overthinking this one. And Nismo's only 30 HP, but this could potentially be it. This is the D clutch. If Nismo comes out on top, we will be seeing ourselves in Fracture shortly. 1v1, lots of space to be regained here by Paint.
And Nismo wants to hold an angle. He wants to be able to have the first shot and catch Paint clearing or looking elsewhere. It's the only chance you have at 30 HP versus full health and armor Paint. And just like that, the blink of an eye, Paint by SAD another round.
Okay. A life extended. Economy check. Still fine for M80. SAD Esports, their money's looking so cooked. They're gonna have the ragtag purchase rate. This was crazy, by the way. I love that.
The no you card.
But M80's been punishing successfully the solo anchor on A, by the way. It will become a problem at some point. Something that has to be adjusted. Yeah, I think they're already adjusting for it. But yeah, look at the purchase here for SAD Esports on their last round of the game. Money's looking so cooked. They do have the Neon Alto, which could come into play. And I think they're looking to brawl out with these guns on the A side of the map.
All right, a double duelist on the approach. Even having the Omen teleport in. M80 not liking those odds. Gonna stick towards spawn, and that's what's been a huge boon for M80. How they've been able to receive that pressure is now Paint swings in. Vita already getting 1. They sweep through the spawn, and M80 get active towards C. Tempoing up, Bonnie on top of the box, and Zaj nowhere to be found. No neural theft chance here unless a body goes down. And on the flank, hey, Nismo gets rid of 1 and can at least mark the other. Spike never got planted though. Minute left, M80 can still have SAD really on the back foot here.
Yeah, you could just tell Vita is aware, very much aware that they could come back to re-clear him. So he's giving up a ton of space. None really required in this 4v2. Just wait for the info to play out, regroup as a squad, and just close up this round. But I mean, a risk was required, Jen. They needed to have some kind of gimmick in this round, and it was perfect. It was lights out from SAD Esports, exactly what it needed to be. Really good util synergy as well from the front. Beat Tether, allowing them to capitalize.
30 seconds left.
That's only the advantage. Closing up this round is going to be an entirely different challenge against Bonnie and Caillou.
And how Welly and Nismo have enabled each other's teams, like 12 and both having 12 assists. It's tough just because, you enable your duelists. They have to be the ones that shine. You fall after, and to pick up the pieces is Bonnie and Caillou. Superb calling from their side. But now how do you double your numbers? Only so many angles you can watch with 2 people.
Yeah, the thing is, the Fade is not even alive, so there's no way to clear out these angles. It has to be a face check for SAD Esports. That's where Bonnie can shine.
Spawn too, so you can't even neural theft if you're Zaj. So hoping that the power in numbers would be enough, but it's taking so much time to get a up this hill. You still have to drop and wrap around. The spike is starting to tick down, and this is not how you want to go out. Caillou knows that they're desperate and they're frantic, and Bonnie just has to deny the defuse, and Pain is already on top of it.
Life extended again. Another amazing round by Paint. Just coming up clutch for his roster, keeping the dream alive right here. 12-8, only 4-round deficit now as the economy for M80 gets tested in what is the final stretch of this first map. And just, yeah, this was really good. The spacing, the trading out with numbers, the flood. This could have been a little cleaner, but hey, the idea was there. It was clean. Timeout now. It's time for Kaplan to speak and come up with some game plan to close up this game for M80 before they lose grip.
That's the thing. You're starting to get Paint really energized and kind of being more measured, because at the beginning he was kind of swinging out at wrong times and getting caught by the entire stack of M80. So Paint's not like a 1v5 duelist, but he definitely goes for these heroic plays that sometimes hit and sometimes miss. But now he's really hitting, and that's sad. Claiming extending their lives, like you said, because of Paint.
Paint's career has been so interesting as well. Like he's had such an ebb and flow in terms of like his confidence, his performance. Like he almost had a world record at one point, and he kind of went quiet for a little bit. He swapped roles. Now he's back on the Neon. He's back kind of in the duelist role within this SAD Esports team. And it kind of is starting to feel like he's finding himself. He's relearning what his identity is. He's within a team that maybe enables him or has brought out the positive parts of his gameplay. But so far on this roster within this team, Paint has looked like a really solid player, and he's shown it right here against M80, one of the best teams in the league, one of the best teams in the region. 12-8. Economy all in here for M80. An opportunity here for SAD Esports. If they can win this one, they could close that gap even more.
Zaj is able to just leave the site usually. He doesn't even try to get his one. Just tries to delay and play with the team, and you got a full flank forming, which Alvin's going to be able to call out, and if anything, steal Garden as soon as SAD get close, really, if needed. So much zoning potential when M80 have so much on the post plant.
Oh no.
Here comes SAD, steal Garden, is activating time. Paint, or SAD I should say, disengaged momentarily, but now start to take their angles.
Need to flip.
Want to approach at the same time. Taj is hoping to find some timing here, coming up from behind, and he does with the neural theft. And SAD, this is their last chance. M80 on match point, and the Odin is just screaming on the other side of this wall, and Payton is looking like just a whisper against Nismo and Bonnie, while still having to defuse. M80 keep a keen eye, and they keep Lotus under their belt.
It got so dicey though. They had me going, I can't lie. SAD Esports staying composed. The perseverance coming out of them was immaculate, but M80, the dominant force, reigned supreme. And what was an amazing showing, it slipped out of control for a little bit, but overall the macro was so on point. The team play, the individual power coming out here from Bonnie as well to really push the team over the finish line. It is so good. But wow, what a first map. I mean, if this is how the series is going to go all the way, I'm seated. My seatbelt's on. I'm excited, Jen.
The seatbelt, yeah. I'm thinking SAD really started to make M80 sweat there at the end. You force them to take a timeout. You force them to reassess. And what looked to be like such a runaway map ended up being a little close there at the end. But that's kind of what the map strengths were already telling us, that M80 were in the driver's seat for this, and they're still undefeated at the moment. But up next is SAD's map pick, Fracture, and the desk will tell you all about how good they are on this map after this.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foreign taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host Elizabeth, joined with Ash and Emily on the desk. If you're just joining us, Waters what M80 win their map pick of Lotus. And you know, Ash, I'm gonna go to you for this. It is, as the French say, simple. I don't know. I'm gonna think of a French word. I know you speak French. But I mean, there was a bit of a moment where SAD Esports were making a bit of a comeback, but at the end of the day, that is M80's bread and butter. Their map pick, their thing done.
Yeah, I don't even know if I would say that SAD Esports really making a comeback into this.
It was a slight one. First half.
They were getting their rounds. But I guess in the first half, it did feel like those last 3 rounds was when they finally found their footing. But overall, I think M80 were very solidly in control of Lotus the entire time. They had a very good understanding of their win conditions, how to condition SAD Esports, especially in that first half. You saw a lot of those early aggressive fights over towards C Mound, into A main for that rebel control there as well. And at first, SAD Esports were really happy to, I think, like try to fight them head on, meet them in the aggression, take the fight that M80 were bringing to them. And then afterwards, you see the game plan change a little bit for M80, right? They do that initial conditioning, then they start to play a little bit further back. They're changing their setups, they're moving around where they have Alvin Boy playing, depending on like if it's going to be on C or at A, whichever is the opposite of where they're looking for that aggression. But they don't actually go for those fights. They're a little bit more bunkered, and it forces that utility to be used from Welly a bit earlier on into those rounds. Those prowlers having to be utilized to just clear out that space, because SAD had to be a bit more cautious about the space that was being taken by the defense. And I feel like with the tempo control that they were able to find on defense, it made it even easier to slide into the control of the pacing there into the second half there of the court.
Yeah, and I think a big pivotal moment, even though you see M80 go on a 7-round streak there in that first half, I really feel like after that insane Bonnie ace, it kind of gave the entire team so much confidence, and you could see it in the way that they were taking space in those following rounds. And yes, SAD were able to kind of come back into it, make it a fair half, you know, 7-5, not that bad. But then you move into that second half, and there was just so many like minor mistakes that built up over time for SAD. There was disconnect between, you know, the two duelists, and I felt like when you're looking at Paint kind of being that leader in the space taking on that path, you kind of see him overheating a little bit and trying to just find something to give his team an advantage, and M80 were great at punishing that. And I just got to give props to Kaplan for taking that time out there and making that call for that last round, because it looked like M80, they were overcomplicating a little bit. We saw them being a little bit more spread out, but they were able to close it out with a full C exec using that Visalt in their post plan. And it did get a little sketchy with how little space they had. You know, they didn't have spawn, they were getting flanked, they didn't take waterfall, but it seemed like they really thrived under that pressure and just really relied on their team chemistry to kind of ping pong off each other and really focus on just shooting their guns and getting those trades to close it out.
I mean, at the end of the day, those hero plays that Paint was looking for, they are not sustainable, right? You cannot win a game on that and get a couple of rounds. It is hard, few and far between that you will see someone winning a game between those rounds. But I mean, right away, you see we had our Philips Norelco head-to-head, Ash, right? Paint versus Bonnie, the two duelists up there. Paint was 6 first kills, Bonnie had 4 first kills. It makes those eyes we wanted to have on these two duelists. Even though SAD was losing, Paint was trying to find those moments and trying to make plays happen. Like sometimes we've seen him do.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely a tough situation when you do feel like you're trying to pull out some magic in those moments and like make that play happen. And when it doesn't go your way, it's definitely difficult. I think that we saw the vision though there from SAD Esports. Now it's more about seeing it being executed a little bit more cleanly as we head into practice.
And that's exactly right. We're going into Fracture. That is SAD Esports pick. So there is a bit of a, what's the word? Comfort there for SAD Esports fans, everyone in between and beyond, that they could bring it to a map 3. I do think, Emily, correct me if I'm wrong, you had some feelings about the Fracture being chosen, correct?
I did, especially on the side of Sad, because I feel like even though we've seen M80 only play it once, they played it really well. It was a close map, but I always felt like they had some sort of control. But I do understand why Sad feel confident going on to this. You know, it is a 4-lane map. It is quite easy to be able to be aggro like they were trying to on Lotus and not get as heavily punished, right? You're going to be seeing them try and kind of disrupt a lot more, especially since they're starting out on that defense. And depending on what comp they bring into the mix here, it's going to rely heavily on them actually taking those aggro fights that they were trying to do early on in those rounds that we saw on Lotus and trying to continue that and be able to push past that. Whereas M80, one thing that I really liked about watching them playing their last best of 3 is they tend to do a lot of 4-1s. They tend to, whenever they're getting pressured, especially since they're starting on that attack side, they tend to fight back rather than just speed up. And I think it's going to be an absolute brawl of a map if we continue to see what was happening on Lotus.
One thing I definitely agree with is the fact that I think Fracture is definitely going to be a brawl, but I feel like where I disagree with Emily a little bit is how M80 maybe looked like they're more in control on Fracture than you would think. That map win relied on Bonnie going 35 and 15. Hey, if someone's gonna do that,
we're talking about hero plays.
If someone's gonna do that, I mean, Bonnie can definitely do it, but I don't think that it was necessarily as comfortable as it seemed when we're talking a bit more about like that macro. A lot of it came down to Bonnie really being able to find those multi-frags, those openings, going 11 and 3 for the opening kills on that map. Like, it's just insane things to think of. I feel like Fracture has been a bit more consistent here for SAD Esports, so I think that maybe they're able to spot some weaknesses in how M80 were playing a Fracture up against ADG and are going to try and capitalize on that.
Yeah, when you're kind of looking at M80's comp, though, they are bringing in that double initiator. And the reason why Bonnie was so successful in getting a lot of those kills and going plus 20 on that map is because a lot of their game plans, like I said, especially since they're starting an attack half, they're going into these 4-1s. They're going for these execs and these push-pull with the amount of utility that they have. And in order to set up Bonnie, while it looks like they're not in control, it looks like kind of the old M80 where a lot of it is relying on Bonnie, it's a little bit easier this time around because of how much utility is coming behind him.
What I will say is we are going to head into Fracture. Ash made very clear yesterday that she was not the biggest Breach fan. I mean, is there a world where there's a Breach in these two comps coming up? And Emily, are you okay with that? Are you fine with that?
Yeah, I love the Breach as long as it's not solo. When you're pairing it with another initiator, it's really not that bad. It just gives you that much more utility to work with on your retakes, on your execs, and just cancels out a lot of space that a lot of the time these anchors will be trying to play.
Overall, though,
folks, very, very clear. I believe Breach belongs on this map and deserves to be on this map. I'd love to see it, but actually, you know, it is, again, that's not the stakes, right? It is a qualification match, and it is something that, you know, maybe you pull out the new comp, whatever it may be. It's okay. But it could be, we could see something new, the new comp tripping people up. We saw that yesterday, right? Some people break out the new comp because you don't know how to play against them, right? Breach could be a part of that. But moving on, when Age Select does come up in a little bit, guys, thank you so much for your patience. This could be a very quick M80 2-0 Ash.
Hold on, okay. Yo, that's a crazy toss. She really said it's gonna be a quick M80 2-0. You know what? I'm not against it because I did vote M80 on the desk. I didn't expect Liz to be the one saying that, considering the fact that she did vote SAD. But taking a look at these compositions here, for the side of M80, nothing changes, right? For the side of SAD Esports, again, same composition as what we've seen from them previously. Both are comfortable on it. It makes sense when you think about the players that you're working with here as well. Paint, I think, is so good at being able to set himself up. He does have the transition into the Phoenix, though, as opposed to the Neon that we just saw him on Lotus. But Vita, I mean, I feel like if there's any agent that I love to see Vita on, it is that Neon. He looks so clean on it. The head-to-head is going to be really fun, I think, Emily, because of what you were talking about previously, with the fact that you have so much support for Bonnie. Meanwhile, on the side of SAD Esports, you're really relying on Vita and Paint setting themselves up more based off of Willie's information.
Yeah, and trusting that they're not going to get shut down by, you know, the KO coming into play. We've seen Nismo's KO on maps like Pearl. We've seen how detrimental it can be, especially against teams that are running a little bit more aggro. So it's going to be a kind of an uphill battle for SAD here if M80 is on one like they were last time they played Fracture.
Well, folks, M80 are one map away from qualifying for playoffs. But SAD Esports play spoiler and bring us to a map 3. Listen over to your casters, Roy and Lemon Kiwi.
So much, Desk. Yes, the M80 playoff ticket could be within reach if they can get Fracture going. And dependent, kind of based on what we saw from M80 momentum-wise on the last map, I don't disagree with the Desk, but SAD also beat NRG Academy on this map, which is a pretty tough team. So I think this is a great map for SAD.
Yeah, I think Liz's confidence might come back to haunt her here, depending on how this goes. But I think the interesting thing is M80's comp is kind of like the old school, right? Versus SAD Esports' comp, which is kind of more new school, more Phoenix meta adjacent. I think it's going to be really interesting to see these two teams clash. I am an outspoken Breach hater, but I also think KO is really, really strong. And I also think Phoenix is really, really strong. So I think the clash of styles is going to be really interesting here, especially on the attack side where M80 doesn't have drones and they do have the KO knife. They do have the camera to kind of plug and play the information as needed. So curious to see how this unfolds here for M80 as they look to set the pace coming back from what was a very dominant macro map.
Both teams won their attacking pistol in the previous map, so M80 will try to set the tone here. And speaking of comfort picks, I mean, you have Nismo on KO. Surely M80 are feeling good about this map, and look how much space they're already taking. But Welly just delivers a right click, turns away. 180. Welly's on a roll. Everybody stop and watch. This is insane. Ace on the pistol. Welly surely not. Alvin denies it. But he had us go, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my god, what an insane hold. You have to flick 90 degrees plus for every one of those kills. That's so crazy. Ew, that last one. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that gets the team fired up, right? You got your IGL now, feeling nice, feeling confident, nerves settled, cortisol minimized, dopamine maximized. I think
high
that's a great start.
Cortisol play.
high cortisol play, high cortisol comms.
Smokes down.
Okay.
They got the outlaw from Vita. That's fun. M80 now on the much slower of an approach because of the smoke here placed by SAD.
Yep. And I like that Zaj is challenging too. Like you don't really want to give these orbs for free too much. You want it to be somewhat contested. I think they got the A main one already.
Can't use that.
And yeah, it's just a solo guardian on the hold right here. Players have rotated though, and A main is still established. So it's looking like an around the world right now for M80, looking to get as many of these ult orbs as possible. It looks like they've gotten one. They're going for the second now. Will they let it happen? Oh.
I'm scared though of this death ball. Like M80 they seem like a type of team that play better when they're angry, or that when there's like finally some competition, then they really start to lock in. We'll see if SAD can ride off into the sunset after that pistol. I mean, Welly was insane there, and now everyone else steps up. No, it's Welly again, and the rest of the team combined to take M80 down one by one, but orbs farmed, and Kai doesn't want to give them another one.
He's got to make sure he dies at some point, though. Oh, he's making noise now. Yeah, he's running it down. He does not want to save this. But yeah, a nice little cheeky play though from M80. Looking to get something done towards the spawn. Nice little pivot off the normal execute, pathing towards site. I kind of like it. I dig it. Not successful, unfortunately, for M80. SAD Esports fully rotated through spawn, and now the fun begins. Curious to see the approach here for M80 into the SAD Esports comp. There's a lot to unravel, right? Where's the Neon? Where's the Cypher util? Where's the Phoenix? So many layers and so much silent pressure from the Phoenix being alive. So I want to see the approach here for M80. I want to see how diligent they are with clearing things. And of course, they're opting for the classic 4-1 split with Cypher. We've seen it so many times before. Camera gets a lot of vision towards the north side, a lot of info, and that sets up the mid-rounding for M80.
It's a third round in a row where M80 are going towards B, but a much different approach from SAD of knowing this 4-1 split, maybe trying to get after that lurk, but now wanting to refight for the space towards B. And man, there's a lot of flashes, and this causes so much much chaos, but Nismo will always be the backbone to this team. As well, he finds himself on the other side of
Spike planted.
smoke and hoping to find a better way around.
Yeah, I like the buddy system here from SAD Esports, though. Try to trade out Welly for one of the healthier players. They might get a free jump on Nismo. They know where Nismo is. They saw the jump spot. It's really going to come down to the execution now. Wide swing comes out, looking to trade out. 1v1.
Guardian versus Vandal, and it's Zaj on top, and Sad that convert the bonus, which came in with a very strong one. Flawless, almost everything, and still even like a Sheriff will still get a kill. So Sad are, I think, really fired up on this map.
I mean, Zaj had a really quiet first map, but besides this series, he's been such an outstanding player for this roster. He's had so many good performances throughout the year, not even just this split, but throughout the entire year. He's been a mechanical demon, and this time clutching it out for his team. Welly on top. Zaj looking nice here on the B anchor. 3-0. SAD Esports. Good, nice little comfortable lead. Now this is, Jen, this is one of those maps where defense can feel really awkward at times, right? And so far right now, SAD Esports looking quite comfortable. And the Phoenix ult's already online. The Nightfall's available as well, so a lot of advantages available here for... Ew.
Oh, ew.
Oh, there were advantages. Oh, that's gone.
I like that Alvin can just be depended on to play solo and really just draw out every second. Like, yeah, he dies there, but you pull so many players away. But M80 being smoked off, it's still their first approach. Yeah, it's their first approach at A, so still have to figure everything out.
Kind of an uncharacteristic hesitation, actually. Normally the kind of the clockwork of this map is you see the aggression towards A main, especially after you've gotten the kill. You pretty much know the site's clear. Bit of a hesitation here from M80, but looking to regroup towards the B side. Maybe they're looking for orbs as well. They're just looking for the walk up here. Yeah, they will be spotted eventually by the Cypher Util, and they have to get past Zaj, who's starting to feel it slowly but surely.
Still have to get through the trip, and that gives an in for Sad, and at the top, Sad now know where this hit is happening. You can address it pretty easily, it seems. Only dropping Vita at that point, and this is very clean out of Sad, and I'm wondering where this hesitation comes from M80, because they had a decent win against ADG 13-11 on this map, so M80 have had success on Fracture before.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a really good start for SAD Esports, but by no means am I discounting M80 from this map. Let's be real.
Yeah.
The thing is, this attack? Oh, there we go. Okay, banner's a little delayed. All good. Yeah, I think this is a good tack timeout. I know it's a little premature, and honestly, you don't really have a lot of data to go off of in terms of how SAD Esports are approaching things. But seeing this timeout, I think maybe Kaplan sees a fundamental flaw with the way they're approaching this map, and he sees something that could possibly prevent disaster from occurring here in this first half. So he's trying to stop the bleedage as early as possible. I respect it. Normally, we see this timeout on round 6 after the second gun round to happen right here, but hey, I think I respect it. He wants this half to be nice and comfortable, but I am curious to see the adjustment, because as of right now, I mean, it seems like M80 is just too slow on the reactions, and SAD Esports is really running the macro pretty hard right now, and especially when it comes down to those site holds, it feels lights out for SAD Esports.
And you have really strong callers and planners on the M80 side. We saw that when they have their map picks, like, they execute. And kind of what Ash said, it really felt like they controlled the entirety of Lotus from start to finish. And M80 now find themselves having to come up with plans on the go here and having to divert and not really liking their chances. But they also have 3 players that haven't killed anything yet in 4 rounds. Surely this will be it for M80. Just don't get tapped by a Sheriff challenge. And there isn't anyone here. So M80 now have 2 ways to flash into the site, cause a lot of havoc, and even just spamming through the smoke is enough to reward M80 with an entry.
Yeah, and an immediate change of pace. Now this is a free site plus the opening kill as well, and the KO now that nullifies everything. It's going to slow down SAD Esports so much unless they're willing to just brawl it out here dry, which it seems like they are. But still, the positioning here for M80 is good. The plant is perfect, and A main is strong wall right now from M80. It's going to be a brawl if this switch opens.
Spaz has a molly too, but the flash out. Alvin isolated, still combines with Caillou despite Vita breaking up the structure of M80. They still trip up SAD as they sprint in, so M80 finally on the board, and I think confidence really revitalized after that timeout.
Yeah, I like the decisiveness. I mean, I think the game plan is very clear on this map, right? You KO scan A main, no one's there. You know they're probably towards dish, or they're probably towards the B side of the map. So no hesitation. And I think that is the real takeaway from that map, is that the decisiveness, that instant reaction on the macro. On what, honestly, on a map that you don't really need to overthink too much, right? Like, the defenses need to challenge something. You just got to know where they're challenging, and if they're not where you're at, then they're either on the opposite end or they're on the opposite side of the map. So quite easy in terms of macro. This time it's a speed up towards the B main. Oh, they're just running it down. There's no hesitation. He's in their spawn.
And this is the Bonnie special for you. And now he's hoping to get supported, waits for his team, and Spaz will alleviate the workload. And M80 step forward, take a swing at Sad, not without costing some bodies. And Sad absorbing this pressure now, the neural theft. They get a read, they assess, and now they try to snuff the breath out of M80. But with their last breath, I mean, M80 are still kicking back 2 versus 2. 1 HP, and now still regenerating. Nismo and Spaz are clutching up, their backs against the wall, and M80 pull through.
In the back and forth between these two teams, M80 looking to overwhelm the round off start as well, just running it down B main, so fast paced. It honestly kind of looked like the overwhelm was about to be flawless, and then the fight back, the clap back from SAD Esports brings it down to the 2v2. And in the 2v2, M80's experience reigns supreme. They're just so stone cold in those scenarios. It's so rare again to see a mistake happening in these situations. But yeah, I would say boon cauterized for M80. They're slowly regaining their form right here. They're regaining the momentum, and now the economy for SAD Esports is in shambles, and a potential freebie here for M80. Only Fade to receive this hit. It's going to be... I mean, if this is a dry peek, it's... Nah, yeah, he's giving it up. Okay, it's just a walk up from M80. Nice and no alarms tested. A main control is being established by SAD Esports. So they are going to get the read, but is it going to come in time is the real question.
Welly is really clean with the Sheriff. Not to caster curse, but just to hype him up too. Like, this could be some serious upgrades, and Saj is already finding one, but can't really reach that. M80 are still going to get a plant. They have their smokes in position. Tough to break through. Asad could try to thrive in that chaos. They're going to ride behind the wall here of Vita. The Rolling Thunder gets invested right through the choke point, right where Sad were trying to come from. Now M80 can just keep pressuring through, but Sad have found a way in. Lot rides on Nismo, trying to find some backs here. And he already confirms one. So much for Vita to deal with.
It's beautiful.
And M80, hey, costed them a lot of rifles despite how many sheriffs and stuff came into. Yeah, and an ult. So Sad did a good job.
Yeah, but again, just M80 is just so stone cold in these late rounds. Like, the crossfires are perfect. No one's really overstepping. No one's really misplaying their util. It's just so on point for M80. Despite the little brawliness that occurred, still comes out on top. Again, SAD Esports is starting to get kind of glimmers and glimpses of what happened in the first map, right? Where they found themselves in a lot of man advantages. They found themselves in a lot of winnable situations, and they weren't able to close a lot of them out. So trend continues here on Fracture. It's got to be a little frustrating, but no big deal. You can brush it off. It was an eco overall. Got a lot out of M80.
Now M80 of the orbital strike in many ways, and been quite successful at these 8 takes, but now SAD are putting up bigger fight and earlier. Even after getting marked by the knife, SAD didn't even cower from this moment. M80 have that information of the duelists being there and run it back. Pain is on the approach. Melee gets reset, farmed by Nismo. Orbital strike.
Wow.
Maybe overkill, but hey, the kills got done, I guess. But Welly, the composure to still shut down Bonnie. M80
gotta be Pain here.
Still got a plan.
Yeah, no, they're shut out. Yeah, the macro was just so on point. The knife scans 2 people in A main. They instantly have the read. They send the breach back towards B main to put pressure, force the reaction forward. As soon as they walk up, the trap plays in effect. The Brim ult goes behind them. They win out the trades. They win out the fights. And just clean from M80 right now. They're back to regaining control of the macro. And that was the massive win con and the deciding factor in that first map as well. So M80 back in the driver's seat in my eyes.
Maybe this is going to be a difference of ult cycles too, because Now Sad have a lot coming up on their side. Maybe this is how they can get back the lead in the future rounds, but nice that they save those weapons too. That's always going to help the future, but
For sure.
ever since that timeout, like M80 just look a lot more cemented on their approaches. And and the micro too, pretty nice.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of like win con that M80 gets that starts to really get into SAD Esports' head, right? Because so far in the first, at least the first 4 rounds, that proactivity was working out for them, right? They're successful in it, but now they're starting to lose those proactivity. They're starting to lose in the reactions, and I think the timeout comes out, they're probably going to rediscuss what their options are right here. Maybe they're starting to discuss the fact that M80's playing pretty simple macro. The win cons are pretty clear. They're just playing south side majority of the time. Yeah, sometimes they switch it up and go arcade, but for the most part, it's really just been south side, right? They're A main, B main side. So for SAD Esports, the discussion needs to happen here. Are we allocating our numbers correctly? Is our reaction too soon? Should we be waiting for the next move to happen? And then what are they going to do to like throw off the formula right here? But yeah, ideally, and this is a kind of a little, I don't know if people remember how to counter KO on this map, but if you go Sands fast enough, you could break that knife that's causing them problems in A main. You could deny it if you go fast enough. Yeah, you might get punished by the breach, but as long as you have some teammates following up, should be fine. And it kind of denies a wave of that early macro for M80, and you kind of want to deal with it at some point. You don't want that knife to keep going off in A main.
And is losing Paint and Vita in A main enough to have SAD completely rethink that approach? Or is it like, okay, they had Orbital Strike, GG, we still try it again? Because if M80 still get all these kills at A main and they have null command for the A plant, like that seems pretty cut and dry.
Yep. So their adjustment is we avoid KO knife and then we try to rewalk on it, but okay, yeah, it's just a full-on ace play with the KO ult up. Let's see how this pans out.
Null command, a lot of run it down. Nismo will be the tip of the spear, but man, they've just been absolutely blunted. SAD were just all grouped up. M80 thought they outnumbered them and outgunned them. And now Alvin has to pick up the pieces 1v4, and he doesn't have the spike. Payne is doing something to Nismo.
Yo.
That is insane. I didn't mean to point it out, but it's on my screen, guys. I can't.
That's so funny. I love it. The BM, the psychological warfare happens in many forms in Valorant. I mean, that shot on the slide on the Bonnie is so nice. Okay, I mean, SAD Esports showing signs of life. Adjustment is clear. Avoid KO knife, re-walk back up. There's many ways to deal with this problem. That's their solution to it. This time though, they're kind of switching it up completely. They're moving the players towards the B side of the map. That's where they're looking to challenge. Prowler sees nothing. Information established. I think the camera will see the dish walk up here shortly, and the reactions and the smokes will probably come down.
No knife yet from Nismo as well. Bonnie ready to kick things in overdrive. Now the knife, now camera. Here's M80 activating.
What?
Payne just trips up Bonnie in the middle of his own flash. That was crazy. Kind of a lucky play from SAD. Now fighting through a door. M80 are not going to go sprinting into the setup from SAD that they got punished in. And there's so many traps though that SAD have left behind. Does M80 have to dip?
Yeah, I mean, they have to just brawl it out, honestly. That's kind of the problem with the lack of drones, right? Is once you get stopped in your initial game plan, you're forced to mid-round, it gets a little weird where you have to raw contact things, you have to re-clear things, pretty much dry. So you generally do not want to give away those 1v1s to M80 once they find themselves in that position. You want the crossfires to happen. The pressure here is coming out from SAD. Oh, well, he makes the play, gets one and done. Breach is found, but there's still players lurking on A, so I'm starting to doubt whether they're looking to commit B or not, but right now it's looking really isolated. Oh, they're going quiet on. Yeah, they're going to take the bait. They have to rotate to that pressure now. A huge kill from Alvin Boy to open things up, and M80 silently making their way onto B.
This is salvageable from M80 despite getting stopped. They adapt on the fly. 12 seconds, plenty of time to plan, but I think SAD has snuffed out the plan. But Alvin is still living, and he's thriving. So this is more and more problems for Vita, who at least gonna take his one and can't even do that. M80 went from being so far away from each other to coming up with the foolproof game plan to tie it up.
And that's the value of having Alvin Boy on the team, right? That's why the desk talked so highly of him, is these situations where you find yourself stuck, you need someone to take a fight, and you have that mechanically really sound player in those positions to take those fights and win them. And like we saw the effect of that, right? They killed the only thing that was holding up their entire setup. That kill pretty much dismantled their defense, forced the reaction, and M80 just, I mean, the mid-rounding and the late-rounding was just flawless out of that after that. So, job well done. M80 back in the driver's seat. At least things are tied up for now, but macro-wise, M80 is looking quite back in the driver's seat. I want to see SAD Esports be a little bit more disciplined once they get into those favorable situations.
Alvin listening in around the map. SAD have already shown their hand towards A main. Pretty happy with what they've been able to confirm there, and now they will converge onto M80 coming through the top of the site here, being as quiet as they can. You know how Bonnie likes to ramp up. He needs that support behind him. Nismo, knife, and a Mark II. Still waiting for the fight to set up, maybe waiting for the smokes. Caillou with the rolling thunder rains down on SAD Parade along with the overdrive. Orbital strike. There is so much on SAD's plate. And only so many hands to pick it up. Now at Nightfall, the retake from SAD. Welly sets it up. Zaj will knock it down. The neural theft, almost every ult in the game is coming out, but who will come out on top? Numbers favor SAD. They flash out. They feel in control. Zaj just continues to annihilate anyone in his path. And M80 just never had a comfortable position, it seemed, with all the ults that came out.
I mean, the chess games between both of these teams right now is so obvious to see, right? Like the waves of counter util, the waves of counter ults. And this is the thing that the desk highlighted, right? Is how easy it is to overlook the IQ on SAD Esports. How easy it is to think, oh, these players are just cracked mechanically. But no, there's so many, like the devil's in the details, where it's so obvious that they have such a good grasp on the utility, such a good grasp on just like the general flow of the game. And that's a perfect example of that being displayed here from SAD Esports. An important round secured, a lot of ults getting dumped, so whoever lost that round lost a lot from that. And SAD Esports are looking to extend their lead into a comfortable 7-5 finish, and M80 looking to keep things even here as we get into the last round of this half. So far, it's been absolute mind games between both of these teams. This time, a bit of change of pace here, showing the breach util early, but shifting back to the south side of the map.
And M80 having to change their game plan in the mid-rounding is they're kind of now one step behind SAD. After SAD started off 4-0, now they want to try to end the best way possible as Vita, seeing ghosts, I guess, didn't shoot at Nismo. Spaz at least shoots down Welly, and this clears things up for M80 on the other side of the wall. SAD are dashing past. This was a weird round. What?
So I think it only looked that weird to us, I'm gonna be honest.
Okay,
I
was like,
yeah.
I know it's shooting back.
Well, you don't like the 5 FPS? Nah, you're good. It looked a little confusing for a sec, but yeah, it's just a brawl towards the sand side. M80 coming out on top, and things are evened up. I mean, all things considered, I think M80 is pretty happy with that result, right? They lost pistol, they lost bonus, and they still finished with 6 rounds on the board. I mean, that's solid overall. Now M80 gets to be on the more comfortable side for their composition, right? The lack of drones makes attack a little awkward at times, but on the defense side, you have the Cypher Cam, you have the lanes established by the Duelist, and you also have the KO to reflush parts of the map out on demand. So a lot more to work with defensively for M80 and problems for SAD Esports to solve. Now I want to see them really activate Paint though, right? Because he is having an insane series so far. I want to see them build on that, get him to ult as much as possible, try to farm those orbs. There's 4 of them to be had. So I want to see a lot of Phoenix ults it's half for SAD Esports.
And Welly has really set them up for success, and so much on him as that solo initiator with the 2 duelists. I guess Phoenix kind of LARPs as a flasher too, and having those extra scans. Got the info, but M80 have Alvin protecting and on watch, on guard. Already the 1 duelist creeping through. Alvin needs some support there. And now with all the cages coming up, it's the type of chaos that M80 are trying to create, but if SAD have navigated so well around. They still have 4 in tow, and Spaz and Nismo out on the outside looking in. Spaz stepping into the arena. Welly with these jump spots is really thrown M80 for a loop. So very clean pistol out of Sad now, claiming both in this map.
Yeah, and I love that they didn't get too timid on the site once they got into that pulse plan. We've seen so many rounds lost in the exact same scenario where you have a comfortable lead, number advantage, you have a lead, and you think, oh, okay, we can just trade out in these these awkward crossfires on site, but people walk up on you, right? They get the jump on at least one player, and then it gets a little weird after that. So I'm glad to see the proactivity coming out from SAD Esports. I think despite the closeness of this game and them facing a loss right here against M80, we're still seeing confidence. We're still seeing a lot of the comms flowing here for SAD Esports. A huge signs of life in that post plant. And now M80 looking for a trap play towards B main, and that's exactly where SAD Esports is, Jen. This is dangerous.
Really is. M80 feeling desperate. I'm surprised they're trying to walk in. I think after hearing that outlaw, they are gonna nope out of there.
Just S key only, dude.
Would have been nice to get a kill off of that outlaw. So now, know a weapon that's on the board. So I was sad. Where is Sad gonna go next? Because you know M80 are trying to deathball somewhere.
They're all here. Cypher is in deep trouble. I mean, fortunately, it's just a go, so nothing's gained. A lot of information found here for SAD Esports. The reaction is going to happen for sure. I don't want to see a spawn smoke. I actually want to see Vita take a deep... Oh, no, he's smoking it out. I was hoping he was going to take a deep line and just really cut them out of this retake, but the smoke gives them space a little bit to work with. And it's now 4v5 on the retake. 4v4 now, Welly with the equalizer.
Oh, and with the knife info, too, not enough for M80 to get a heads up against all the weapons that are the firing squad, if you will. This will only build a 2-round lead for SAD, and at least SAD are happy to get any kind of lead against a team as scary as M80. This being one of the stronger picks here for SAD.
Enemy remaining.
Not going to give any kind of chance here.
Yeah, I mean, he's just farming his Phoenix ult. It's not sure if it's worth risking the Phantom for, honestly. Ideally, he had a different weapon for this, but it's still, yeah. I mean, he's 1 point away from a Phoenix ult already going into this first gun round. It's just filthy, man. That's the Phoenix power right there. That's why I think Phoenix is so strong right now. It's the 6 points on the ult, and it's just so wild. And here we go. They're likely, at least we're likely to see a plan come out here from SAD Esports to get that ult and make sure they can get a nice, comfortable execute. Whether that's a fake or that's a real hit, we're about to find out. But overall, M80, there's a lot of pressure for them to fight something right here. They can't give up all the orbs for free, and it seems like they're allocating it towards Arcade.
Just the flexibility of Pain as well. I mean, he was so known for his neon and, I mean, being statistically at the top, and now giving that to Vita and trying to enable him. And SAD have a lot of talent on their side. Now find themselves split 2-3 and hoping take advantage of this as Bonnie, the flash coming in too late, and he still is able to survive and thrive.
How do people do that? The 180-degree perfect flicks, like, it's so impressive to me. It's actually incredible. Now Alvin Boy's looking to hold it down. Paint looking desperate. Vita trying to follow up, and Alvin Boy holding ground on what is now a 5v2 for M80. Looking to establish dominance, and now the team fights occurring 3v1, and Welly making it expensive, but the trade comes out for Nismo, and that's a round on the board for M80. Not as clean as they would have liked, but a round nonetheless. SAD Esports with a full buy right here.
When M80 have a read, man, they're accurate on it. Just knowing that split, getting Bonnie to go for a play, and needs to continuously deliver those first bloods. And for Alvin, he's always been reliable to be in a solo situation, a clutch situation like that, to convert a 1v2 like that. Really nice. Now you got the run it back from Paint. This will make things a lot easier to get information. I mean, alongside Welly, they have actually a scan initiator, so careful watch for Bonnie, and man, even with the breach, you didn't even need Caillou in that situation.
Yeah, they're trying to contact up as well, but Bonnie's just been feeling it throughout this entire series, and now the brawl into the crossfire is about to be messy.
Ooh, okay, locks in on one, even with all the targets being revealed, but SAD still stand tall after that encounter, but still need to take their time. Run it back now expires, and get mark one towards ropes, not knowing where the second is, but you're still feeling like you can confirm this as long as you play together, which is what SAD are going to do towards main after all the smokes are established. Wow, Welly just gets spammed through the box, and Payne will finish it off with 2. And Sad will keep the 2-round gap.
It's just so simple. I mean, you look at the positioning, you see M80 in the perfect triangle in A main. You don't think SAD Esports is coming out on top, but that literally is the allure of SAD Esports, is even sometimes when their macro isn't perfect, even sometimes when their ideas aren't executed to perfection, they're still in it. They're still mechanically incredibly strong. You highlighted Paint as a we talked a lot about Paint's, you know, what ebb and flow, and I completely agree. I think the Phoenix suits him so much more because we've seen clips, we've seen the comms videos. He's really vocal. He likes to make plans, and he's on the perfect playmaking character, right? Where you have a lot of control on what you want to smoke and what you want to flash and what you want to ult and fight and what fights you're comfortable taking. And then we're really seeing Paint level up throughout the series and throughout the split. And I'm happy to see it, of course. Welly up there as well. Very slept on IGL. For now, M80 taking a little tack time out, discussing their options, because right now SAD Esports looking comfortable once again. But keep in mind, this is the last timeout available for M80. After this, it's silence from the coaching staff.
Yeah. And SAD also being comfortable with their style that they've honed in on, picking up 2 really strong duelists and running the double duelists everywhere they can. There's kind of a nice meta to have the 2 duelists. And M80, the chance of stage 2, the roster that maintained into stage 3, now have to conform to this newer meta where now the duelists reign supreme, and still having really formidable players themselves, but now the competition's catching up, and SAD hoping to make a playoff run if they can even just force the map 3. And I think nonetheless, even if it doesn't work out here, SAD have shown tremendous potential to get it in another round.
Oh, agreed. I mean, they're on the comfortable half, right? This map is so attack-sided when it comes down to the orbs, besides the A main orb, of course. It's so easy to farm up the Phoenix ult. There's a lot of consistent pressure coming out. And if the cycles come up with the Brimstone ult and also the Neon ult, there's just a persistent, looming presence of that pressure. This time, it's a bit of a change of pace for SAD Esports. I think M80 just took a tack time out. You don't want to get caught in any trap setup. So due diligence here for SAD Esports as they try to figure out the shift in style for M80.
Well, you just maybe throwing out a Prowler or something early to set up Vita to create a fake or something, because you need this Nightfall to confirm and reinforce the flood that SAD want to create. Just now, creating a bit of stress. The silence is kind of unheard of when it comes to SAD, and just off that flash alone, you're creating so much disruption, but now you're creating openings and then corpses at that, as Vita's trying to brawl through some walls with an Outlaw, falls back to the team, and it's just this push and pull with SAD.
Yeah, they've baited the hand from M80. It's very obvious now where the trap setup is. The immediate pivot back to the B site. I like that SAD Esports is keeping their options open, but a dangerous cross right here. The spike needs to be forced down. If it is interrupted even a single time, it could be problematic. And nice molly to deny that vision from Breach Aftershock. It could have been dangerous, but alas, SAD Esports find themselves in, once again, a very winnable scenario. 5v2, no weapons in hand for M80. And SAD Esports looking to extend these all points. Yep, there it is.
And a flawless one at that, with the tug of war that was created. It looked like a B, then an A hit, then back to B. Like, SAD have really navigated this map so well, and I think Zaj also holding that position at B kind of made that so you didn't have to re-clear it again. There's a sense of safety. Now SAD still have the Nightfall that they never even invested, so that's something great for the next one. And ult cycles too, where you have Orbital Strike, Overdrive. There's a lot that SAD can build up towards to get to the finish line.
Bonnie pied. Unfortunate. Had to say it. Sorry, Bonnie. You had a great first half. Maybe you had a great first series. Maybe I should have let this one go.
Can't drop 30 all the time.
Yeah, true. Everyone runs on a little bit of gas, but here we go. SAD Esports looking for that fast take onto the B site.
Vita's looking for a brawl, looking for a fight. At least Paint finds one. Prowler flashes. Bonnie still holds his line and holds the op still. M80 now get hosed down by a Nightfall, and they still trade it out fairly well. Does the Caillou Rolling Thunder come out? It does, all over the spike, but not onto SAD. We're split apart. Now watching the spike carefully. Caillou caught out in an island at 1 HP. Should make it 12. And Alvin watches his back. Sad trying to play their lives. As soon as M80 touched the spike, you're watching the door, you're watching both sides. A lot of stress and a lot of time created. 1v1 between Payne and Alvin. Payne,
no problem.
he's just got to play his life, choose his moment, and he chooses right.
Yeah, so well played from Payne. The discipline right there in that situation, knew exactly what the win condition was, which is the time. As long as he doesn't have it, it's pretty much in hand. And now SAD Esports has extended their lead to 11-7, and Jen, they're doing a phenomenal job at keeping M80 guessing, right? They've not made it very obvious what their endpoints have been. They've been switching up their pace consistently, and I think the one thing that M80 needed to do in this entire half was be successful when it came down to the reclears and the retakes, but they haven't really been able to win those either. SAD Esports has them on the back foot, and the lack of drone, the lack of reclear utility for M80 besides the KO knife is pretty much getting shut down, so, or non-existent even. So for SAD Esports, they're playing exactly how they need to be to making M80 feel uncomfortable, and that really seems to be the key here at dismantling M80's defense.
Now having to face SAD on match point with the not like a ton of good ults that could be coming up. Maybe if Nismo can get an orb, it kills something, neural theft, but SAD, I mean, they could still be pushed back. He's still got, they get an upgrade, hard to tell. Yeah, there's Bonnie with the Vandal, and that sends SAD trickling into B after that presence was already shown from M80 and A main. Spaz already hoping to get active off the Stinger, hoping to catch someone close by. Oh, SAD, this is not over yet. M80 are getting more and more upgrades. Bonnie claiming Spike. This is, did I curse this? I don't know, but M80 are pulling off a thrifty of all thrifties if this works out.
Out of here.
That's the equalizer. I mean, Bonnie needed to step up at some point, but here it is, Vita running it down.
Yeah, that's what he did. Bonnie sits him down too, and Payne has to recover the spike, and now M80 can just, I guess, abandon it.
Yeah, this is there even enough time? He's going to overthink this so hard. By the time he even realizes what's happening, it has to be knife out. No, there's no time. He's just grabbing an orb, yeah. M80, they've done the impossible, Jen. The round that they needed Bonnie to step up. He finally is online. He's available. He got the spike down. He forced the awkwardness from SAD Esports. The most important kill he could have found, he found in this round. And M80, disaster averted. The map's point denied to SAD Esports, and a chance here extended for them to map this comeback in a comfortable manner.
And a null command shot for M80. As soon as they get a read on the hit, that could really throw SAD for a loop. But SAD have had such a good push and pull around the map. I think they're pretty good at just flipping the map if they don't like their odds on one side. So looking forward to seeing how SAD kind of recuperate from that.
A slow play here. Trap setup available for M80 as well. Probably off the, yep, that's the deny right there. A nice shot by Bonnie. What a time to come online as well towards the later parts of this game. An almost missed shot here as well. Attempting to go for more, but punished. And now we're back to the 4v4. Nismo in heaven looking to fight. Same with Caillou.
Bonnie's so greedy for that to re-peek through. You got the caller down. You felt like you've accomplished what you really needed. Just the threat of the op alone would have sent SAD packing. Now the running back's expired. SAD will be ahead of the game. They've recuperated themselves and the spike. They'll get it planted, but here's the equalizer from Spaz and the orbital strike to deny the plant and also catch the tail end of Payne. That is insane from Alvin.
They never skip a beat in these late rounds, Dan. They're playing it perfectly every single time. Whenever they find themselves in these 2v2s, it's flawless. It's so good, and despite the greediness here coming out from Bonnie, oh man, he's so greedy, Bonnie, greedy. Yeah, that kill, I think that was the kill that got the orbital strike too, if I'm not mistaken. Also, just everything falling right into M80's lap in that 2v2, capitalizing off it perfectly. I mean, this is the reason why Alvin Boy was highlighted, and we've been kind of quiet on Spaz, and he's been kind of quiet in this series, but we've highlighted before just how much of a clutch player he is. It's been the song that we sang on the desk, and he's showing it here in this series as well. 11-9. I mean, this was looking like a 12-7, right? At one point for SAD Esports, and now we're in 11-9. It's looking like a possible 10 here for M80 as well. And dare I say, potentially regulation comeback? No OT required? Question mark?
That's tough. Yeah, you got Bonnie with the old and an op once again. null command that was never invested from Nismo. Those are those old cycles where M80, it still feels like they have to be flawless because you don't want to face Sad on match point. See what kind of buy Sad are going to end up with, because it's not going to look good themselves.
And I think the one thing that Sad Esports is struggling with right now, besides like the late rounds, is trying to get a read on what M80 setup looks like before it's too late. Like M80 is doing such a good job at just hiding the trap plays and kind of keeping things, you know, shrouded until the trigger happens. This time it's the pairing with Breach and Neon towards the A main side of things. Bonnie looking for their first op shot, the Breach util to kind of stall things up to allow Bonnie to regain info, regain map control. And with A main established here, they're very comfortable to just sit tight on this B site. And M80 defending against what is a 4-player hit from main.
M80 haven't had to use anything yet, just that deep smoke. Bonnie just sits pretty. Sad gonna work towards B, and the null command to try and stop this, but Sad, they've dropped the spike, but they're dropping bodies in the wake, and Sad have all the real estate they could ever want. But now Bonnie coming in on the flank with an op, but the smoke only just temporarily denying this line of sight. And now it's open season as Bonnie pops the ult, Vita confirms 3, and this is for Sad getting to match point, and M80 are putting up quite a challenge. But Bonnie still has to cross into, well, the setup of Zaj and Vita. With an op of all things. I don't know if he could really isolate this. The barrel's spotted. And Vita with the 4K getting Sad to match point. Finally reestablishing it after that timeout.
And so well done for Sad Esports to follow up on that B site. The fade detail coming out, scanning Alvin, allowing that first skill to just unfold so perfectly. And despite the trade coming out from Nismo, the immediate rundown, the immediate punish, and the follow-up, no hesitation from Sad Esports as they claim the map point. 3 attempts now, Jen, for them to close this off and take us to a third on Ascent, which will make this series so interesting. I think Ascent will be absolutely crazy if we get there somehow, but we're still 3 rounds away from it. M80, never a team to discount in these situations. And they're not really changing up their style either. M80 has identified the key to success. It's been map control. This time it's towards Dish, and soon they're going to own all of North Side. And at that point, it's going to be quite obvious where Sad Esports wants to end.
And at an even fight, like Sad have the ult cycle in their favor coming up, whether it's Orbital Strike, Nightfall, and all these things are going to be earned a little bit faster than M80. So it's, even if M80 pull off some kind of miracle here, like you said, the Sad have so many chances and so many good chances too. Is the Orbital Strike to try and get ahead of M80's retake to just keep them into submission. The camera though from Alvin will call to M80. But Sad haven't planted yet. They're not set up yet, and they know who is actually on the site. And Bonnie goes to capitalize against the other Neon. Even Speed can't defend it. Trades into 2v2. M80 on their last life when it comes to this map. We will go to Ascent. Zaj holds the line. We'll back off at what seems the perfect time.
One enemy remaining.
Here's the swing. Here is the finish. M80.
There it is.
It's all there. 13-9 for Sad to force the map 3.
Zaj, he's had such a quiet first map, but he really came alive in that second, reminding us to sing his praises, clutching it up, mechanically speaking, and decision-making wise. He's been so on point for this roster. And Sad Esports, after what looked like an M80 complete dominance, turned things around in the second half, bring it back into their favor, and reclaim the lead, regain momentum, and push us into the third on Ascent, where things get really interesting. I'm excited, Jen. I can't wait for that third map on Ascent.
I can't wait either. And it would seem to be such a clean series. I mean, the desk's words, an M80-2-0, all of a sudden, we just keep caster cursing everything. But hey, we are here for some good damn Valorant, and we are getting it. The winner of this next map goes to playoffs, and we'll find out who that is after this.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now for it, taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
Well, the Canada Qatar game just ended, so no excuses. Welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Ash and Emily on the desk. And we're going to a map 3. This is now M80's second map loss. Tarot card pull, what is it? An upright 5 of swords. Victory, hollowness. This is worth it. Well, let's talk about the second map before go to our pick of Ascend. We're talking about Fracture, the second map. I think we came in here, Ash, having some questions. We didn't know how this one was going to look. We had some concerns, if you will. I said maybe an M80 2-0, and I was quickly corrected by SAD Esports.
You know, I think that was crazy of you to go against SAD Esports by doing that, Liz, but they proved you wrong.
You act like I didn't pred them.
But that's what I mean. That's what I mean, you know? Like, you go into like, okay, they're going to 2-0, even though you predicted them, but they prove you wrong, or prove you right, if you will. But overall, though, I think that SAD Esports, they had a really good understanding of what they were trying to accomplish on this map when it comes down to like Fractures, like push and pull. You're always playing that tug of war, depending on, you know, what site you want to find like more control of, wrestling, just like the north side, the south side of the map, and just really, I think for the most part, a lot of teams tend to focus more on, you know, A main and the arcade. And I feel like SAD Esports, they started off with really strong presence in those A main fights, in some of those like very, very premium fights as well. And then you also see them like kind of changing things up a little bit, like looking to like re-clear that space afterwards, after seeing like M80 show that presence. And M80, they take control of that tempo when they start to come back into that first half, where you see them drawing out that utility on those re-clears in A main from the side of SAD Esports. And then they kind of like, it's constantly like that back and forth battle. They retake that space. And it felt like that back and forth was a really big part of the story of this map overall. But I think those heroic moments here for SAD Esports, the multi-kills that we're seeing, was what really took it over the line. Like even just taking a look at the first kills here, 13-9 there, it tells you so much about these 4 rounds that SAD Esports were able to take away, even though they were finding themselves at that deficit to start.
Yeah, and I really do got to give props to Coach Kaplan again, because in that first half, it looked a little bit scary for a bit there for M80. But after that round 4 timeout, you know, they really just kind of simplified their game plan. Instead of overexpanding and overexpending a lot of their players, they ended up going into more of an exec heavy style and then dialing it back after they got a few rounds under their belt, which really brought them back into that half, because this could have been an even bigger stomp than what it was, right? And when you go over and look at how they were playing in that second half, SAD was kind of doing what I thought they were doing, or what we thought they would be doing, right? They were disrupting a lot. It felt like they were able to kind of shut down M80 wherever they were trying to go, or go for those big retakes. And that's exactly what you want to see with a comp like this. You know, even Vita wasn't up there with kills this time around. The stunts coming in were detrimental to kind of putting a stunt in whatever M80 was trying to do, or especially on the timings, right? Every time they went for a retake, it wasn't, even though they had all the util in the world to kind of push back SAD, it was always met back with firepower, with an absolute brawl that SAD just were coming out on top of this time around.
And that is something I think, you know, we highlighted to kind of go back into our pre-show before this match, we highlighted Vita and Bonnie. We said, look out for them. They're going to be explosive. They're going to be great. It's going to be an incredible battle. I said it was going to be the anime battle. And I mean, Ash, props to both teams for being able to make it competitive and getting it done kind of without these duelists being those top fraggers.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times it does come down to that conversation, especially on Fracture, between like maybe Neon head-to-head, expecting that kind of explosivity. But both of these duelists, even though they weren't taking over that kill feed in ways that we're used to seeing from them, they're both doing their jobs very well with that space creation. Like, even though, okay, this is gonna sound really bad because I'm about to say that Bonnie got 0 kills on the attacking side, but even though they got 0 kills on the attacking side, M80 still end that half 6-6.
Yes, they do.
It's because of the trades that are coming in. It's a similar story for the side of SAD Esports. Even though Vita wasn't going like crazy in the kill feed, again, those trades coming in, Paint being so good at following up and having that spacing next to Vita, even though, you know, there is like that speed differential with how quickly Vita is able to dive into those sites. It was just very well done, I think, from both teams to really capitalize on the space creation that both of their duelists were making for them, despite the fact that they maybe weren't going as crazy with those openers, with those multi-kills, like we've seen them do in the past.
I will also like to bring up, I still believe in the Breach no matter what. I'm a Breach believer. I played him once on Fracture. It did great, therefore I believe in him. But we are moving to Ascent, where I've never played Breach, but as the land of my people, the Italians who did not qualify for the World Cup, we'll never let you forget that. But we are going here, Ash, and this is, we're talking in the green room. We are thinking maybe for the Asian comp, like, if you keep it simple, stupid, right? Simple on Ascent works. It's your most basic map. It is your most fundamental map. And if these comps kind of are not anything crazy, easily one of these teams to qualify with a very convincing scoreline.
Yeah, I think we've seen like some experimenting happen on Ascent, like here and there, but I feel like both of these teams, actually neither of these teams, I should say, have actually run Ascent in VCL. I was checking even like Funhover events. I don't think any of them have run it in those events either, if they are participating in the third-party events outside of Challengers. So we really don't know what to expect whatsoever from these two rosters as they are. Granted, though, I do think that these players individually are very well versed on this map. This is one of the longest standing maps in the competitive pool. There's a very good understanding of what we're seeing. And you were talking about comps, Liz, and I feel like when we're thinking M80, low-key, I would not be mad at them keeping it like very vanilla bread and butter.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking KO, I'm talking the Jet. I think the KO is actually a slept on anti to the Phoenix because of the suppress, the 0 point that you have, the fact that you can cancel that also with the KO ultimate as well with the null command. So I think that'll be fun to see. I think that the SADA Esports, I feel like they will have a little bit more of that new gen take though, with that Phoenix there that I'm expecting Pink to be pulling out again.
Yeah, and also just thinking like experience-wise, just outside of comps, you have on the side of M80 a little bit of an advantage, right? You have Nizma, who I believe was also competing and playing the KO back when Ascent was first in the map pool before it ever got removed. And then you also have Kaplan that's been coaching at the highest level for years, especially on this. And now we're getting nothing that we actually predicted. So that's very fun. I mean, we're getting the double Senti, very weird. Nizmo on that deadlock, a solo Waylay, which is a little interesting considering that they are not going to have any hard flashes here. So a lot of it is going to be kind of Waylay entering alongside that Omen Blind and praying that, you know, the Sova utility goes a long way. And for SAD Esports, not even a standard comp either. We were expecting maybe a Jet Phoenix, but instead we're going back into the nerf Yoru, and both these teams are cooking up something new.
They're cooking a lot right now, and it's for a qualification match for playoffs at that. I think what's going to be interesting though is the fact that we haven't seen either of these comps for both of these teams on Ascent previously, with it not having been played in any of their matches. The Yoru, yes, maybe a nerf, but actually has a really interesting dynamic into the deadlock that Nizmo is going to be pulling out there as well. I'm curious to see if Zaj is going to be finding these opportunities to try and gate crash and get those timings past Nizmo's utility there on deadlock, with M80 starting out on defense. Very stint. You know, Nizmo, he's also the lineup king, so we can expect some crazy grab nets to be coming out from the M80 side, some trap plays that I'm going to be expecting up against SAD Esports' aggression.
Well, folks, only one of these teams can qualify right now. Looking for that undefeated Swiss stage. Will it be M80 or SAD Esports? Quick tarot card pull, an upright Knight of Wands. Enthusiasm is powerful, but remember, pacing yourself will ensure long-term success. Let's hope these teams can take that to heart. Sending it over to your casters, Roy and Lemon Kiwi.
Yeah, what she said, something horoscopes and cards, and I heard there's some swords. I'm looking for some guns though, Roy. And I mean, there's a lot of firepower on both these sides. We haven't seen this map from either side. What's your take on these comps?
Yeah, we're in such unknown territory. We got Liz resorting to tarot card readings on the broadcast to get us going here, so I respect it. My take on this is M80 compositions is not completely new. I think obviously the only new thing here is the Waylay for the what is typically used to be a Yoru being ran with this composition. The thing for me that I'm looking at though is, one, for the M80 comp, it requires a lot of problem solving when you're against it, because you have to try to guess where the Cypher util is and where the Deadlock util is. Is it stacked in one area? Is it split up? There's a lot of layers of things you have to get through, and if you're executing is obvious, and it's like there's a lot of tells on when you're taking sites, it's really easy to get caught by the wombo combo from Deadlock and that, you know, that whole shebang. But for the SAD Esports side, they have a nice slow controlled composition. They can be explosive when they want, but being able to play slow, being able to attack op is going to be an absolutely important. And already Vito with the punish onto Bonnie, map control denied, and advantage found for SAD Esports.
Bonnie is that type of duelist that'll roam off on his own, and we've usually praised him for being that flexible, but SAD have found a way to punish him more and more, just like they did on Fracture, just like they're starting off on the pistol. SAD won both pistols on Fracture as well. This is definitely a strength of theirs, to be controlled, to navigate through this, even through the pain.
How's he
just
alive?
with his last breath gets the door shut. I have no idea how he's alive. And Welly and Vita will pass away, all thanks to Caillou. Man, the retake from M80, despite being 4v5, so good. And they are left with the pistol.
There's always a cavalry horizon time for M80. Liz, was that in the tarot cards as well? Kidding. I can see her frown already. She was roasting me in the background, so I gotta get my get back. I have to get it. It's all good though. You know, that's such is the nature of the game. But yeah, I think we kind of saw glimpses of M80's ideas, right? Which is the counter execs with the Deadlock util, the fast floods, the walls to come up from Deadlock as well, to make the execute and kind of split people up when it comes down to those site takes. But for SAD Esports, obviously they're on eco, so they're probably looking to farm up some orbs right here, looking to get past this one way. A nice little cheeky adjustment here. Get your TP to cross, break through the one way. Vita looking for that opening kill already.
Man, for Vita to just disrespect the one way and still try to go for a fight, that could have been a real chance for Spaz. And now M80 find themselves on the perimeter of this, and now giving space to Sad, trying to play off the Nismo barrier that came up too late. Sad get a kill and an orb from that.
And seeing the way that SAD Esports is executing on this map control kind of tells me what all I need to know is the fact that SAD Esports is prepared to play this composition. They're here, they're locked in. There's a reason why this map was floated. And this kind of, I don't want to say completely off meta, but it's a little different than what we normally expect with the Chamber and the Yoru, who's been mostly out of meta. Vita gets taken down. Map control, at least the equalizer's found, but overall, SAD Esports, there is a timing available for them here towards this B side of the map. Likely looking for Paint's alt orb as well, which should give away at least their intent here, if they so wish to grab it. I think they will. Yeah, they don't care about being coy. Nah, they're just going for the side hit. Okay, fair enough.
And having an experienced sentinel like Alvin just really helps on a map like this. If you need to abandon him for a little bit, to trust him to anchor, but this time he's got a buddy, he's got Caillou. Can call and shoot their way out of any problem. Sad on the drop down. Caillou locks in on 2, the ping on the 3rd, and it all rings M80. And Sad, I mean, it was nice kind of attempt at the beginning, but M80 are on top.
Yep, this is where the fun really starts though. And I think the one thing if you're SAD Esports that you don't want to happen is okay, I mean, I was just about to say you don't want the operator to come up as soon as possible, but it's up as soon as possible. And this is really going to create a wedge in SAD Esports' plans, right? Because they want to shroud their intention. They want to explode quickly on sites. They want to flash through chokes and try to get out as quickly as possible. But when you're against the double senti and you're against the operator in mid, it gets weird to call in so many steps, right? Where the point of failure could happen at any point in time. Nice little cheeky. Okay. That's an offense smoke, by the way.
Nismo just isn't afraid to spam through some smokes. I'm glad that he's, since his adjustment to A, he's not just going to immediately reposition and be passive and give up space. He will try to shoot through those smokes. So change up there, as Sad could always leave Vita behind and kind of follow through in the footsteps of Zaj.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised though to not see SAD Esports go for that B main or for Phoenix. They could have gone the ult up online pretty easily. Think maybe they're thinking that there's a trap set up or something waiting for that, but they've opted to go for the A1 instead, where the Yoru's got control. Kind of feels like they're eyeing out this A side. I mean, time is getting low. I don't think there's really a pivot point unless it happens soon. But again, the Cypher util's all here. The Sova Dart can come out here at any point in time as well. It might have been invested actually, but overall, it's a site take. An advantageous one for SAD Esports.
Pain still has a paranoia. He throws that out towards the high ground, and M80 just have to reposition, and now they swing back in. Sad really can depend on Pain in these huge moments. Shown up in this series time and time again. And Sad off of kind of that slow approach, it's really all paid off in the end. I think M80 would really like to keep this up. It's going to be tough to fight through that.
Nismo's probably going to look for some economic damage, try to keep op online, try to go for some kills. Would be amazing for M80. Now, this is something that I've noticed with these composition that M80 is running, and it's just, it was a big problem last year as well. It's a big reason why people kind of got off these comps is once you run the double senti, people tend to play pretty reserved on the defense side, right? Like you have so much util to work with, like psychologically speaking, you don't want to take too many risks. Wait, let's hold that thought for a moment. Oh, some damage. Okay. Okay, not bad. 1 for 1. We'll take those. But yeah, the value of the util makes players feel like they need to preserve their lives. It cuts away from the risk, but typically on this map, it's pressure on defense that really wins. Like you want people to react quickly. You want people like, oh, they're fighting this. Let's react A or react B, and like force these like fast, very rash decisions to happen. And it's that pressure that makes the attackers really easy to counter. But when you're running these comps, sometimes that pressure isn't really there, especially if the operator isn't finding a lot of success. So at some point, M80 needs to start putting pressure on map control. They need to start, forcing reactions from SAD Esports, because you don't want to make the IJLing easy. You don't want them to be able to stop, think, counter all util, counter everything happening. You want these rash decisions to happen. So look for M80 to get active.
Wow. Speaking of getting active, I mean, the immediate Hunter's Fury, while still having drone, recon. Oh, okay, they get a small tag there at the back. Gets Welly down the half. And Bonnie still has the op, and I think wanted to go for a play with Nismo and B main, and didn't encounter anyone yet.
Wonder if they saw the op or not. Seems like they just completely beeline out of there. Like they completely left. Now the Yoru clone putting a little pressure in market, forcing the drone out, and a little bit of information from M80. But this time they're not quite as dry for information, right? Establishing B main. I'm a little surprised to see Deadlock still here, to be honest, especially with the drone clearing all of mid. I'd expect the reaction here to be happening a little faster for M80. But it's just two players turtling it down, trying to hold it down. And for M80, where SAD Esports looking for that A split.
Spaz has the paranoia and his smokes reestablished, so SAD could wrap around window, and with Caillou down, this just reveals some gaps now in the defense, and it all comes crumbling down around Alvin and the rest without able to trade out anyone from SAD. So a nice patient approach is what's rewarding SAD yet again. Now the doors all closed, the hopes starting to dim here for M80, who already saved the op last round. They're looking to save it again.
A kind of an uncharacteristic hesitation from M80 though, right? We saw a little bit of it on Fracture, but I mean, the macro was pretty obvious, right? They had all of B main, they had the full deep line, they droned down mid, saw it was clearly a clone, no players followed up. I mean, all the signs are pointing to an A hit, yet the rotations were still super late. So a bit of overthinking happening here from M80. In SAD Esports, I mean, the execute was flawless, right? After that kill from Zaj, that really opened things up, isolated those players on site, no support available for them whatsoever. And it was just a nice, clean overrun with full util. Oh, overlooked. No.
Oh.
That's yo, that's so unlucky. I think it barely touched him, dude. It actually barely touched. So unfortunate. Wow. All right, SAD Esports. I mean, every round they get right here, right, is going to apply pressure on M80, especially with the composition they're running. You expect it to be very defensively strong. And already the tack timeout's coming out. Yep, this is word from the coaching staff. They've noticed a flaw in the approach, and they want to put an end to it ASAP.
Yeah, fixing up the macro, and just, you wonder how much that Fracture affected M80, because this is a very different M80 than what we saw at the beginning of the map on Lotus, where they came in with this game plan, didn't feel like anything could touch them, and now now you go to a map where both teams are pretty inexperienced on this in terms of this current meta. You have these wild compositions coming out, at least something that you're not scrimming against every day, like a Yoru, a Phoenix, and a Chamber. So this is very different. Of course, maybe you've seen the Deadlock before and the double Sentinel, but kind of different. And SAD aren't able to find immediate punishes on Bonnie. He's already dialed things back, so SAD are also adapting.
Sure. I mean, Yoru's just so off meta now, right? After the nerfs, I mean, most teams just completely abandoned him. No one even wants to try it, but there's still some value to be found with Yoru for sure, especially if you have a player kind of, you know, clinical with the util and very surgical with the value and the timing, which honestly Zaj has shown he's capable of doing so far. So all in all, SAD Esports in the driver's seat. Again, the hero op is the only really big factor in this round. I don't imagine they're going to face check it. So Bonnie will have to get pretty active to find his value here. Oh.
I think Vita has been really key when it comes to these B approaches and just how measured
he's going all the way in.
And wow, where is Bonnie going? He is up to no good. But he's trying to do good, really, in the middle of the map. And SAD have now the second time we've seen them catch him by surprise.
Dude, Veli just jiggle shocked him to half HP. It's so annoying. And then they're just flooding out now. It's cooked. Yeah, that's it. SAD Esports has found their way in. Caillou getting overwhelmed quickly. And a flawless coming out from SAD Esports. The hero op play denied. Nismo recovering the op at the very least. Honestly, I would have liked to see him stay there. I don't know if he saw the op or not. I honestly couldn't tell from his POV. It kind of looked like he might not have seen the operator, but I would have liked to see them deny that op. One person at least.
We would have liked to get those exits, but now that the other exit has been cleared out, and you don't want to expose the op. But we'll see. Oh, maybe Welly could grab it here.
Welly just running it down. Oh.
Oh no!
Well, we know it's an op now. Look at the map. Look at the map. The hounds are coming. Unleash the hounds.
Oh, it gets the barrel. Okay, so no op for M80, and that was what, a round 5 investment of the op as well. And Really tough position.
It's kind of hard to see from that POV whether he had the op or not, but it don't matter. It's removed out of the play. And this is where things start to get interesting, because this is the pacing that I've been expecting SAD Esports to play against this comp, right? You don't want to rush things. You want to take your time, but now the operator is available for Vita, and he's honestly an insane sniper player. I'm going to be honest. He's so good. So a little forward pressure here from M80, trying to get some of that util out for SAD Esports early on. Again, you don't want to get overran by the flashes and the full Yoru util, so you want to try to get some of that out here early.
No escape.
So far, so good. SAD Esports, though, looking to commit and gets shut down by Spaz.
And again, this smoke spam is really killing SAD. Hunter's Fury will put the Omen in submission, but man, this teleport spot is really sick too. Like, SAD approach, you're not going to expect this. There hasn't been really any solid openings from SAD. Annihilation does not convert, but Nismo does. He's just a laser today. And SAD just can't step forth at all, not without dropping bodies. And it's just one at a time, nearly flawless for M80 to match up the score.
Remember when everyone was calling Nismo a one-trick pony, and everyone's like, "Oh, you're a KO one-trick, haha." And then he started playing Deadlock on multiple maps and actually popping off. I think people forgot that Nismo can play Deadlock. He's so good on that agent. I know he has a ton of lineups. He has a ton of setups that he's probably pulling on to make this work. And I mean, it just looks so good, right? The timing of the util has always been one of Nismo's strong suits. So disruptive, whether he's on the KO, whether he's on the Deadlock or the Omen, it's always so on point. And now SAD Esports are looking to switch up the game plan a little bit, looking for that B main walk up.
And Vita investing into the op too. SAD haven't been able to leverage first bloods at B main in a little bit. And you see that Bonnie has dialed things back. He's really switching up when he's being aggressive. You don't want to fall for the clone. I know it's been a while since we've seen Yoru, but this gives it in for SAD. You already have Bonnie refracting out, I should say, as M80 begin their positions around. SAD want to get proactive, and there's been resistance within the site. Pain, though, is clearing the way. He's already confirmed two. As long as SAD adjusts the angles one by one, they stay focused, they will come out on top. And Caillou to anchor solo, yeah.
And this is smart. This is a complete chokehold. They're not even going to leave this. They're just going to hold this crossfire, keep them completely contained while the spike pretty much checkmates the round towards the A side of the map. Again, just full domination coming out from SAD Esports, switching up the game plan. Not really in terms of style, but in terms of direction, right? They've been so A main centric. This time they just go for the very simple B main walk up, pop through smokes, overwhelm the site, take down and win your fights. And I think that's part of the SAD allure, right? Which is like, okay, sometimes you can read their macro, yes. And sometimes, you know, they're not executing things to pure perfection. But, no.
No Odin for you.
Okay, well, yeah. Probably just letting us sing from far. But yeah, that's kind of the allure, right? We're like, yeah, sometimes they're a little easy to read and they're not perfect with the macro, but you still need to shoot back against what is a mechanically very strong team, right? There's no weaknesses on this roster. We've seen takeovers from Vita. We've seen takeovers from the IGL. Zaj has taken over many games. We've seen the paint pop offs. Like, it's all so obvious. So even if you know they're there, fighting back is a whole other problem to solve.
I think SAD just have had a really hard time fighting A main because of the deadlock barrier. And then if it's not that, it's Spaz puts a smoke down, spams it at the perfect time. See if... And you can't really punish M80 here because Spaz will just disengage, kind of bait you into trying to chase him down, and that's where M80 gets you to be aggressive and walk into their trap. Now he falls back. SAD trickle in. The barrier only comes out after, so SAD are split apart. Now, unless Zaj pulled off something incredible, SAD are repeating past rounds of just being locked out at the A site.
Flawless.
Yeah, I mean, M80's got him where they need it. In terms of macro, M80's reading this map quite well. They've had a little couple hiccups here and there, but overall, it seems like the read is there. It's really just a matter whether they can hold down the site when the overwhelm tries to happen from SAD Esports' side. In terms of util, in terms of timing, we talked about a lot about how this composition is. It has its tells, right? Like you don't have the jet dashing, you don't have the waylay dashing on you, so you have to drop the smokes, you have to drop the flashes. There's timings, there's cues for you to counter util and kind of disrupt or execute. And right now, SAD Esports are not winning on that end. And as long as M80 keeps moving around the deadlock and keeps moving the Cypher around, it's going to get even harder and harder for SAD Esports to figure things out. Forces them towards mid, into the hands of Bonnie, and that's where the op starts to get a ton of value.
That's what I wanted to see Bonnie do more of. I guess less moving around, just like holding a power position like top mid with an op. And have SAD have to look both ways before they cross the road. Finally, a first blood in M80's favor. And then you smoke off the op, and SAD are left guessing where Bonnie could be after that. Well, deadlock barrier now over in tree, so this may be an opening for SAD. Pain has already been active. Now he's set up on the high ground. You have SAD that need to get in there and get a plant going before the convergent paths really shake things up. Bonnie is going to wait for the regroup here from Caillou, and this could be all in the hands of the duelists. But you're going to start with the spam, I guess, just to clear out the high ground, which Pain is somehow evading. It's just...
He's only got 8 bullets, too. Like, he's only good for 1 here, maybe 2 if he's really clean. Does a ton of damage, falls off, forces a lot of the util out, and it's a flood coming out now from M80.
M80, or I should say SAD, are safe for now, but are you safe from Pain? He almost got an ace just now. His Bonnie's in a 1v2, but he isolates the one. Convergence pass already had SAD on the back foot, but Bonnie's on his last leg. 19 HP and no time to defuse. Good effort though from Bonnie and M80.
Yeah, SAD Esports is not the team you want to give these opportunities to. We're going for the jiggle. We're going for the contest from hell. Immediately punished by Pain, capitalizes, finds the opening as well onto Nismo, I'm assuming with the paranoia TP plate, and then just immediately the A side's completely opened up, and what should have been it should have been a clean M80 round, right? And that's, again, that's the SAD factor, that's the X factor that you expect from this roster, is you don't want these players to have these opportunities. You need to be clean and you need to be disciplined when you're up against SAD Esports, especially with the way they're feeling right now.
I feel like that changeup of the deadlock barrier too, kind of SAD were able to get in for free. Pain just wiped the floor with the whole site. He got a 4K off of that. So M80 should just go back to what worked, and now they go back to Nismo over at B, sensing that SAD are going to flip the map again. Now the run it back. Paint looking to make space, and he already claims 1. Annihilation from Nismo does pull 1, and SAD are hoping to follow through on this. Bonnie finally makes an appearance in mid and gets exactly what he's been investing into. And SAD are left with so many threats on so many sides, and really not enough bodies to shoot back with.
I mean, Nismo did all that with 55 HP. Now it's just all on Pain. The fast one comes. Yeah, he literally had 55 HP. He gets a 3K on that anchor, by the way. That's so crazy. So well done by Nismo. I mean, he's putting on a clinic right now. 12-6. Same with Pain. I mean, both of these players right now are just absolutely neck to neck in terms of trying to get their team to that finish line, to that comfortable finish line. But so far, it's a complete even Stevens. Now, this is where I'm a little conflicted with the M80 comp, right? You look at the M80 comp, it looks very defense-sided, but it actually has a lot to work with offensively. I just don't know what to expect from M80 because we haven't seen them play this map. But for the SAD Esports side, I feel like they're going to feel like they don't need to take risks. Hopefully they don't feel that way, because obviously you do, and it's another fast run by SAD. They're not slowing down.
No run it back, and Paint's gonna have to run back that round. SAD though, try to follow in his footsteps and have the perimeter secured for now, but it's these anchors that SAD are so terrified of facing, and they have pistols. They're shooting marshmallows basically. So M80 hoping to make this a 7-5 half, and then they make this a flawless too. And this is very deja vu from Fracture, where we ended the first half 6-6, and then M80 ran out of gas in the second half. So we'll see if that's how SAD are gonna turn around the whole series.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see the approach for SAD Esports. Like, are they going to try challenging things? Are they going to be passive? Are they just going to be spamming like trap plays with Yoru and Phoenix? Or are they more so just going to have like Yoru being the fast rotator, kind of jumping around between pressure while they all play sites? Like, there's so many ways to play their comp, and same for M80, right? There's a ton of ways for them to play it as well. Are they going to attack op? Are they going to play slow? Are they going to play fast? It's going to be really interesting to see what happens in this next half. But for now, we're battling it out for a nice, comfortable lead for M80. or the even game here for SAD Esports. Body looking to make a play, nothing found. Immediate cancel, immediate dismiss.
It's the risk and reward with Bonnie, and he still goes for that. Like, he'll still peek even with the Sonic, and now he gets punished. Nismo hoping to trade, and he does so beautifully. Double kill. Sad. Now lost in the sauce, don't have a spike. And just don't have really the util to even re-clear and have a good fight on their terms. So maybe it will be a 7-5 half.
Yeah, I mean, the spike's down too. It's going to kill so much time to try to get it. All the players from M80 have rotated over. That drone is going to pretty much checkmate the information game. I think Sova's trying to avoid it to at least give some pressure in the main side of things. But okay, Payne, sir, you are scammed. Yeah, this is a formality, I think, at this point. And there it is. M80 extending the lead, nice and comfortable, 7-5. I mean, this is not as you know, not ideal. I think you'd want a little bit more with this composition, but again, I've seen this comp get a ton of rounds on the attack side. It's definitely not I would not be surprised to see it happen here again. But for SAD Esports, my eyes on them to see how they're going to start and set the pace and the tone here on this defensive side.
And you wonder, is this... I said they ran out of gas for M80 on Fracture, and despite the 6-6 half, SAD ran away with it in the end. So it's all going to ride on this pistol. M80 had a good start. They get another pistol. That's just one step closer to the finish line, and that playoff ticket would be all on Bonnie. Feels like as that solo duelist to dash in, make the space, and to try and avoid anything that SAD tried to do to hinder him.
Oh, it's just straight up A-rush. Okay, no mind games. 5-0. No, not even a lurk. No exit option. The deadlock wall to try to stop the players from flooding in, but they're already all here, Jen. They're all at home already. An immediate forced pivot coming out from M80. Now, no reactions really happening on the map. No punish on the B main side. No deep lines established from SAD Esports, which is honestly a bit of an error, I think. I think they have the TP out. There's really no reason to be here on the passive line, considering the amount of pressure they showed on this A main. But for now, SAD Esports, they seem to be reading this correctly, and all the players are pivoting to this B site.
It's not like there's like a hard sentinel, like a Cypher or a deadlock that caused a lot of problems on defense, and that sentinel's gone, and that means you would think Bonnie would have an easier time getting in, and Spaz is working his way through top mid, has to duel against the Phoenix. Paint feels like he's just playing a game of cat and mouse. M80 over here playing Valorant at B. Still now being contested here by SAD on the other side because of the flash, or the clone I should say, from Zaj, who still is playing the mind games beautifully. The chess match though, there's more pawns on the M80 side to try and convert this pistol. Ooh, the shock bolt just barely caught the tail end of Welly, and what a flash and dash too from Paint. This is coming down to the remnants as M80 we're ahead of the game. Now it's a 1v2 for Nismo. Confirms the one, adjusts for the second, and Nismo confirms the pistol for M80.
And the clinic continues. I mean, he's just having an insane map so far. I mean, insane series overall. He's 18-6 now, extending that lead, securing so many important rounds for the team, and this one especially, this 1v2, so nice. Takes no bullets in exchange as well. Time down to the absolute wire. A desperate play, and immediately capitalized on by Nismo. 8-5 now. SAD Esports on the back foot. It felt like they were in control of the chaos, though. They had all the M80 players scrambled. No follow-up from any of them. No crossfires established. Winning every single fight until the very end. Unk still got it.
He still got it. Never lost it. Oh,
literally.
Refract out. Took damage. Alvin lurking. Just superb on the defense. Gives them an option on the attack. Now M80 just cutting all noise, and SAD are not going to pull towards the B side. Just really staying put. They're really just going to play reaction. And now that Zaj is watching mid, they just be able to trap M80. It's an exchange. Not bad.
Might have gassed them up too much. I mean, it's getting a little... Okay, never mind. Got a little expensive, got a little dicey. A lot of armors invested here for the M80 side. Weapons recovered, Guardians maintained, Bulldog out, and M80 extends their lead in what is now the bonus round, Jen. This is where things get a little weird, okay? This has to be clean for SAD Esports. You don't want your economy threatened the entire time. So ideally, you're coming out here with 3 alive, and then at least you get to battle out comfortably on this next full gun round that's going to come out from M80. Painto having a bit of a quiet game, unfortunately. Phoenix ult here would have been really useful, but yeah, I think we're seeing the picture here for SAD. They did not really change things up. Chamber Sova on this B side, and I think M80 is becoming painfully aware of that, and they're looking to punish.
Annihilation already too from Nismo. That's a boon going into this round.
Oh
And
yeah.
with just this early pressure from SAD. Does that ult come out now? Okay, no. We'll just let all the bullets do all the talking, but losing your duelist there kind of sucks. Bonnie isn't the one that has really been dashing into the site, rather just doing so at the choke point to get vision. Maybe M80 just farming orbs at this point.
They're not even leaving. They're just sticking it. No movement whatsoever. I think SAD Esports is getting a little antsy though. They have no eyes except on A main. They do have eyes on mid, but it doesn't really tell the story whether they're pivoting A or pivoting B by the time they realize they could find themselves overwhelmed. But the Omen Smoke will stall for things for now. And there it is. M80 looking to just brute force their way onto this site, but no one's here. 4v4.
And Welly's got the mitts out. Love to see that. But the drone M80 get some sightlines in. They even have a recon too for the post plant. So maybe find themselves with no neighbors quite yet. Oh, look at the ode and all the spam from SAD. Now nothing can hinder them. The sonic sensors and a barrier left in place from Nismo. Some extra hoops and obstacles for SAD to get through. Now the flash in. Here's some activity from SAD, doing so carefully with the sonic sensors, and M80 are not really even reacting to it. They're just staying put. Now they're in submission. The run it back finally earned from Paint gets reset, gets some eyes, as M80 are just in the corner hoping they survive long enough, and Nismo has to pull out the big guns, and he just barely does.
Wow.
The defuse was halfway, not enough to clutch.
Wow, he really had me going there for a second. I thought he was about to do it to him again. That would have been the nail in the coffin, I think, psychologically speaking. It would have destroyed SAD Esports, but the clutch coming out here from the IGL. The lifeline extended for SAD Esports to mount this comeback, but again, that was just simply the bonus. This is where the fun begins. Did Nismo... Why were they netted? Did Nismo miss his grav net?
I don't know.
They're all netted, right? There's no deadlock on the defending team.
Yes.
Oh, we can't be doing that, man. We've been gassing you up way too much.
Hey, but he's still dropping 20 kills, okay? Unk still
That's
got
true.
it.
That's true. Unk, it never left, bro.
3 rounds ahead, though, for M80.
I like the proactivity too. Like immediate and like a full-on line established deep into the spawn of M80's side. Now it looks like SAD Esports has quite a read on this. They're pretty much crossfired in this A main side. A bit of lag coming out here, but overall it's going to be an actual hit. Zaj going for the kills, and it's kind of unknown how this is unfolding.
There's deaths happening, we swear. 3 versus 3. Let's see how it all pans out. M80 looking like they're getting the double digits, though. Even a dimensional drift from Zaj probably being popped somewhere. Well, what matters is the scoreline at the end of the day.
True.
I think it's M80 if I had to guess, getting to 10.
Right here. We're gonna be kill feed merchants for now.
Basically.
I mean, yeah, this is a 3v2. I mean, M80 is looking to extend their lead to 10 rounds. The up high lows available. The Odin holding is strong, and then M80 extends their lead to 10 rounds, looking to become the first team qualified and continue their dominance here in North America VCL. SAD Esports now economy in shambles as M80 looks to extend their lead to that 11th. And from there, Jen, we're entering scary territory for SAD Esports. Timeout coming out from SAD, looking to discuss their options going into this next round.
And the win conditions are very limited from SAD. The no run it back, the dimensional drift used last round, which we didn't get to see how that worked or didn't work, but that really limits things. Wally's going to be able to put up a resistance with the Hunter's Fury, but look at almost everything that's available from M80 and how they'll be able to cycle through. And I think that's how they were able to steal away a couple of rounds near the end of Fracture. Not that we would call it a comeback, but how they extended the map. And I think now that M80 are in a position to win, this is how they get ever so closer to that.
For sure. Yeah, honestly, if you're the SAD Esports side of things, like you need some of these players to start getting active somehow. We need to figure out how to get Vita active. I know they've been trying with the B main line, but we got to start moving some pieces around, make sure the op pressure's consistently there, making sure that M80 can't just go into things knowing exactly what you're doing in the freeze time. Tech boss coming out. We've been smooth sailing today, so this is fair play.
Yeah. And this is the last map of the day, folks. Playoff ticket on the line. I think timeout wise, I only remember M80 using one. I don't know. I don't remember if SAD did. So we could get even more pauses if we're lucky.
Oh yeah. Okay, that was quick, nice and easy. All right,
Like
just a reminder, this is economy completely in shambles here for SAD Esports. They've taken the TAC timeout. They're likely discussing their options for the next round. In the meantime, though, M80 still in the driver's seat. Of course, weapons in hand, looking to overwhelm, but Vita's here. That could be the win condition that they need.
Oh, wait, Vita's kind of nasty. He was doing those kind of picks at the very start of the map. And SAD could orb farm. They ideally want to try and steal this all away. Depending on the timing of this 3-stack, M80 could be crunched in the middle. Vita is quite deadly. Hunter's Fury right through the lane. And it just pings all of them. Welly converts too. And who's really in shambles now is M80. Possible thrifty now for SAD, and it's looking basically the case. Nismo just can't flick on to 3, and it's a SAD thrifty to get the ball rolling.
Wow, I mean, if there's a miracle that you need off the TAC timeout, it's that one right there. You've bought yourself such a comfortable attempt here. It could have been disaster. Economy here in shambles now for M80. The complete turnaround of the economy back in SAD Esports' hands. Of course, the ultimates are online for M80 if they find themselves in winnable situations. We could see that come out, but overall right now, SAD Esports have regained momentum. The Outlaw is going to be an absolute problem here for M80, and Vita looking to start getting a little active on this map. Again, SAD Esports switching up their aggression. This time doubling up in mid, playing for those base setups, and early A main pressure coming out from SAD to slow things down from M80, force them to mid round and go into this mid setup.
It feels like M80. I don't know about Liz's cards, but I know about Uno pretty good, and they need an Uno reverse onto SAD. Because, man, the economy flipped on its head. M80 and have to invest the ults. Bonnie, conversion pass, paranoia slows things down, so M80 will take a step now, getting into window. Maybe a good opportunity for Alvin to get a surprise, and you don't want to encounter an Odin in a back alley like that. Welly on watch, on guard, and man, he do defend, he also attack. He's even dropping down too and everything. SAD, keep it within 1 or 2.
I mean, you could just tell that the last round revitalized them, right? The triple swing from heaven, the team play, the comms. It's so obvious to see now for SAD Esports. They know how the importance of winning that round, and now this one's follow up as well. So 10-8, the gap is cut down so much. M80 taking the timeout to discuss their options. They have a lot of ults. I feel like, I mean, this needs to be their round convert. Honestly, if they dump 4 ults right here and can't come out on top, it's a little scuffed, I have to say. SAD Esports, they have the operator online, they have the Odin up, a ton of weapon pressure, and of course the Phoenix ult there as well to add on a little bit of pressure, whether it's to use for the fast floods or to anchor down the sites and look for the kills, still will be a factor in this round. Now this is a lot to weigh in, I think, for both teams, Jen. SAD Esports, they need to consider all these ults in play, right? There's the Deadlock ult is scary on the entry. The Omen ult is really strong and a lot of pressure on the executes. And of course, the Sova ult can be used either on the execute itself, on a split, or in the post plant. So I wonder if they're discussing right now whether they should get in front of this util and try to force it out ASAP, or just like stronghold one part of the map, give up the other, and then see what happens from there. Curious to see what the conclusion is for them here.
And the impact of the ults is what I'm looking forward to, because find yourself in top mid against a Hunter's Fury, of course, Welly's gonna absolutely farm that. So I wonder if M80 would be able to manipulate SAD into a position where they can benefit from these ultimates. And what's been different is SAD don't really give you someone to punish. You don't have someone way out of position. If anything, it would be Paint, and it's a run it back. So he can get away with a little bit of shenanigans. Bonnie dashes right into the middle of the site. Annihilation from Nismo. And SAD are poking and prodding through the market side. Paint gets reset, not before pulling one away. And M80 still are making work. They put the red carpet down towards the B site. Sonic sensors. But all three are trapped in. Hunter's Fury to just put up an initial hit against SAD. Now have to come through the market side by first deleting the barrier.
Yeah, there's just so much to get
expire.
through. Look at lane. There's so much to get through. If they decide to go that way, it's going to be an absolute problem. Now, information found here for Pain. They kind of are aware of the setup with B main established now. It's a site hit on what is a very important round now, Gen. 4v3.
4v3 and all the bullets rain down, but M80 just reflect all of it, it seems. Nismo, when he anchors here, he just is so clutch. A 3K to this time give them a win. Get them 2 rounds away from playoffs.
27-11. This is looking like a Bonnie map 1 performance right now. A complete reversal. M80 just really putting on a clinic. And this is not, I mean, this is the power of this comp, right? You get the double senties. Yes, maybe they're not as good as brute forcing map control. Maybe they're not as good as explosive as some of the other comps. But once they're in that pulse plan, once they're in your territory, there's just so much util to get through, right? The barrier mesh, the grav nets, the stun sensors. There's so much to go through. And right now, SAD Esports feeling like they need to get ahead of this util. Okay, yep, immediately spotted out. Attempt here for the spray. An advantage looking to be found here from both of these teams, but overall right now M80 establishes B main and has A main as well, forcing a play. I mean, SAD Esports needs info, Jan. This is complete silence, radio silence on all fronts on the defensive side. They're going to feel antsy here soon.
SAD can be more of that reactive team, and maybe you want to keep that Odin more at a distance. M80 happy with what they've collected, but a pick would have been ideal to get the neural theft going, which depending on this engagement at A main, could really change things up. But Pain's not even going to give it to him.
Oh, information check. Wine established. Sticks it. Now him sticking that, it really tells me that's it. This is the all-in right here. It's about to be resolved right here, Jen.
And Pain puts out the paranoia. Bonnie refracts out. Picking up the mantle is Pain, but too late with the flash. Spaz as clutch as ever. Double. And M80 feeling like they've secured the A site, but Vita trying to turn the odds around, but just can't get that first shot confirmed. And M80 are demanding perfection from you, and Vita's made his mark, but he's all alone, and M80 get to match point.
Wow, what a comfortable round for them to be in right here. Look at the economy, Jen, for SAD Esports. It's in absolute shambles. It's going to be a ragtag purchase across the board. Yes, they have a few rifles, but 2 of the players won't have much to work with. Maybe a Stinger, maybe a shotgun. I guess it may be a Bulldog if he really wants to pull it out, but it won't be any util whatsoever. Yeah, he's probably just going to go for the SMG, but I mean, this is exactly where you want to be right now if you're M80. You have multiple chances to close out this game. The economy is fully in control, in your control. The alt waves are coming up eventually, so even if this round or the next round are not successful, you will have a ton of alts to work with eventually. So M80 in a nice spot to be in right now. SAD Esports, a ton of pressure felt for sure.
Especially with 2 sheriffs, a guardian. This is not an optimal situation, to say the least, for SAD. But they really make M80 work for it. And when you don't have like a Sentinel, like a Cypher or a Deadlock, it does make pushing back against M80, just delaying for the regroup, so difficult on the defense. M80, see if they can get a favorable fight against the Phoenix here of Paint.
I think M80's done a really good job at just keeping SAD in the dark throughout his entire half, like winning these fights, winning these brawls for this map control. But right here, it's going to be in the hands of Paint. His teammate has abandoned him. He's all by himself now, defending on M80, about to be wide swinging with numbers. No mind games. A full-on assault now from M80, and Caillou finds the opening kill as M80 makes their way on what could be the qualifying round into VCL playoff split 3.
Caillou is quick as lightning. And on the outside looking in, Welly with the Vandal. More on the way. The sad regroup, one through Market. Pain is a paranoia. They need a good fight, but swinging into this choke point when M80 are on watch. I feel like they have it locked down. But Sad are making moves. Smokes to try and split up the vision. Vita gets his one. And now Netted is still Nesbo no longer in the picture. Spaz has a paranoia out. Sad now creating 2 versus 3. As they have M80 trapped in the back closet. Welly and Zaj, it's all up to the sofa against Bonnie to save the day. It's not gonna happen. M80 to Challengers playoffs.
This time it's the Overdogs qualifying. M80 battling it out in what was an amazing series between M80 and SAD Esports. The Overdog versus the Underdog narrative. The Cinderella story for SAD Esports. Although obviously this is still early days for them. They still have ample opportunities to close off. It's all eyes on M80 as they're the first team to qualify. They've been the points leader in VCL NA. They continue that run. And with them securing playoffs, I mean, I think at this point, the only way for them not to qualify is for... I don't even actually know. Maybe SRB wins or someone wins. It's going to be a very hard condition. But point being is M80 is in a great spot. Qualifying for playoffs, the players must be feeling great. They get to take some time. They get to practice a little bit longer than most of these teams. Fix up their mistakes, clean up their map pool, extend it, make everyone feel comfortable, and eye out that spot in play-ins in VCL. It's a beautiful day for Valorant. I had a lot of fun. It's been awesome. Wow, yeah. Impressive.
I mean, what a day, what a series, going all the way to map 3, and SAD looked like they were about to turn it all around after what looked to be so M80 sided at the beginning. You got the champs of stage 2 getting to playoffs as the #1 seed without dropping a single series, but man, the competition is right behind them, and we're going to be looking forward to speaking to M80 right after this break.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Foreign taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
For the final time, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Ash and Emily on the desk. And a huge congratulations to M80 being our first qualified team for playoffs, doing it in a very, very clean 4-0 fashion, dropping their second map of the entire Swiss stage. Only two, and the only one of them was today, Emily, but very well done, and exactly what we expect from our stage 2 champions.
Yeah, I mean, the Ascent comps themselves were nothing that I expected, right? I don't even, okay, when I'm looking at that first half, it was so back and forth, and I think it's just because the teams are trying so many different things to figure out what the weakness of each other's comps are and exactly how to play against it. And that's why I think this map was actually so fun to watch, is because it took them a while to figure it out. And then still by the end of that half, I think a lot of the team, or both of these teams, were trying just a bunch of different approaches to the rounds. And it was a very, very close first half, a lot closer than you would expect when you're starting on for M80. You're starting on that defensive half. You have that double sentinel comp. You kind of want to start strong, have a little bit more of a lead than they originally had. But then moving on to the attack half, it was kind of the same thing. I love seeing how they were able to maneuver around the map, play kind of slower, but even when they moved to their more exec heavy rounds, the amount of util that was going into a lot of these choke points completely disrupted any chance Sad had at trying to go for these fast retakes, flooding out with a lot of the flash utilities that they have running that Yoru and the Yoru and Phoenix. And gotta talk about the Nismo utility there. That net, perfect, bro.
Yeah, it was very solid with how often that net was finding its mark, and something that we called out, the Deadlock not being an unfamiliar agent here for Nismo, and we've seen the lineup that he's able to pull out on this agent. And I think that overall, the mind games that Emily was shutting out was so fun to see, because you would see Sad Esports also trying to get a little bit creative. It wouldn't be, always Vita on those lurks trying to break up something like the defensive utility there on M80. There were times where we even saw Welly trying to take a risk and walking out B main just to make sure he could break some of what Alvin had going on that B site. And it was just such a back and forth of Sad Esports trying to figure out what to do up against that composition. And then for M80, this, I wouldn't say that the second half was actually just slow, but it does feel a little bit grindy when you're running that double sentinel. You have to figure out, okay, what space can we contest? What are Sad Esports going to look and fight up against? And it is honestly just insane. I think the performance that Nismo put out overall, going 28 and 12, has not just 0 first kills, but 0 first deaths. This man did not engage in a first fight a single time across this map. And he's surviving, he's putting out those numbers, he can do it all. And I think it was a well-fought battle here from Sad Esports. Got to give him a lot of credit for trying to problem solve this M80 composition in the moment.
Not only is he surviving, he is thriving. And admittedly, Emily, I looked at that Deadlock. I know they've done it before. And I said, I'm not convinced. I think I said to Ash yesterday, I'm just never been a Deadlock fan. And Nismo said, wait, really quick, eat your words. Because beautifully done from them. And we also, there were no flashes. We were what about that Yoru on the side of Sad? Huge props to Sad for making competitive, taking M80's second map only. They've only lost 2, and one of them is to Sad Esports. So ups to them, but M80, it's looking pretty hard to defeat them going into playoffs, Emily.
Yeah, and I think, running a comp that has no flashes, you do have to rely on being able to get those trades, having confident first fights and initial swings to be able to open up the round and open up the sights for yourself. And I think Nismo was a key part in that, not in those initial first fights, as we pointed out with the 0 first kills, but getting those trades, and actually being able to back up his team a lot more here, because we're used to seeing him on these heavy util agents. That's how he supports his team. But in this case, outside of the nets that you'd see him occasionally have lineups for, he was just all aiming. As soon as he gets rid of those early nets for those execs or to delay or just throw out that wall, it's just him shooting. And that's exactly what we kind of needed from him in this map. I feel like across the first 2 maps, you kind of saw players really popping off at the start and slowly fading a bit away. And Nismo was not letting this best of 3 slip away at all. He really stepped up to the plate when I feel like the team needed him most. And it shows in this ACS. You see it progressing every single game, going from 197 to 252 to 364. It's just outstanding from him.
Yeah, it's crazy because I feel like we have these players like Bonnie that we tend to highlight so often as being that individual who's able to just like immediately start off so hot into a series. And then you also have for M80 a player like Nismo where you give him some time to warm up and he's going to absolutely take over in the server. I think that it's really important to have a player like Nismo who is so talented across such a variety of different agents. Yes, all like supporting characters, but the way that you play them are very different. I think you could argue that the Deadlock and KO have some similarities with how you might want to throw down timelings on some of those abilities and whatnot. But overall, I think that it's impressive. Again, his flexibility as an individual, the fact that there's not even no drop off. He's scaling with every agent that he's playing too in the server. It's really crazy to see here.
Dare I say, I'm a little upset how good he is at the game, because it is someone we've literally been watching him for years at this point, right? Especially like coming in from Ghost Gaming with Kaplan, with John Cutie, right? That old roster. And it just seems like he has never lost his touch. He has never lost his sparkle. And speaking of the man of the hour for our Philips Norenko Game Face interview, it is none other than Nismo himself. Sir, let me be the first to congratulate you on qualifying for playoffs. Very well played. You're going to playoffs undefeated. You only lost 2 maps. I asked this a lot of teams, but I would love to know what was the energy of the team after finishing up Ascent today, qualifying for playoffs?
Well, first of all, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And yeah, well, I mean, everyone's energy is pretty good. Pretty basic. We came in here knowing we were going to win. Everyone was pretty confident. We stick to the game plan, even if we're losing a couple rounds in a row. And I know we were trailing at some point, and we also dropped the map, but I think we had everything under control. And I think that's one thing that Kaplan does a really good job with us, is making sure he tells us that we're going to win no matter what. So
yeah,
we were confident for sure.
Did he happen to say what's the score 0-0 during the half or at any point today?
Yeah, well, I mean, we already have that mentality, you know. We do it on a daily basis, scrims and everything. So we came in, it's 0-0, you know. That's
exactly. And that, I mean, it worked, right? You were literally 4-0 going into playoffs. The only team that can claim that title moving forward are Stage 2 champions. Expect nothing less. I'm going to go to that second map. That you've only lost 2 maps in your Swiss stage, one of them being today. Talk to me. What do you think was the difference between the other 2 maps you won and the map you lost, the middle map?
I mean, it's simple. It's Valorant, you know. A lot of things can happen. It's hard sometimes to stay consistent with like all the ultimates and abilities that happen in this game. So they caught us off guard. They had a couple good rounds and they kind of snowballed from there. I think we lost 2 pistols and a bonus. And I think, it's pretty hard to come back when you lose these important rounds. It's pretty much automatically 6 rounds for the other team. So I think that was the big cause for us.
And I'm also like, we were wondering because we haven't seen your Ascent ever. And we were kind of like, you know, we haven't seen your Ascent in a while, right? And so we were like, oh, like, where is this going to go? Where's this comp going to go? And you pull out a comp we haven't really seen before. No, we've seen you on the Deadlock, but I would love to know kind of the philosophy and thesis behind Ascent and that comp.
I mean, there's not much to talk about, honestly, for this comp. I think we just spoke as a team and we told ourselves, hey, let's try this comp. And we tried it. It looks good. We look good in scrims in it. And yeah, we stuck with it.
Very, very simple. I love that. It seems like M80, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you guys just have it all figured out. Like, it's really hard to, frankly, ask you guys questions because a lot of times your responses are, yeah, well, we figured it out and that's it. And that's fine. If that is your answer, that is completely fine. I'm curious, is there anything that you feel like you haven't figured out or something that is kind of like a pain point for M80?
I mean, no one can come here and tell you they're perfect. I mean, that goes even to the biggest teams in the world. Yeah, they can say that, but I feel like if you haven't been on a team for a couple of years, there's always going to be a couple of things you could work on. It's just the aspect of an FPS game. I can't really like point out what's weak for us because obviously like I would give out a lot of strategy here, but we have things we have things we're working on. You know, we're not perfect, and again, I don't think anyone is perfect, and you just have to try to play as perfect as possible. And I think we do a good job at that. But obviously, we have some flaws, and we're working on it. Again, no one's perfect, so.
No one is perfect. I would love to know, coming into playoffs as the only 4-0 team, as the Stage 2 champions, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, as they say, but you are looking primed and ready for play-ins in VCT Americas. Do you think there is any other team genuinely within North American Challengers that can hold a candle to M80?
I mean, again, it's Valorant, right? I don't want to...
It is Valorant, but putting chance aside, talking about skill, talking about the Stage 2 champions versus the others, where do you see, does anyone cause any sort of anxiety?
I mean, no, to be honest with you, I come in with this mentality that every team is the same, whether I play a tier 1 team or a tier 2 team. There's not much of a difference. You can't overheat, you know, you can't tell yourself, oh, that's a bad team, because they could just beat you one map. And look, it's sad, you know, they kind of did that to us. We came in, we lost a couple important rounds, but there's no teams that I could just point out of, to be honest with you. I would be lying if I tell you, hey, this team can beat us. I think it's just Valorant, and if we play our game, we'll be super hard to beat. That's for sure.
Yes, our favorite game, Valorant. We love this 5v5 tactical FPS. I think my last question for you is, now that the meta has kind of settled, we're out of the neon meta, we're moving into kind of more safer non-neon territory. Do you think this is somewhere that, you know, with Bonnie, that you guys just absolutely thrive in? Because it seems like no matter what meta you guys are in, you guys just genuinely cannot do any wrong.
I mean, we have a lot of flexible players, to be honest with you.
You do.
Everyone can play anything. Bonnie has all his duelists down. Alvin can play anything from smokes to duelists to everything. You saw Spaz play Sova, even though we lost, but again, he's able to flex anything. And obviously, I'm a flex player. Kayu's a flex player too, so we're super flexible on the comp stuff. That's for sure.
You are.
So I think no matter the comp, we'll always find our steps to have a good comp for sure.
I just to kind of put a bow on this, I am so thankful I'm not a player, because I would hate to play against you guys, genuinely. I would have so much anxiety. But friend, I'm gonna let you go celebrate. Congratulations on qualifying for playoffs.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a good night, guys. Thank you.
You too. I'm so serious. You could not pay me to play against that team. Like, you could be like, here's $1 million, and be like, I value my mental health and my cortisol levels being low. But friends, brackets production, we have places to be, because we have to look at our Swiss stage, see how it is ending up. We eliminated a team yesterday, and we have finally qualified a team. It feels like it has been forever. That clean 4-0 on the side of M80. But looking, oh man, Emily, immediately my eyes are drawn to the Fly Quest Pigeons match right away. Wow, that is an elimination match, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, both those in round 5 are elimination matches, and it's crazy to think, because we've seen so much progress with all these all these teams within it. We've seen Fly go through different variations of their roster, trying to find some sort of success that they had similar to stage 1, right? And then you see Rose kind of just coming in out of nowhere yesterday, absolutely swiping out Dinah, and you know, looks like they're kind of found their footing. But the thing is, we're getting to a point where there's going to be more and more teams eliminated, and it's really just a gauntlet of who's able to not only step up and kind of overtake a lot of these teams, but keep consistent, especially if you are in those 1-3 or 2-2, you still have a long road ahead.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is, like, overall, you also have to think about what's kind of weird in these Swiss stages at times is the fact that even in this 3rd week of VCL Swiss, we still haven't seen like the entire map pool of all of these teams. Honestly, like, there's still so much that's also hidden. And so it makes it even harder, I think, to try and stack some of these teams up against each other, because we don't necessarily know what everything that has been being worked on in these scrims, what they've been like cooking on maps that we haven't gotten to the opportunity to watch from them. And I think that makes those other qualification games, like you already shouted out the Iliums, I don't feel like I need to double down on that. It's the qualification games, those 3-1s, those are a tough team to go up against, especially with the Nightblood Gaming that we saw today in the server. Like, it is going to be crazy these last couple weeks of Swiss heading into playoffs.
Well, friends, that's it for us this week, though. So we're going to send it home, because we also have a World Cup match to watch. I would be remiss for a prod team if I didn't shout out Mexico versus South Korea. But friend, that is going to be it for us. So on behalf of the casters, the desk production, everyone in between and beyond, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions. And last time card pull, 4 of Swords is called to retreat and recharge. Go, be free, my dears. See you later.
Need to have an insane set piece to break through the defenses for NBG.
The dash. Oh, what a shot from Son of QOR in the knife right through Kumi's heart. But Derek then Suzy just gonna go out and bait with 11 HP, but still gets the hit out on Flya. 1v2. If there's anyone that can do it, it's Son of QOR. Oh, the one tap, the two, and the win. Goodbye. That was Nasper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out. That just makes the most of it. Bonnie confirms and trades, but the damage is done. Now time is ticking by, and M80 don't have paranoia. They don't have any util. They just have to scrap this out, and Sad sit on the other side. Yeah, they're going wide in the from Bonnie. Are you serious? on KO. Surely M80 are feeling good about this map. And look how much space they're already taking. But Welly just delivers a right click, turns away.